he doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, I'm going to shave my head bald.
Now, Lloyd.
My fingers were crossed when I said this.
Now, Lloyd is texting, lighting it up. Franklin Frankel, text line 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. I've been texting the show all year trying to bring it up. I wrote down the time and date to prove it. So I hope you guys reference it again. Well, you've been throwing up sack numbers on Twitter.
Season's not up. He's got, by the way, I was wrong. I said yesterday he had 1. He has 2. A 4-sack game against the Giants incoming.
I think this came up because we were talking about Myles Garrett getting the sack record in the final game. And then, did you read the fan
Somebody
text?
sent in a text and I saw it and they're like, remember when Bobby said this? I was like, no, I didn't. Did I say I would shave my... I definitely said he'd get 6 sacks. I remember that, but I didn't say I'd shave my head, did I? And they're like, yeah. So I asked Peyton, I was like, did you save this clip? And he's like, let me look. And he goes, yeah, you did say you were going to shave your head.
You saved it?
I did. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Anytime Bobby says something like that, you got to save it because you got to bring it up because he's not going to bring it up if it doesn't work out.
No, I brought it. I saw it on the fan text. I brought it up myself. I'm holding myself accountable.
Now, the history of Bobby's bold predictions, it's usually flawless.
This is the first time it's lost, clearly.
He shut Choppy down with the Vegas Sharks. He got us paid thousands of dollars in that win over the Raiders. But the Bobby Belt bald feeling.
I threw one out last year that the Cowboys wouldn't finish better than 7-10 or whatever.
Yeah.
And that one ended up being right.
So
barely.
The history of bald and shaving it and what it does in your household, your wife's reaction, and all that stuff is what?
Well, she does not know that I've made this bet. So if she's listening right now, she's finding out, which she may be in the car right now listening. But, basically she has told me if I shave my head bald, she will not look at me until growth returns. So even though I wear hats all the time.
She prefers what you have now?
She just knows I wear the hat. So, like, I wear the hat, and so then she sees hair around the edges of it, right? So it looks normal. When I take the hat off, then obviously it's going back a little bit. She can't imagine hair being there with my hat on when I shave it bald. She will just see I will look like Rowdy Tellez. If I shave my head, I'm going to look like Rowdy.
You just have to walk around with a brisket sando.
I got to grow my beard out a little bit, but it's going to be the same round look with the bald head and the beard.
Bro, it's going to be better.
I will not stick to it. After it, in terms of I'll do it.
When it grows back.
But I'm not going back to it after that. I gotta. Now, everybody's always surprised on the fan cam and stuff whenever I do take it up. They don't realize, they're like, oh my gosh, your hair is going back. It's like, yeah. It really started about 2 years ago. It really started going back. But
I think you would look better. I think you look better bald than choppy. I don't know if I've looked at someone when they finally do it and I'm like, oh, that was a tremendous mistake. It always feels like it settles in. But then you're talking about that maintenance.
When Witten shaved his head bald, that was jarring.
Yeah.
He didn't have the cranium structure for it, I don't feel like. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it'll be okay. But yeah, you're right. The maintenance. A guy I knew, he shaved his head every 2 days, with a razor. And I'm like, I don't want to do that.
No.
That's way too much work.
What a perfect time for the fan cam to be restored because these numbers are going to go through the roof. If you've ever just wanted to see Roberto get it, we'll have to do it here. Live on the show, in studio, put a big tarp down for the cleanup.
Yeah, I know
1 to 10 dread level.
10. I don't want to do it.
Really, 10?
Yeah. That's why I only say it about things that I'm like, this will never happen. And that's
2 sacks?
Yeah, he's got 2. Now, how upset are you going to be if he has 4 sacks on Sunday?
Furious.
Because last year I had said it about them finishing 7-10, and you remember they were driving down the field. Washington either scored with 5 seconds left to win, or Dallas was in the red zone and failed. I can't remember which one it was, but it was on the line of where I was like, all right, this is the end of the game. This is my head going bald or not.
What's the highest individual sack game that the Dallas Cowboys had over the past 25 years? I mean, it has to be Micah with 3, right?
Ware had a bunch in one game, I think. I think Ware had a 4-sack game or 3.5 or something like that. But yeah, this would be unprecedented, as Peyton Russell would say. This would be a lot, and I don't think I'm going to get it.
So you were tweeting out sack numbers too, right?
Yeah, and I just happened to notice this yesterday. Looking at Dallas's list of their top 8 leaders in sacks, which their top 8 leaders in sacks are anybody who has more than a sack and a half or more. 5 of the 8 were not on their roster when they arrived in Oxnard for training camp. Jadeveon Clowney, James Houston, Kenny Clark, Quinnen Williams, and cornerback Reddy Stewart, who has more sacks than most of the defense at this point. They are your sack leaders, and none of them were on the roster. The nearest one was James Houston, signed with the team 2 days after they got to Oxnard. But otherwise, none of them.
Now, I can't remember what you did. Oh, I remember what it was. It was you, moving to KNC and doing that little crosstalk prank on me.
By the way, 4 sacks for DeMarcus Ware against Philly in 2011.
I told you I was going to get you back. When you went on that crosstalk after taking the week off, and now have your wife live.
No.
On the D&M Leasing Hotline, it is my favorite, Kristen Belt here on Sean and RJ over the phone. Have you been listening?
Yes, I've been listening.
Okay, your reaction to your husband running his mouth yet again. This time cannot cash it. He will be going bald. Your reaction?
Yeah, no, I'm not happy.
Kristen,
at all.
How can it be worse? No offense, but that's really offense. He's barely hanging on here. He won't be wearing hats as much. You should be pushing for this.
Okay, but the top, are you talking about the bottom too?
Yeah, the whole head is getting shaved.
Okay, yeah, no, I've never seen that.
Yeah, so it could be a
hat she can always just, if the hat's on my head, she's just like, oh yeah,
yeah, I can't get away from his face. I'm not going to look at him for however long it takes to grow
What
back.
do you mean you're not going to look at it?
No, she's saying no, I'm keeping the beard. I'm keeping the beard too.
He's keeping the beard.
I'm keeping the beard.
Stop talking.
I'm keeping the beard. It's just the beard. I'd be in trouble.
Okay, fine. Never mind.
So
we'll put a hat on the head. I thought you meant the beard.
I did this with her. I told her, what did I tell you when you got your haircut one time?
When Laura was 3 months old and I had the other kids, I was drowning and I had super long hair. So I went and I chopped it off because I couldn't deal with it anymore and keep the kids alive. So I come home and I showed him and I was excited and he looked at me and he's like, I'm not looking at you until that grows back.
God. My God, look at Aiden's face right here. Man, that is vicious.
I looked at you.
I
was a joke.
I looked at you. You clearly were disgusted by it. So you would rather him shave the top of his head bald than go clean shaven on the face?
Yeah, because like you said, he can put a hat on.
Yeah.
What's
wrong with the clean shaven face?
I've never seen that, and he's gonna look like a baby and weird. I don't know.
She's gonna see exactly how fat I am.
All right, thank you, Chris. I'll see you Friday.
Love you.
Bye.
Did you bail on the other plans?
No. I can't.
Are you going to bail?
I can't because Jacob's going, and so she.
All right, hang up on her. Hang up on her. Get her out of here. We got a big show dinner Friday. She came over to the house. She's like, I got plans to go to the casino. There's a free room. I said, what did
I tell you? What did I tell you at your house the other day? You're like, you make all the decisions, don't you? And I was like, no.
Yeah.
I was like, I can't tell her anything anymore.
And she's like, I'm bailing. And then she lied to me, and she's not bailing.
She was trying to bail, and then she remembered, I guess, that Jacob was going. This is me discovering
Jacob's going to the casino?
I guess so. This is me discovering. But see, this is what I told you the other day. I don't make her decisions, and there's one person to blame for this.
My wife,
Amanda Sharif.
I told her.
You told me this when they first started hanging out. You were like,
keep her away.
You were like, watch out, because you're not gonna have the sweet life you once had if Amanda gets in her ear.
I know. Yeah, Kristen's like bucking up the other day, and I was like, "Where's this coming from?" And she's like, "Honestly, like your wife gave me the courage." And I was like, "Jeez, man, I'm sorry, Bobby. I told you, keep my wife away. She's gonna try to." She goes, "Yeah, my true Latina has now come out," and I was like, "That's the problem. So you better keep yours away."
Watch out.
You go on don't bring up on Friday that you get to go to Vegas by yourself. You get to go to casinos by yourself. Don't bring that stuff up in front of my wife because she's going to get in your fiance's ear and shut that down.
Yeah.
Keep her away. Sit at the opposite end of the table.
Okay.
All right?
I have no control.
But now we're
over
so much closer because Chris is not going to be there.
See, I told you that. I told you that, like, I was like, I don't make the decisions anymore. And you're like, yeah, you do. I was like, no, if it comes down to it, if we have a disagreement, she's doing what she wants at this point. She's just like, okay, well, I'm going to do it.
I didn't believe it.
It's like, okay, all right, well, then now you see, she's blowing me off.
877-881-1053. Well, now you're going to Uber. I'm going to get you an Uber.
And then just get hammered?
There and back.
Okay.
And you can get hammered. No driving, no more excuses. Bobby's been very mature, very responsible.
Yeah, when was the last time you saw me drunk? It's probably been a year.
I know. Long time. So I'm going to get you a car.
There we go.
Maybe I'll hook up Alba Limo and get you in style to go there and be dropped off. Hector, hit me up. I need a free hookup. 877-881-1053. It's DFW Sports Station. All right. So I guess we can update the Max Crosby stuff. Jerry Jones live at 8:30. Pete Carroll said that Max is back in the building and the issues have been resolved. We're doing great. We're eye to eye on what is going on. So there's Max back in the building, shut down for the season. I got the odds sent to me from Bet Online on Max Crosby's next team.
The Dallas Cowboys are the favorites, I'm guessing.
The Dallas Cowboys are the favorite at 3-1.
How frequently have they been the favorite for somebody and not gotten them? Every time?
I think every time, because I don't think they were definitely not the favorite for like Pickens moving.
Are they just looking for suckers?
Yeah.
But
suckers and losers.
So the real question is then who's number 2? Because that's who we'd actually get traded to. The Ravens.
Philadelphia.
Oh, great.
Wasn't there a rumor about, was that for Matt? No, it was for Miles. That Howie was willing to move.
Miles and Micah. That he was willing to trade like 3-4 first-round picks for him.
Yes.
And they were told, nope.
But I don't think the Cowboys are totally being used here. I think, look.
Could you imagine if Myles Garrett and Jalen Carter were on the same defensive line?
What about Quinn Williams?
I know, but Myles Garrett in general, like Dallas was never getting Myles Garrett.
Yeah. Philadelphia's 4-1, then the Patriots 5-1, Rams 6-1, Bears 7-1, Steelers 8-1. I've been putting in more thought over what you brought up, over the Green Bay pick, especially if they win a playoff game against the Bears, if that's the way they line up. And then a future first. I think we got to write down, we got to sit down in the war room and talk about what the priorities are for team building. Mm-hmm. Are we Dak window 1? Are we kind of blow it up and get that much younger? Cheap contracts. Now, I know all this kind of weighs together.
Yeah.
But, like, in the spirit of team building and judging how close you are, what's number 1? Is it the Dak window? Like, when it's Dirk after the title or Luke in his prime, like, those are easy decisions that you should build around. We're going to waste this guy's prime and his greatness. You know, does Dak Prescott fall in that category? Obviously not the greatness of Luka and Dirk, but the same concept.
So,
because you wasted a Dak year this season.
Let me take it just a random. If Bryce Young is the quarterback of the Cowboys,
yeah,
what's their record this year? What are they? Because right now they're 7-8-1. What do you think they are?
I'd
4-win team.
Easily knock off 2 wins.
Okay,
conservatively.
Yeah. So and maybe knock off the tie. So they're like maybe. Yeah. You'd say they're 5-11 basically.
I'd say Dak has 3 wins better than Bryce.
So at that point, you're talking about you are looking at like being top 10 team basically in the draft for the pick. Now you can look at the flip side of that and go like, okay, what if they had the defense they had with Quinn 2 years ago? What's their record? Are they a 13-win team right now?
Right, 12 wins.
Yeah. So that sounds like, because I mean, those are your options. You can blow it up, which would basically be blowing up Dak probably in the process, and saying, all right, let's just commit to being a 5-win team roughly by getting a Bryce Young equivalent type of quarterback, just a league average quarterback, whatever, in here to run things. Or you say, can you strengthen the defense and turn this into now all of a sudden it is a Super Bowl contender or it's a playoff contender? And so to me, they are fixing the defense away from being a 12-win team, a 13-win team.
Yeah.
And so,
but how likely is fixing the defense by next year?
Well, not just by next year, by the time that you think that Dak's going to start declining.
Right.
Which would be, I mean, I feel like 3 years probably left. Some guys will play longer. Maybe he does, but he's just started having injuries, so I would guess he's more like a 3-year window. So that's just... Do you have enough on the defensive line that you say, I need to go fix just the secondary? Do you need, like, do you think all three levels need to be fixed?
You don't have enough pass rush. Yeah, all 3 levels. Oh, you
need one pass rusher, right?
The only spot they're good at is D tackle.
You need a really good pass rushing edge. And then you probably need league average linebackers.
Yes.
And so, I mean, that's talking about replacing all your linebackers because they're not very good. Overshone's good. You just don't know about since the injury. Because since the injury, since he's been back, he doesn't look as explosive. And then in the secondary, you can get by with Hooker. So if you need at least one other safety, and then probably 2 corners.
Yeah,
because I think Bland is still a good corner, but like you're talking about 2 corners, a safety, 2 to 3 linebackers, and an edge rusher. You're talking about 7. Like 7 players, something like that. So, I mean, big stud edge rusher, 2 to 3 linebackers, 2 corners, and a safety. That's what you need.
And does that sound like you should be giving away first-round picks when you don't have second and thirds?
Do I need... not necessarily, but here's the thing, is that how much are they willing to... like?
So I'll have one
George Pickens, Javonte Williams, and Jadeveon Clowney were all outside acquisitions that proved to be like players that could contribute on a contender. So how much are they just willing to say, all right, if we make this trade, we have to also commit to, we have to build through free agency, we have to sign people.
And you have less money for free agency because you're going to pay max $28 million.
Right, but you would assume that you're going to, like Kenny Clark, for instance, at $21 million, his number will get reduced. You're going to free up Diggs money. I would assume you're going to free up Steele money. And so, like, you're going to be able to have cash to spend. I mean, Jerry keeps telling us, like, cap's great, guys. Like we can make so much money.
Stephen Jones was asked about it yesterday on KNC, brought to you by Window Nation.
Yeah, we've already, we have our different iterations of the cap, and certainly have iterations where we work the majority of, if not all of our high-priced guys, and seeing what we can really do here to keep, guys like George Pickens and Javonte Williams, and as you mentioned, Jadeveon Clowney, and, see if we can keep those guys around. And certainly that's what we've been working on. We've been our group that works in and around our cap have been hard at it, and we'll take a long, hard look at it and see what we have there. Obviously, we've added some players, and, when you look at guys like Kenny Clark and Q and those guys, so obviously those guys are going to be a big part of it. We signed Osa last year, so we feel like we're in good shape, and that we can certainly make this team better, and we plan on doing that.
So there's Steven. They have all the different scenarios. I'm sure Kevin Hagelin goes home and works on different scenarios as well.
Do you know how much yesterday I thought, just tried to envision what his championship belt Tinder profile looks like? That just
meme it, AI it.
I love that he thought, like,
put that in that. Put that in that
like this
candy cane filter that everyone did for Christmas, and have Kevin holding the belt. Have Kevin holding the belt right there.
He just looks like Mr. Peppermint or whatever his name was.
We've gotten 3 cough laughs out of you today.
I know this happens in December. I end up have the lingering effects, and then I start laughing about things, and it sends my lungs into a coughing fit.
No, it's a lingering effect of me talking more.
That's what it is. Yeah,
so effing funny. Let's ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number 1, how dare you?
By the way, it looks like the Tolos on the fan text are saying, just go get Max.
Oh, dude, they people love him.
I love him too.
He's such a difference maker.
Oh God,
he is.
I know he is.
They'd have 0 wins with the Raiders without him.
Other asset, have so many holes. You have so many holes.
Right, but like you did see, like
I need cheap. I need numerous amounts of cheap talent.
But Max and a competent defensive coordinator. How much does that like just instantly?
You have no one in the second. You have Hooker and maybe Bland. Yeah, That's it. That's all you have on the back seven.
Right, but if you bring in a coordinator who knows how to actually like execute some of this bend but don't break stuff and actually teach them communication,
you have to have
it matters.
some level of talent.
Yeah,
something.
And I mean, Revel.
Now you're talking about scheming up coverage.
Revel, you
Steven.
you hope can build up, and they've invested in him. So look, you'll still have other draft picks. Okay, don't hate.
See, this is part of this Cowboys symptom that we all fall to. Nick Eatman.
I want Max Crosby here because I want a connection.
Myself at times, Bobby. There it is. We need RJ here for the team building. It's Ask Reddit, commercial free in the Expressway with Aiden in studio.
That's right. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. You can answer these questions over on the Franklin Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, also on the fan cam, which is now up on the Twitch and the YouTube as we ask Reddit. And you know what? We'll start with Aiden. And Aiden, make sure you get on that mic too. Let's start with what's something you've done your whole life only to realize that everyone else does it completely differently?
Apparently taking the pill first and then water is not right. It's weird, apparently.
So wait, no. So
no,
Kristen,
taking the pill first, then water is normal.
Kristen and a lot of people, so this came up.
My mom told me I was weird for it.
Kristen had said that she's like, how do you do that? Kristen will drink water, put the pill in, and then drink water. And when I asked this question on social media, there were a ton of people who wrote back and said, y'all are weird. How do you put a pill on your tongue and then drink water?
Yeah, I get that because the pills start dissolving maybe a little bit. But you gotta, if you're gonna put water in your mouth first, you gotta like have a really nice, accurate throw in the mouth.
You gotta just
Yeah,
lean all the way back.
You got to throw it in and kind of gulp in the same motion.
I don't have any clue how. Like, to me, that seems like I'd have a harder time getting the pill down if I was just putting it in floating water already. It blows my mind the people who say they can't take pills, where they're like, I just can't swallow it when I just pour
I get
water.
that, like larger capsules.
But like,
it's a mental thing.
It goes. It has to be because like. I've never had trouble
swallowing. Yeah, you're a master.
I know. Like I swallow all day long, and it works out for me. Peyton.
And about the pill thing, it took me until probably I was 15 or 16 before I could actually swallow pills. I had to chop it up or like wait for it to dissolve.
I would say you would be the most likely. I would think who I would say he probably doesn't know how to.
Rephrase the question.
What's something you've done your whole life only to realize that everyone else does it completely differently?
So when I get ready, I put the socks on and then whatever pants or shorts I'm wearing. Like I'll go bottom to top. I'll go bottom to top.
I did the same thing.
And
socks first.
No way.
Yeah.
See, now my answer's not valid because someone does it.
Is it because your feet are cold, or you're just like, no, that's your order?
It's just my order. It's just the first thing I grab.
This makes sense though, because then if you're putting on like sweats or like jeans, then you're like having to roll up the legs and stuff to put on the socks afterwards. But even shorts, I'll do it. I'll put socks on first, then the shorts.
I feel like it's just because people go socks and then shoes right after, so you don't want to have to pull pants over shoes as well. But Hagee does sock, shoe instead of sock, shoe.
What?
Yeah, Hagee is a sock, shoe guy.
Tism.
He's talking about that. Yeah, the thing I thought it was, I guess I always knew, but I didn't realize like nobody did it. It's the way I hold a pen. No one else does it that way. So
what do you mean?
So doesn't everybody do like just the index finger or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, not me. I do two fingers like this.
Two fingers on it like this?
Yeah, so I have like the index finger and the middle finger like on top of it, like basically steadying it on my ring
this.
finger.
Is it like this?
Yeah, it's like this. Nobody else I know really does it that way.
So your ring finger's kind of the controlling?
Yeah. Yep. And nobody else does it that way that I've ever seen. I don't know why I did it that way. That's just the way that I did it. Homeschool, man. All right. Franklin Injury Attorneys fan text 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. 469. Bobby, I hold my pen the same way. There you go. Socks first all day, says the 817. I swallow a pill with no water, says the 601.
Whoa.
That is just
criminal.
That's
too
nasty.
much. Can't do that. All right. What is the most overrated TV series of all time, Sean?
Look,
I know the answer.
Friends.
Seinfeld.
Oh, it's not.
It can be funny. It is overrated. The way it's talked about in these reverent terms of just like, my God, it introduced comedy to America. No one knew what it was before Jerry was like, can you get a stain out of your shirt? It's fine. It's not groundbreaking.
Do you think Friends is better?
I think Friends has funnier scenarios.
Friends is like hokey.
Friends is funnier dialogue to me. Seinfeld is
What?
just like
I agree.
Seinfeld
You're
is
an
just like
idiot.
no.
You're an idiot too.
I'm too young, but Seinfeld's boring. I don't find it.
Seinfeld is just like, have you ever thought of this?
Do you think Curb is that much better?
Yes,
Oh,
Curb
yes.
is much better than
How's
Seinfeld.
it different? It's the same thing.
No, I think it's
It's
just
the same thing.
I think it's just more,
I think you don't like the Seinfeld characters.
I mean, I don't like the Seinfeld characters.
Who don't you like?
Jerry. I don't like Jerry. He's not funny.
But
And
you think Kramer's a brilliant character?
Kramer's great. Costanza I hate.
Hate?
Yeah, he's just I like he's the type of person that if I knew him in real life, I would never want to be around.
That's the point.
Yeah, so I don't like him. I would want to be around Kramer. I would tell people all the time, like, you got to meet my neighbor. He's effing wild. But it's funny. But he took stand-up jokes and then went, let me make a 20-minute episode out of each joke that I have in my arsenal.
Need you, Choppy. Need you up in here. And you have the same thought?
And Jeter sucks
That's one
too,
of my
Chop.
answers, but my other answer is The Big Bang Theory, and I might just be dumb, and I don't
sucks,
find
dude.
it funny at all.
Big Bang Theory was the only thing I think that could match Sunday Night Football in ratings. It was that high up. It may have even beat it for a little
And
bit.
I don't understand it. It's
Well, you're done. Well, I mean, never mind. Couldn't get a fan cam working together.
I'm the one that fixed the fan cam. Oh, okay.
What? Correct? Say it.
We fixed the fan
No,
cam.
I fixed the fan cam with a phone call. All right, well, so what would be your answer to this?
Big Bang Theory.
Big Bang Theory.
Peyton, what's your answer for the most overrated TV series of all time?
So mine is Parks and Rec, and it's because I compared it to The Office, and I thought The Office was great. I think it's one of the greatest TV series of all time. I loved it, everything about it. But then Parks and Rec, I was like starting to watch, and I was like, okay, they're just trying to be like The Office, man.
I got mine.
Okay, I was going to say, where's yours, Friends?
It's Always Sunny.
Oh, dude. Is that just because you don't like Philly?
I just don't like. It's so much. I can't take the guy that's yelling and screaming the whole time. It's just too loud. I know that's funny coming from me. Yeah, it's too fratty. It's too loud. Am I the only one wrong? Off on it?
I like it's. I understand why people don't like it. Kristen can't stand it. I like it. I think it's
Aiden?
funny.
I had never seen it.
So they've got this.
I like it.
They got this funny. I still go back to the funny bit of they think they're all gonna die, and so they're confessing things. And Sweetie goes, because they're in Philly. She goes, Mac owns a Cowboys jersey. I've seen it in his closet. He's like, you weren't supposed to. And they all start freaking out, and they're like, don't say it's Romo. Don't say it's. He goes, of course it's Romo. Who else would it be? But it's. I love that show. Some of the answers on
Ted Ziegler, you shut your mouth saying The Office. We all better be universally loving The Office.
10 out of 10.
Office is great. I don't like that he said Parks and Rec even. I like Parks and Rec too. 682 Lost, 214 Grey's Anatomy, which I didn't realize was still on.
Grey's Anatomy was really good, but it's a little bit. Oh wait, not Grey's Anatomy. I'm thinking of Scrubs. I love that show.
Oh, Scrubs is great. I don't know if I'm going to watch
Grey's
the
Anatomy
reboot.
was a little more like soap opera.
You saw they've
right?
got the reboot, right, of Scrubs?
No,
They're bringing Scrubs back.
I thought I love that doctor.
Yeah, no, every character's coming back, except, I mean, the ones who've died since then. And by the way, the fan text, I would say this is majority saying Friends is better than Seinfeld. Majority. Now, there's some definite Seinfeld defenders on here, but
We must have a lot of women Tolos texting.
No, it's
Only women think that.
It's a lot of pro Friends chatter. All right, Franklin.
Rachel? I'll do my impressions as Bobby insulted Seinfeld. What, really?
You ever got out with a girl who she cuts her hair and you're like, where are those 2 inches gone? It's so stupid. All right.
And then Bobby wouldn't look at you for the rest of your life like his wife.
See, Seinfeld would make a whole season out of me not looking at my wife. I can't look at her, Jerry. I can't look at her.
It's the real life scenarios. That's the brilliance that they make an entire episode of.
All right, Peyton Russell here on Ask Credit. What's something you thought would be really big that never caught on?
Periscope.
Dude,
when it first came
that's a
out,
good
I was
answer.
like, this is going to be the next big thing. It was the next social media. It was live video feeds that we hadn't gotten yet. I remember when I was in college, I was watching Jared Sandler do Periscopes after the game and stuff. I would comment on there like, dude, what's your secret to get into the industry? He would never respond to me.
Wow.
But yeah,
That
it was
Jared?
Periscope. Yeah, it was Jared.
He didn't respond.
No, he did not. He even said, ask me questions, I'll answer them. And I was commenting like 3 or 4 games in a row. Jared, I just want to know what your major was in college. Never answered it.
Oh, Periscope's a good answer. Sean, you got one that you thought was going to blow up?
No, good, Aiden.
Like the SoundCloud era of music, like
SoundCloud, I thought was going to be more sustainable
me
than
too.
it was.
It was all throughout high school, and then like senior year, it just kind of died off.
Yeah, so this is, I guess it caught on. It didn't stick, though. I guess I always knew we'd go full digital. I was surprised how quickly Blu-ray died. Like, Blu-ray didn't have its moment, but how long was that? Like a year?
Yeah.
Where it felt like, and that was like, all right, VHS is out, DVDs are out. Like DVDs, it felt like have a good 10 years, something like that. And so it's like, all right, here's the replacement for it. And it felt like we went from Blu-ray to digital in like that long. It was gone almost instantly.
And this is just about what technology we thought?
Yeah, just anything you thought was going to be big, a player, a person, a technology, whatever it is. 940 EDM is keeping SoundCloud kicking. A lot of remixes can't be released on the other platforms. 615 3D TVs were the thing that suddenly died. 214 mini cassettes and mini cassette players. Thought those were going to stick around. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what, Sean? Since you've already overshared this morning, what parts of your romantic relationships will your friends never be privy to?
You know, I think an easy answer for this would probably be like dirty talk.
Oh, yeah, like what you say?
Give an example.
Yeah.
Come on, let's see.
Oh, Mac.
Oh, no.
You asked for it. You asked for it. That Mac fired. That Mac fired. I don't think anyone goes on air, and talking about messing around and ever gets into the dirty talk.
The things you cry about. The things that discussions you have that either the things that get her really upset and emotional or things that get you upset and emotional, generally those things are nobody's ever going to hear about. Like you're not even going to hear about the topic. The stuff that is really like weighing typically is my answer. Aiden?
That's my answer as well. Anything like emotional behind the scenes, I don't think really matters to anybody else but the two people in the relationship.
Well, it matters in terms of like letting people connect with you if you're doing this job. Like, people remember the 3 times that Choppy cried.
Yeah.
You know
Augusta,
what I mean? Yeah.
His dad's funeral.
Yeah, people love that. I mean, that was I think when Grego was in his prime, people are like, Grego would go on and talk about addiction, and Grego would go on and talk about this, and this is before your time.
Then they realized he was sniffing for another reason.
Stop.
Peyton, what's your answer?
It's the baby talk. I think if anyone actually heard it, they'd be like, "There's just no way." Like I could record ourselves doing that and like showing something. They're like, "It's not real. It's AI."
Cut the music.
Can you please do it?
Yeah, cut the music. Can I hear it?
No,
please.
I can't
Please.
You can do it to my wife in return.
Just say, "Bobby, I love you."
No.
Bobby, I love you.
No, that's not baby talk.
I can't do it.
That's not baby talk.
That's baby voice, though.
No, that's not even a good baby voice. Roy did this with his wife. It made me sick. It made me physically ill.
I knew somebody who, gosh, you can guess. We were doing draft coverage, and they said they were talking about a short corner. And they went, "He's a yiddle guy."
KT?
No.
877-88. Well, it won't be Wolchuk anymore. 877-881-1053. It's Ask. What an hour. What an hour. Bobby's cough laughing again. Jerry Jones coming up live at 8:30. A Brian Flores Cowboy update. Are they shutting that down in Minnesota? That is next. But first, let me go ahead. Now I'm sitting.
Hello, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour. Going to be tough to top the insanity that just happened in the 7 o'clock. We will try. Chop you out this week, Sean Sharif. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden along with you. Peyton, are you feeling better, by the way?
Yeah, I mean, still got a cough. It's just whenever I lay down. Like, if I try and go to sleep, I'll be fine the entire day. I'll lay down, and then I'll just start coughing. So it's really bad in the morning.
Are you sitting up sort of while you sleep? Because they say you should do that when you've got chest congestion.
No, I'm laying down like a normal person.
Well, the drainage will fall down there, and that's why it does it. That's why they encourage you to try and prop yourself up when you're sick.
At night and then laying down. The cough starts.
Laura, that's when she is hacking all night long because of that.
Or when I start laughing. Like Bobby comes in here, makes me laugh. We'll play some audio or something from that we'll play later on.
Don't say that.
I'm funny. What can I say?
Build his head up like that.
Take
Bobby,
that, Jerry Seinfeld.
Bobby, did you just turn off the mic because you're coughing?
Yes, because I'm telling you. If I'm like,
no. Ab muscles getting worked out today. Jerry Jones for the final time this season, coming up at 8:30. What are you expecting?
I don't know, because yesterday, I was even sitting there going, I don't know what to ask him. And then
you sent me 35 questions that I had to read.
It was 20.
In order.
It was 20.
20.
But no, it's because that's what I'm saying.
They were good questions.
I didn't have anything that I immediately was just like, oh, I need to get to this. So instead I had to just start thinking of let me think of every position group. Is there a question about the quarterback? Is there a question about the offensive line? And so I just started going through, but I don't know if he's going to come on here and be super critical of the defense, because we're in a weird position too. We don't usually.
I'm tired of that topic. I'm tired of that. Every week it's, all right, what's he going to say about Eberflus? What's he going to say about Eberflus? What's he going to say about the defense? We know the defense.
I guess I'm interested to know about how the hell does that thing happen with Logan Wilson?
Yeah.
I don't understand how the defensive coaches messed that up.
Yeah.
But, I mean,
they said it was coaching confusion.
We're in such a weird position, too, on this one because we're usually the interview 2 days after the game. And so he's already done a post-game interview, so now it's a little like, all right, well, there's not...
Post-mortem.
A lot of that stuff's already been covered with him, and I mean, what kind of a game is it anyway in terms of meaning? And now you're just kind of looking ahead to more general future questions, I think.
Brian Flores update, of course, Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com said that the Cowboys could be lurking for Flores as their next defensive coordinator. Well, Kevin O'Connell yesterday in Minnesota, he's trying to shut that down. I love Brian Flores. He's the guy that I identified 3 years ago. He's the guy I wanted. I love him. I think he loves me. We have good talks going on right now, but of course, he could be a head coaching candidate. So I don't think that the Dallas Cowboys are going to get Brian Flores, and now you have Bobby and others saying they should not get him.
Yeah, except I see you out there retweeting John Owning trying to sun me. No, I love John. And I understand what John's point is. So John Owning from PFF and I were just going back and forth a little bit yesterday about the idea of the kinds of changes that you would need to make. And I'd referenced it already. Cody Alexander from Match Quarters, he had talked about it, of just you need Savone Revel's not playing next year if Brian Flores is here. Donovan Ezeraku might not be playing next year.
Why?
Because he doesn't trust young players. He comes from the Belichick idea of young players are not to be trusted. And he wants veteran, high mental processors. And this is a defense that doesn't process very well. Now, where John would split, John believes they don't process well because of the coaching. So to him, he's like, I don't think these are just inept processors and communicators. They have a bad coach over them. And so to John, his whole thing is I think if you get Flores in here, these guys become better processors and better communicators and are able to handle more of what Flores wants.
Yeah, for 2 days I've been trying to think of a nicer way to say this, and I have failed at dressing it up. What you're basically saying or suggesting, Bobby, is that we would have to have a defensive IQ breakdown of our personnel before bringing in someone like Brian Flores. We're going to have to evaluate how smart or dumb certain guys are. I have no nicer way to say it. Football IQ, I guess. We have to measure, but really what I'm saying is this person, are these individuals, is that group, will they be smart enough to comprehend what he would be asking? Isn't that what this boils down to?
Yeah. But I mean, that's so...
Are you telling me that if the Minnesota Vikings, I guess your answer is going to be yes, but if the Cowboys and I guess this is the bad question to be asking because of the season we just watched, what level of defensive IQ do I have to have and a minimum of how many players to execute what Flores does?
Here's an example of what I'm talking about. I literally had just bookmarked this morning when I woke up. I saw it. I found it interesting, so I bookmarked it because I wanted to go back and look at it. And this is not the defensive side of the ball, but this is just an example. This is something that I had seen tweeted out. It was a note from the playbook of the Cleveland Browns from 2020. And it's on there. It's basically just a one sheet for their offensive line communication and terminology that they'd given to the players. And it said the basics of our communication are... And a lot of people can follow this, but I think some people are going to hear this and go how do they keep up with that all the time? 1, identifying and communicating the defensive front. There are only 5 fronts in football: odd, under, over, even, and jam. 2, identifying and communicating the mic point or protection point. The center and quarterback work together identifying the point. 3, we will all be responsible to communicate the alignment levels. Level 1, down hand on near tip of the ball. Level 2, down hand on center's toes. Level 3, down hand on center's heels. 4, sharing information. And it goes on. There's 20 points on this. And that's just hey, here's just basics of what you're supposed to do before you start getting into terminology and everything else. It's not people who have trouble with processing or communication within defense. It's not everybody's good at it in football. It is something that's why it's such an impressive thing when Sean Lee knows everything, or whenever Leighton Vander Esch knows everything, or when they talk about Javonte Williams having an awareness of everything and how it operates. That's why it's impressive. So, yeah, when you've got Harrison Smith and Cameron Bynum and Byron Murphy and guys who are really high-level processors. That's why scouts a lot of times in certain teams, it's like, yeah, that's one of the things you have to look for. You have to look for processing, coachability, teachability, mental recall. Like, these are all things that you got to look out for. It's just, this is a team that has struggled to communicate whether they're in cover 3 or cover 2.
Is it unfair to ask you, like, the top 5 most intelligent defensive players on the team?
I can know certain guys are intelligent. DeMarvion Overshown is, I know the way that he, like, they talk about the way that he processes and the way that he does things. Kenny Clark gets high marks for that. You wouldn't be able, you can watch the guy who consistently gets high marks from people when you talk to the team in the secondary, who maybe gets killed publicly, that people on the team will tell you, like, no, he knows what he's doing, is Malik Hooker. Is that they'll say Hooker generally knows where things are, where guys are supposed to be, is really good at communicating that. So I just think at the corner position specifically, they've had issues communicating what they're doing.
Cody Alexander did tweet, Jerry is not buying Flores a brand new 6-pack. You'll move to a 3-4 in year 1. The 2 linebackers you probably want to keep are both 220. Not ideal for this defense. Diggs and Wilson gone. Okay, who are you bringing in? Who is your Mike? The Vikings defense you see today was 3 years in the making. Are y'all that patient? So that's not going to happen.
Imagine
and why would you come here if you're Brian Flores anyway, unless the money, which Jerry sometimes is not known to play in the waters of, is that much more than what the Vikings would offer. And that is assuming no one hires Flores as their head coach.
So Harrison Smith, for instance, the thing that was really impressive, Schottenheimer gave him a lot of credit for this too after they had lost to Minnesota. Harrison Smith is standing at the safety position to start the snap, or when they break the huddle. He will then walk down to the line of scrimmage, and he's giving you the look like he might blitz. Well, you're trying to get him to commit and show what he's going to do before you snap the ball. He doesn't fall for cadence very easily. So he walks it up, and then the ball snapped, and sometimes he goes. Sometimes he drops to the middle. Sometimes he drops to, bracket a receiver. It's the ability to be on top of that and process it and know, like, that's just one aspect of it that you wouldn't trust your current safeties with.
What did the past correctly predict about the present? What did they get right about 2025? Another end of the year show clip highlight, and Jerry Jones for the final time this season next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But fast breaks, buzzer beaters.
They're brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Jerry Jones for the final time this season with us, coming up at 8:30. Of course, you hear him Fridays with the KNC Masterpiece at 10:30. It's Sean Tree from Bobby Bell with you this week. Choppy off on vacation. Did you see the Anthony Joshua accident?
Dude, that was like when I saw the headline at first, I was like, this is fake, right? Like this is like a story that's circulating just because he was in the news recently. But like then when the videos came out of him getting pulled out of the car and stuff, that was wild.
Why is his shirt off while he's getting pulled out of the car?
I don't know. Like, I mean, and he looked like he was, it was this SUV.
This was in Nigeria.
Yeah, he was in Nigeria. And I guess he was with two of his friends or trainers or something. But they were driving in an SUV. He was in the middle row. And I guess those two were up front. And there was this really bad car accident where that front end just got destroyed and the two in the front seat got killed, and Anthony Joshua had injuries and had to be kind of helped out of the car. But man, that's just, if I could think of anywhere I wouldn't want to be for something like that to happen, it would be like, you know, a country like Nigeria or just somewhere there where it feels like, am I going to get the resources instantly that I need to be able to get help? Because he's just getting dragged out by people, and there's a bunch of people just standing around taking photos. There's not a lot of aid being rendered right there. But, I mean, that was just a wild story yesterday.
Well, the other frightening aspect of this is the accident happened as a result of a burst tire on the vehicle. That caused the driver to lose control and for it to swerve into the stationary truck parked along the road. All I've been doing this week is putting air in all the tires of the cars.
Because of the cold weather draining them?
Yeah. That's all I've been doing. You know, hazard light, exclamation point, air pressure, tire pressure. So I've been just sitting there taking all the cars to put air in the tires, and then I sit here and read this story.
How often, and you've already made those changes, but how often do you see a news story like this or just something else and it causes you to start changing behaviors temporarily that you didn't even think about?
All the time.
I see so many of these stories of like, oh, somebody young died this way. Like, and it's like, oh, an aneurysm killed somebody? All right, I got to start Googling around how do I minimize the risk of aneurysms and things like that. And so this is awful.
What did the fortune tellers get right about the year that's about to end?
So Gallup had surveyed people about, this was almost 30 years ago, this was 1998, and they had just surveyed them on a series of questions and asked them, hey, what do you think is likely to have happened and not happened by the year 2025? So they were looking 27 years into the future, and they were pretty correct on a lot of this. People in 1998 had good forward vision. Now, the only problem is that they were a very pessimistic bunch in a lot of ways. The thing they were most certain would happen, 75% of respondents in 1998, the emergence of a deadly new disease would happen by 2025. Got that? 74% said gay marriages would become commonplace. 69% believed the country will have elected a black president by 2025. Here's one that they missed. 68% believed physician-assisted suicide would become commonplace, which it definitely has not. The country will have elected a woman president. 66% thought that would have happened. Here's where they were a little more optimistic.
That won't happen until Bobby loses his vote.
This is a little bit surprising. 60% believed AIDS and cancer would be cured by 2025. Which I feel like everybody's always just been like, we're working towards it with cancer. But I felt like people have always thought kind of like that's something that's kind of probably going to always be with us.
Well, I don't know. Speaking of pessimistic and cynical, you know, I can never get the thought out of my mind that the powers that be don't want it to ever be cured because of the money.
Yeah.
You know, because of
Kristen believes. Oh, Kristen's got her whole conspiracy theory.
Get her back on the phone, Peyton.
The food companies make people sick, and they're in cahoots with the doctors to provide the resources to get them healthy, only to get them sick by the food supply again.
Wow,
she's all about her whole thing is that.
She wear a Holland jersey.
56%. Most stores will be replaced by shopping on the internet. 52% believe most people will be working from home. That was not true. The things they didn't think would happen, most people did not think that cars would be replaced by mass transportation. They did not believe that cloning of humans would be commonplace. And they also believed that space travel would not be common for ordinary Americans. So a little bit pessimistic, but ultimately pretty much correct on all those fronts.
All right, we continue with our show clip End of year review.
Yeah, and one of our favorite things is you guys will snitch tag Sean when he's out. Whenever you say that we're misbehaving, is that when you're like, oh, come on, Sean's not there. No adult is there to stop them from doing things. So I, throughout the year, whenever anybody would snitch tag on Twitter when Sean was out, I would make a note of whatever it was, and I was going to go back and play some of them.
Oh,
so these are.
I haven't heard these.
These are just some of the things that you guys tattled to us about. This is Cut 8, Peyton. This is back when we were doing Ask Reddit, which we did today. Eric Chiafalo sat in for it, and Peyton gave a pretty aggressive answer and then a more aggressive answer.
You just passed away, and you're allowed to be reborn, but not as a human. You got to be something else. What do you want to be?
See, you guys got this wrong. You guys went with animals, birds, creatures. I'd rather just be like a sports bra.
Oh, wasn't that the question? I'd be an animal?
No, you passed away and are allowed to be reborn, but not as a human.
Oh, yeah.
A shower head or something,
Hey, no, okay, we're done. We're done. We're done.
All right, that's enough. All right, thanks, Eric. Holy cow.
That's not tattleable.
Well, they did. They tattled you.
Those are great answers.
This was the first time we got tattled. This was the first tattling of the year. This was back in January. And it was the first time that Peyton hit one of the most historic drops in the history of the station.
So they thought that this guy, Omar Omran, disappeared and died in that Civil War 27 years ago. That turned out to not be the case, Bobby.
How did he die?
He didn't die.
What?
He was, let's see, 2 football fields away.
2 fields.
2 football fields away at a neighbor's house, kidnapped in a hole in the house.
All praise to Allah.
Good God. Good God, Peyton.
Literally.
Jeez.
The story was boring. I had to hype it up a little bit. It was bad.
Gosh, by the time RJ was done with delivering it, Jerry's on now. How long is that going to take? I thought it was like pause and dramatic effect. You can always tell when RJ is setting up a story because we crosstalk with K and C right after.
Yeah, exactly. And then one more quick one. This is just 20 seconds. This is Fred Davis getting a little out of hand during crosstalk.
Anyway, you're taping your wrist.
Oh well, I've got a wrist problem, man. And pause. It's just I like to get myself a stranger every now and again, but no.
All right.
It started. Very
I like it.
I don't.
Tendinitis of the wrist.
I don't even think we should have replayed that, let alone not dump it.
Yeah, Bobby.
Live here on DFW. There's more cough laughing taking place along with Jerry Jones for the final time this season. The Cowboys owner and general manager joins us next. season, the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, here on Sean and RJ. Choppy out this week. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt here on the morning show with Jerry, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Hey, guys. Doing just fine and getting ready to go up to New York.
Man, what other city do you go to more than New York outside of DFW? More meetings?
Well, I'm getting ready to go up there to play a football game Sunday.
Oh, my bad.
No problem. But the bottom line is that we do go up there a lot because that's where the league's offices are. It seems, for the rest of the country, it seems a little directed to be going up in that corner of it, but that's the way it is. And that's why I'm up there a lot is we have those meetings, but it's not uncommon to go up there and come back in the very same day.
Jerry, since this is our final one for the year and you are now a broadcasting Hall of Famer, I was going to throw a curveball at you and ask what you thought we should start with today. Like, what is on that Jerry Jones notepad of 1, 2, 3 that you think we should cover and talk about?
Well, I would start really with the game Sunday. And candidly, and I'm going to sway that to some degree because that's the level of importance we're putting Sunday at. And consequently, I think how we play that game, we're going to start Dak and certainly going to be doing the kinds of things that now how we use Dak, where we use him, those kinds of things. Let's just make that a part of the game plan that we really won't talk about. But still, we think it's so important to us to have that game with the same, if you will, feeling. Not only in preparation for it, but hopefully afterwards that we had against Washington the other day. Winning is important. You really don't play that many games when you think about it over the course of a football year, which starts to some degree when you have a comeback. But we're talking about it. Sunday's important to us. We'll put the best team that we can put out there, and we'll keep them out there.
Yeah, Jerry, I was going to ask you, we asked Shoddy this with his extensive history. Can you remember a carryover effect that applied to finishing a year strong that wasn't a postseason year? And you're like, no, that momentum really did have an effect because as fans, and you've done a great job of acknowledging like what fans want and higher draft picks and getting excited about all that stuff. We're like, is there really a carryover? Is there really a momentum to finishing the year with 1 or 2 straight wins?
Well, the only time that you avoid that is when you don't like the way you played in that last game. And so you dismiss it. You do all these human things that minimize the importance of it. On the other hand, if it was done well, turned out well, then you emphasize the importance of it. I used to have a college coach who used to say that you remember what you do in November. And so he was always pushing the need to finish strong, no matter where you stood with your record. It's important for us to, especially since we've got some key players that had to evolve this year because of injury. Overshone's one that I'm thinking of. And they had to evolve. You say, well, is that not how they got there this year, late in the year, because they were recovering from an injury the year before? That's good, but that's all relative. Really, your experience is that you can get hurt on the practice field, so it's kind of hard to play that judgment factor unless it's close in. Now, I'm a big believer in watching it. If you were going to play in the first playoff game in a short period of time, then I might be a little protective of a player at the last preseason game if it didn't mean anything.
Jerry, you gave up one of your 5th-round picks in the upcoming draft for Joe Milton. Why not give him this chance to perform and get those reps to get better?
Well, let's just talk about what are we talking about? 30 reps, 40 reps. Last week, of course, was an aberration because we just didn't have that many offensive reps. Defensive snaps. So if he'd been a defensive player, he didn't get wouldn't have had the opportunity for many snaps. But no, I think it's more important to have the continuity with what we've got with our, relatively speaking, young offensive line. I'd like to see them go out on a strong note. And I would like to see Dak really continue to do some of the things that he's done this year. One thing that happened, and Schottenheimer had a lot to do with this, is that was deliberate to put Dak in a position to have the kind of year he had this year. And so getting that ball out quicker, doing some things in the running game that take some of the pressure hits, if you will, off Dak, doing things like that. I think I'd want to go up there in that game and practice that for us. Not practice it, it's real deal.
Jerry Jones with us here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, did you guys... It's a similar situation, I guess, sort of in terms of the pick that was used to acquire Milton as it was with Trey Lance. Did you guys learn anything from your time with Trey Lance that you want to do differently with Joe Milton?
Well, I think learn is good. Do differently maybe is an exaggeration. I think you count on instincts. Whatever you do that works a little bit for you, you use that going forward. I couldn't be bright-lined on you there and say, we did this, we should have done that. Not at all. And I just think we looked at where Trey Lance was. We looked at the numbers. We looked at where we were with Dak. And we thought we would head out in a different direction as far as the backup and the development of a quarterback.
You know, Jerry, we got a lot of Longhorn fans listening to us. I know you got a Longhorn and your grandson. And so a lot of fans are wondering, like, why hasn't Jaden Blue gotten a chance to get active and get into these games? What is the reason for that?
Well, you've had some players that not to be trite, but my goodness, what a year Williams has had. And so there you go. That takes a lot of the snaps right there. And, of course, Davis has also, I think, had as well or as good a year or maybe better than we could have expected. So you'd hope there's a lot of competition out there. There is. He can get a shot at getting in there and having getting in some plays Sunday up there against the Giants. I'm talking Williams now. Blue.
You said on Friday that you didn't know why Logan Wilson didn't get a chance to play, that you guys had expected him to. I know Steven said yesterday that after you guys had communicated with the coaching staff a little bit, that it came down to essentially confusion with the rotation or things like that. Is that a satisfactory answer to you as to why Logan Wilson didn't get in?
Well, first of all, I think that we're very limited on our snaps. But frankly, I think he does bring a lot to the table. And I bring it up and noted it is that I thought it would have helped our defense to have him in there, man, because of what he does bring, which is instincts. And one of the things that we've needed is when we call the play and it's those linebackers filling in the right gaps. So he's had a reasonably good experience, although it has been limited since he got here. But I really didn't know that he hadn't had the snaps until I was asked about it after the ball game. So I'm sure they'll tighten that up and straighten that up and make sure that the coach that is responsible for getting him in the game will do better.
Yeah, Jerry, I think fans are trying to figure out whether that coaching confusion is should we view it as alarming at this point in time in the year, being so late, or does it happen a lot more often than we know?
Well, I'll go back to Don Shula. I was talking with Don before he passed away, and he said, I don't see how coaches do it. He said, I couldn't coach. because you're dealing with staffs of 25 coaches, 30 coaches, and just organizing the staff becomes a real challenge relative to putting a team together. And so numbers of coaches create its own challenges. And so you do have if you will, an organization, a certain delegation of responsibility. Everybody listening knows that. You've been a part of it all your lives. And when it breaks down, it breaks down. And you had a little breakdown there. Is it uncommon for there to be a breakdown in coaching responsibility? No, at the risk of criticizing coaching, which I'm not. But anytime you get that number of people checking off and basically delegating, then you're going to have some slips. It goes with the numbers of coaches you have today.
Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, you've always been a big believer. I also subscribe to experience, osmosis, Schottenheimer, Mike Nolan, guys who have been there, been around. A former head coach should be invaluable experience. Has the results of the defense this year made you kind of change or rethink your philosophy on all the skins on the wall and how much experience someone needs to have?
That's certainly I liked the experience level and liked how we had arrived at the makeup of experience on our staff, and in particular defense. Now, make no mistake about it, everybody had their finger in what we did out there defensively, everybody. And so it's not just a one-man blame at all. And I say that because therein lies what you got to sit down and figure out what, if anything, you want to change. And so we'll get to that pronto. Everybody involved in this thing is, I'm sure, been thinking ahead about how to adjust out of results this year. But the main thing in football is that it is rare when you have one coach or one player that is the cause or the solution to the problem. And that's the main thing I'd like to emphasize to anybody listening. We're trying to solve the problem and try to get better where we are. And one guy is not going to do that.
Jerry, you talk about, what Brian Schottenheimer's done this year. You had mentioned earlier in the year, hey, he was having to spend a little more time in the defensive room. Then you see those kind of rotation lapses that are going to. Have you given any consideration, or what consideration might you give this offseason to having someone else call plays so Schotty is more free to kind of manage the overall team aspects?
Again, no, I have not. And I'm very pleased with what we've done. If you're talking about calling the plays on the offensive side of the ball, I like the way we've done that. Now, he may decide that, and his staff may decide that they want to do things differently, and I would respect that. But I like what we've done. We felt good about it coming in. It has worked very, very well. He'd be the first to tell you there are times that if we could have complemented, kept the ball in some situations or basically had better execution, that we would have helped the defense out, but that's always the case. No, I'm fine with the way we have approached offense going forward. We have our eye before the season started, and really when we extended Dak, we knew where we were going and the points of emphasis on that offense. And that's one of the reasons that Schottenheimer was kind of in the driver's seat as far as the entire coaching staff and being the head coach, is because we thought he was an integral part of continuing the success and continuing Dak's ability to get us where we're trying to go. With all of that in mind, I do expect him to do that, and I expect not him, but I expect the structure to give us a better result over in other areas of the team. And everybody always does this, but this year, of course, it's pretty easy to pick on that defense. And but let me say this one more time: it's not all Uberflus at all. And he has buy-offs all the way through the coaching staff and the organization as to the things he was doing to try to play defense. So that's a team-wide breakdown for us not to play better defense than we've had. Not an Uberflus breakdown per se, just him.
Jerry, with that being said, what do you think were some of the defensive personnel misses that you guys had this year?
Well, I think we have probably the one that I think was the most impactful is that we had a high expectation in our secondary. And I thought we would be good at all phases of it. We were new coming in with the linebackers, which can be a part of the secondary. But that secondary is because of various reasons. But the secondary really had issues regarding personnel, time on the field, time at practice. We weren't ambitious. We knew that some of those guys would be getting back and their limited NFL experience when they did get back from injury. And so I would say that's the area that just as the year before, I'll remind you, and you wouldn't necessarily remember it, but I thought our offensive line the year before, Mike McCarthy, was the letdown that really was glaring for us as to what we were thinking we'd have. I'd say your secondary this year.
Jerry Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Jerry, how did the Micah deal work out in the end with the way you thought it would when you did it?
Well, I first of all wish Micah obviously the greatest recovery and know him and know that he probably had a very similar reaction that Michael Irvin had, and that was Michael Irvin got better when he rehabbed from a serious injury. So that's good from that standpoint. I like our numbers. I like our numbers that we had on the field this year. We had at least two players out there, a big part of this year for one. And so I liked our numbers. I like the quality of our numbers out there with our Clark and with Williams out there. So, and I do directly point to that. I like our numbers in the future. And that's what it was all about, is being able to have 4, possibly 6, however you want to ultimately allocate the benefit of having that available salary cap room as well as those picks to add to your team.
You know, Jerry, given the really excellent returns your personnel department got this year on George Pickens, Javonte Williams, Jadeveon Clowney, it was a really good year for the offseason moves that you guys made. Has that shifted your perspective at all on building more of your roster with outside personnel?
No, they're all outside. They weren't on the team this year, whether you draft them or not, if that's what we're talking about. But they're all outside, and that is a very good point. The same thinking that brought Pickens in, the same thinking that brings Wilson in, the same thinking that brings in anybody in is the same thoughts that apply to the whole show. And so, we have, I thought, really brought some guys that came in, played well. And I thought we had some draft picks out there that I thought did very well. Booker, to name one of them, and certainly number 41. And again, we've got some good work being done there, but it's not enough. We'll look to be bringing some people from, let's say, the pro ranks in and measure that. we let some guys get out of here that had some pretty good, that played better than I maybe thought they might have played. I'm applauding Lawrence up in Seattle, and he's had a great year. And, of course, what happens is when you normally make a decision like that, it has everything to do with where you are financially as well as where you are with you don't want progress stoppers. If you've got youth, then you want to clear the way so that youth has a chance to play. So all of that comes in consideration when making a call here.
Jerry, when you talk about pro players, you've already made the move for Quinnen Williams. Would you prefer to hold on to the remaining picks you have this offseason, or if the right deal came along, would you be willing to entertain parting with more of the first-round picks you have?
Well, we don't have any I don't have any predetermined plan without the deal in front of you, and you want to always be ready to advantage of an opportunity. But right at this time, at the end of the season with the draft coming up, there's a reason why draft picks this time of year become at such a premium, because you're going into that draft, and that's logical, and that's what happens. After the draft, the players are more the premium, and the picks are a little less valuable. And so that's why if you're trying to collect picks, the best time to do it's after the draft, not before the draft. But, no, I really like the way we've set the table, both from the standpoint of players we have, as well as, frankly, compared to where we were this time last year. I think we've improved ourselves for going forward with the salary cap. And I think we've also put some people in places, particularly in the interior on the defense, that's going to serve us well for several years to come. That's why we made the trades we made.
Jerry, George Pickens, he's on the mind of several hopeful Cowboys fans. He has become a big fan favorite. You see a lot of 3 jerseys out there in the stands at AT&T Stadium. He is, of course, represented by David Mulugeta, just like Micah Parsons was. Do you guys anticipate negotiating with David or directly with George this offseason?
I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Probably both. But I certainly intend to be speaking with George, and I always have, always do.
Jerry, I wanted to ask you about your resolve, or how much self-doubt ever creeps in with you. You guys have had a lot of regular season success. We know the numbers. But obviously you haven't gotten to where you've wanted to go for 30 years. When you're planning ahead and thinking of the next move, how much self-doubt ever creeps in? Like, this hasn't gotten me where I wanted for 3 decades. Why do I think that this line of thinking or this resolve will break through again?
Well, let's picture a gold miner out in the old 49er days of California, and picture that gold miner. And he'd swung that pick hundreds and thousands of times. His old hands calloused and his old back screwed up because he's been throwing that pick around all those years. Yet the next pick, it could be the gold strike. And you got it. With the next pick, the only way that might not happen is to not have that pick in your hand swinging it. And so we're keeping swinging. And that's the way I operate. And I've had really the majority of the things in my life have most of the time when you hit that pick, you got rock. But every now and then that gold pops up there. And that's why you keep swinging.
Jerry,
no matter how many times.
Jerry, we had you start the interview, so let's have you finish it. Is there anything else you'd like to say to the fan base about the season, or anything else just to recap?
Absolutely, I would very much to all of our fans, not just the ones listening. But we made a big decision 2 years ago when we basically extended Dak and made him the emphasis on our roster going forward. And what we do has been to get that in shape to get us to the playoffs and get us to the big game, Super Bowl. We made steps toward that, believe it or not. We have. And we have enhanced the offensive line. We've enhanced the receiving core, the running core around that. And so I feel very good about where we are there. Now, we've got to get in there and be more solid. We can't just depend totally on turnovers. Now, you can't be void of turnovers, but we've got to have a more solid defense. That's disappointing this year. We will get better on defense. I promise you that.
Jerry, it's been an absolute treat throughout the entire year. We're going to miss you until we do it again. Thank you so much for the interviews and the time.
Thanks, guys.
Jerry Jones, for the final time this football season, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. A ton to react to. Final hour, Tolo Tuesday, next. But let me go ahead and get you hooked up with the Tolo team of attorneys at
D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Woo! Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. We got Aiden, we got Peyton. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell. The Chopster is listening and reacting to Jerry Jones and the final regular season interview with us, KNC, Friday at 10:30, along with you on the Franklin Franco text line at 877-881-1053. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com at 9:20.
Is that a little bit of choppy FOMO? Is that what that is?
I was like, what?
I don't know that he's ever
from
texted
me or
us.
from Chop?
From Chop. I don't know if he's ever texted us when he's been off, like reacting to anything on the air.
Yeah, sometimes he'll have a random comment here and there, but
he certainly missed the Jeter and Seinfeld side swipes. So
I know, Choppy. I defended Seinfeld for you, man. These idiots defending Friends and shooting down Seinfeld.
Hi, Hagee.
Is this a bag put down
No,
or
this is
a commentary from Kevin?
I knew he would. Who pissed you off today? Was it Jerry?
Well, what segment did you just finish?
Yeah, I don't know. You could have been coming in here for my Seinfeld shots. I don't know.
Please.
So, great interview, by the way.
Thank you.
It was very informative and entertaining. But the last thing that Jerry Jones said...
You guys have him Friday, by the way?
Yes, we do.
That'll be the final one.
Yeah, this was the penultimate.
Oh, I like that. Love that word.
That word.
Oh, what?
Fancy for me,
Just
Kevin.
say next to last.
Yeah.
So the thing that he said at the very end, and one of the things that I always take from this interview, I don't know if you're the same way, is like, I can think how I think, you can think how you think, but like more often than not, I feel like he really gives you insight into what he's thinking. And I think that gold rush analogy that he uses is so freaking flawed. If you go look, because I'm a nerd, the history of the gold rush. Do you know the people who really got rich? It's those who adjusted. Now, sure, there's people who dug for gold and mined for gold who made lots of money. That's true. But you know who mostly made all of the money? The people who pivoted and they're like, what if we bought up all the supplies and sold those to the miners? What if we bought up additional plots of land? What if we put up blah, 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 like all this different stuff. So I get what he's saying, but when he says, if you stop swinging, you can't win. False, false, false. If you pivot to a smarter direction, that's how you win. And I hate that he said that, but also I know that's how he feels.
I love the history lesson, number one. My mind went there too. Tolo Chris was texting me. My mind went right to the documentary. That damn oil field hitting.
Yeah.
That last one he invested in?
That gave him the justification and the billions of dollars.
He found his lucky penny, and he's always going to go by that lucky penny.
Why would you? It allows you to drag it out. Well, there's two different. Why would you?
I mean, I know I would.
You know what I mean? Like, we all have to be able to pretend to sit in Jerry's throne and say, man, for 30 years, I can drag this out and say, I hit, and when I do hit, I'll be able to say, I told you so. Or say, man, the city that I'm basically the unofficial sports mayor of suffers every single year. But that damn oil hit that gave him the Dallas Cowboys allows him to drag this out till the end of time. That's what I was thinking.
214 says, y'all are surprised that Jerry's team building philosophy is from 1855.
Yeah, no, that's a great point. I'm not surprised.
It's not the team building philosophy. It's the justification for him to just keep calling the shots.
And that's one of the things, I don't know if you guys feel this way coming out of the interviews. I think this sometimes is I feel like people, they don't usually get what they want from the interview because the entire...
He didn't quit and resign.
Yeah, the entire interview is not like a hacky Dale Hansen, let's do the same interview 80 times in a row kind of thing.
With a cool signature under it.
But like he answers the question just in a weird way. He doesn't usually answer questions in a linear fashion. Like when you asked, oh, you had success with these three players. What about going more with the outside players? well,
they're all outside when
they're
you think
all
about
outside
it.
players. And I was like, man, I really like the way you set up that question. But who would have thought that you saying outside players as opposed to free agency would allow him to opine about what really is football and outside players? And I was like, damn it. And so those are the things that I understand.
He will answer like a wizard with a riddle to cross a troll bridge or something.
Yes.
But like he goes, I couldn't tell. He starts answering it and he goes, what is outside players? They're all outside players when you think about it, blah, blah, blah. And then he said, but it's a good point. And I could not tell if he was saying my question was a good point or like the point he just made was like, that was a good point, guys.
I thought it was your question was my interpretation.
I thought he was complimenting his view that everybody's outside.
Kevin Hagelin in studio reacting to Jerry Jones.
And just since you guys said, hey, that's what we're going to do, and I know usually that's the 9 o'clock segment, I was like, all right, I need to get in on this because...
we don't have anything to replay.
I got something we can replay at the end of this segment, one of our look-back audios that includes Kevin.
Oh, no.
And that you haven't heard yet.
I kind of wish I kind of wish that...
Didn't come in here.
I wasn't here. But the other thing that he said that, like, I just don't understand. I'll never understand it, but I know the bottom line is, well, it doesn't matter. You don't get to make the decision. But the line of thinking about Trey Lance and Joe Milton, on one hand, we're going to start, and he said, I'm going to steer this interview in the direction of talking about the Giants game. Sorry, Sean, I fell for you in that moment when you're like, oh, what are you doing in New York? And I was like, come on, dude.
It's Tuesday.
I know.
He's usually flying out to a meeting.
No, I know. But the way...
He winked a little bit, though. They're like, not that kind of meeting. Like, we're not in trouble, guys.
But, like... This game is so important. You got to win it. You got to win it. And then later in the interview, what about seeing Joe Milton? Well, I mean, who cares? How many snaps is it really? 30 or 40? And I was like, you just said this is like the most important game ever. And then also, we'll see how the game ebbs and flows. All right, so if it's a close game, there's no chance Dak is coming out of the game because we got to win this
I came away with it thinking Dak is going to start then sit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like 99% feeling that way.
There's just miscommunication from the coaches and they didn't know the rotation.
Yeah.
And then somebody doesn't get in for the entire football game.
Happens all the time. And then I believe it was your question, Sean.
Was it a good one?
It was a good one. It was a very good one.
It was mine.
About the carryover of finishing out the regular season.
The momentum.
Yeah, and then him saying, well, if it goes well, you can build on it. If it doesn't, you're like, don't worry about it. And I thought, that does not seem to kind of undercut this entire philosophy going into Sunday.
It's so convenient. What else? What were your big takeaways, Bob?
The random cover for Eberflus a little bit. He keeps like alternating.
I believe you mean Uberflus. That is the next level iteration of Eberflus.
He keeps
because he's going to be in an Uber soon.
He keeps alternating between just destroying him and then being like, guys, it's not all his fault,
right?
I don't know if that's just to keep interest in like, hey, I could make this. I thought it was interesting that he has always said, not on anybody's timeline. I make decisions when I make them.
Yep.
Okay. And on this one, he said there's some urgency to get to like make it. He said pronto. There's got to make pronto decisions. So that sounds like
I feel like
Black Monday will be Black Monday this year.
And I feel like he's like fallen on the sword a little bit, not bowing down to the fans. I need to come up with he's
taking more accountability for the players that they
because they missed him back-to-back years.
Yeah,
these other years you can be a little bit more defiant and challenge you guys in the final interview when it's the second round playoff game or it's a postseason loss.
Right.
Like, hey, we still had a good year, okay? Don't be coming to me after a 12-win regular season, but after this and last year, it felt like Jerry throughout the entire season. I don't know if you guys felt the same way. This arguably could have been, I'm just talking from a broadcasting standpoint. I think this was probably Jerry's best interview season that I've ever experienced with him.
We got through the whole year with no fights. You thought we were going to get a fight this year.
Yeah.
He got. I wondered if we were going to get it this year, at the end, just to bring it full circle. But he didn't give us a fight.
I felt like he was more honest, more sincere, more accountable. Now it's not going to lead to anything in terms of the GM spot, but at least on our show, I felt like that was arguably Jerry's best interview season ever, and I think a lot of it had to do with them not being succcisul.
Okay, and so I don't disagree with you.
He said, I don't want to disrespect the fans even more than what our record is.
Okay, but would you argue, because you just had it was kind of like a sarcastic throwaway comment, but I don't think you're wrong. Not that any of that's going to actually change. Do you think that's more disrespectful to the fans to give BS lip service, but at least you were friendly about it, as opposed to...
I don't know if he is giving BS lip service.
Well, if he's not going to do anything about it, isn't that the definition of lip service?
He's owning his part in it. He didn't say that necessarily means he'll change it. But he's I missed this year, but I anticipate not missing next year. But yeah, I own that this year I missed. So I think that's how he's...
Yeah, I mean, the lip service to the GM role, but the things I wrote down, Dak is going to start then sit, in my opinion.
By the way, fun opportunity on Underdog then to maybe hit that lower on Dak Prescott passing yards.
What is it at?
It's like 270. I'm gonna double check on that, but yeah,
it is the Giants though. So even if he plays one,
you know what? That is the balancing act. That is.
I think Jaden Blue could see some Giant action. When I asked him, after he defended Eberflus to a degree, I'm like, okay, well then, what personnel did you miss on? He went right to the secondary.
Mm-hmm.
He went to the.
And then loved in linebackers too, which I thought was fair.
Yes,
he loved Revel. He kept talking up Revel like, hey, when we get Revel back, and then Revel's not been good.
Yeah, no, not at all.
The Micah numbers.
Might argue that about Overshown too.
4 to 6 players. I hear that. 4 to 6 players from the Micah deal.
Okay, can we stop on that, because I thought that was a big deal, and I'm really glad you guys asked about that. I thought that was very clear. His line of thinking, if you didn't like the Micah deal, they think it's worked out just fine.
Yeah.
With Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, and what's going to happen is they're going to fold in George Pickens to that, and then obviously you have the 2 first-round draft picks.
I don't believe they regret at all. I don't think anybody in there regrets moving on from.
And I feel like his answer really indicated that.
Would he give us an indicator though? Otherwise.
I think he might just kind of talk. I don't think he would talk so definitively. He might kind of talk around he's a great player, and he would just kind of talk in circles.
Bobby, I wrote down pro ranks to measure ? What was that about when he was kind of talking about maybe some other people to assess from the outside?
When I had asked him about adding people from the outside, and he went on that, what is outside? Really think about it. When he went into the philosopher mode, he then finally circled back and went, if we're talking about pros, veterans from other teams that we might bring back, and then he also made sure to say, or some people we let go that we shouldn't have. DeMarcus Lawrence has played really well. I think he's just talking about, we need to look at retaining veterans that we would normally let walk away, and we need to look at adding outside free agents.
Can I ask you a question about that? Do you feel that same way about coaching at all? Because I know a lot of people have talked about Al Harris and the success he's had away from here as maybe in cooperation with the downturn of some of our defensive backs.
Some of them maybe. A lot of people felt like Al Harris did a really good job with Deron Bland. There were a lot of people who are not fans of Al Harris here.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh. I have to admit that surprises me.
877-881-1053 for your takeaways. Any final ones before Tommy?
I think it's funny that he still won't just say, we're going to negotiate with George Pickens' agent.
Oh! Yes! So that's what Choppy texted about. He goes, you haven't learned not to talk to George directly?
I was listening to that question, and in my car, it was almost like you're watching a scary movie. I was like, don't do it. Don't do it. How easy would it be we'll talk to the agent?
I think it would have been great if he just
help it.
I just would have loved it if he would have just gone, George. And then he didn't say anything else. I was like, please do that. But he didn't go there.
He couldn't help it. The logical answer is, we'll talk to the agent. But of course, he's like, we'll talk to George. Probably everybody,
Thank you, Kev. Appreciate it. Kevin Hagelin just had to pop in and react to the Jerry Jones interview. We'll play that KNC clip at 9:40 in Crosstalk. Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com to react to Jerry after this. And this
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
Crosstalk with KNC coming up at 9:40. Sean Shreve, Bobby Belt with you this week. Choppy out on vacay. Tommy Yarsh joining us from DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Tommy. What did you take from Jerry Jones about an hour ago?
Good morning, guys. First of all, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays for everybody. Hope you guys had a good time with your families. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff. Number one, when you guys asked him where do they think they missed personnel-wise on defense, looking at the secondary, I think that's certainly accurate. I think you could go a lot of different areas with that. You could go linebackers, you could go pass rush, but I think secondary certainly has been, an issue where they, even if they do upgrade, do you really have as good of a year given that your pass rush isn't getting home? Who knows? But I thought that was accurate. Talking about Dak Prescott, I wouldn't expect. I'm maybe this is just me thinking because usually conventional wisdom in the NFL is, all right, if you're out of the playoffs in this last game, you rest your starters, or if they play, they don't play much. But we could have said that going into last week, and Dak played a full game. So who knows? But I think Joe Milton will get some run on Sunday, and then. Just continuing to talk about the defense, and hey, we'll get to that pronto in terms of changes after the season. It's not on one coach or one player that's really the cause of the solution to the problem. So, look, defensively, they're going to have a lot of conversations if it's not just one person or one coach, because there's certainly a lot to fix.
Tommy, one of the things that stuck out to us is when he was talking about pro players and people from the outside, but then he specifically talked about guys they let go that had better years and reconsideration he might give, but he specifically talked about DeMarcus Lawrence. Who do you think kind of fits that bill to where Jerry might be changing his mind on hey, let's give a closer look to bringing that guy back? Would it be a player that they would normally go maybe a hooker or somebody like that he's hey, let's slow down. Let's see if there's something that can be salvaged here because they were put in a bad context?
Well, that's a good question. I think Hooker fits that bill. Yeah, rare. I think Hooker fits that bill. I could see any one of the, we talk a lot about how they've got $60 million at the defensive tackle position going into next year. If they decide to move some of that around, like a Kenny Clark or something, I think that could be one where you're like, oh man, that would be tough. Really there, but maybe even as shocking as it may sound, given how much he has, how much he hasn't produced this year in terms of sacks, but Dante Fowler, it wouldn't shock me at all if he went to a different scheme, kind of more of like a Dan Quinn style scheme, and started to rack up the sack numbers again. There's a couple of different guys, and so that just kind of begs the question, is this, it all goes back to, is it scheme or is it personnel? And I think that, you'll certainly have your answers elsewhere in terms of what other guys are doing in different settings. That doesn't mean it's the end-all, be-all that, okay, it's the scheme that's causing the issue for these players, but it's certainly something that you have to consider.
Which side are you on when it comes to a win-now defensive end and giving up the Green Bay pick and a future first for one?
I think you just need pass rush help no matter what. Do you need to get, a top-of-the-market player? I don't necessarily think so. Would it help? Absolutely. If you feel like what you're giving up is good enough for what you're getting in return and you still feel like you can round out the rest of your defense, then yeah, I don't think this team is one elite pass rusher away from being a good defense, though. Now, that also just begs the question, okay, do you need to be a good defense or do you need to be an average defense? Right. And I think you can make the playoffs with an average defense, but if you want to win a Super Bowl, which is certainly the goal, then I think you do need a good defense. And today's NFL, especially with how much the ball is being thrown and how good some of these offensive skill players are, I think you do need a good defense. You need a better than average defense. So I think, a premium pass rusher is a step in the right direction, but, the linebacker position has just not been great at all this year. So I think you need somebody there in the middle that can man your defense, that is in the right place at the right time consistently. And then in the secondary, too, you need guys that can take the ball away and can cause turnovers. And, I mean, that's how – look at the Chicago Bears, for instance. Their defense has not been great this year. Yeah. And you can look at the Sunday night game against the 49ers as an example of that. But so much of it has been masked by the fact that they lead the league in turnovers, and they just take the ball away so much that it wins you games. So it's kind of a widespread thing. But obviously, a premium pass rusher is a step in the right direction. Just depends, what are you giving up in order to get that.
Tommy Yarsh, DallasCowboys.com, DNM Leasing Hotline here on Sean and Bobby. Is the Logan Wilson coaching confusion the most bizarre Cowboys story of the season, or is there one that tops it? Bizarre.
Oh, bizarre? I mean, there's always so many, so you're going to have to make me rack my mind on this. It certainly is attention-grabbing just because, I understand the heat of the battle, things slip your mind. I'm certainly not one to talk when it comes to remembering things. I've got the worst memory in the world. But, you would think that at some point, and granted, I know that they didn't have as many defensive snaps or whatever, but you would think at some point they've been doing this long enough, and they've had Logan Wilson on the roster for the last couple of weeks. It's not like he's a new player that they're just inserting in here, and that he would work his way onto the field, man, more than once. I mean, it's kind of baffling to think that he just completely got, erased there and just wasn't thought of at all. It was surprising. I'll say that. I don't know if it was the most shocking story of the year. I think the Diggs story, just because of how it came about, was one.
He's installing a TV, Tommy. That's not a big deal.
No. It's not. I'm just saying,
I agree. No. That's not what he was doing.
How out of left field that came.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's one. Las Vegas was another one. With Lamb and Pickens sitting out the first drive.
Good call.
That might be like a postseason study that we've got to do.
It's been a year.
Maybe a rank. Yeah, it's been one of the years of all time.
Now, Tommy,
is it really an all-time year or just another year?
I think
No. I said it's one of the years of all time.
I think it's one of the better years they've had recently in terms of just just bizarre stories. I think they've had a handful this year. Tommy, I'm curious on that front, the explanation they give for the Logan Wilson situation and the number of snaps that he plays, is that just indicative or potentially emblematic of maybe these communication issues go deeper than just the players themselves if the coaches can't even be on board about who's supposed to be in the game?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't speak to that too much because I don't, I'm not on the sidelines and I can't hear what that communication is like. But I think from our vantage point, it's evident that there have been several instances and more instances than necessary where people aren't on the same page. And, that certainly is part of the reason why this defense has struggled. And, look, I'm not saying that Logan Wilson is a sort of, I'm trying to think of the right way to phrase this, but a player where, against the Commanders, they give up 50 or less yards or so if he plays 20 snaps, right? I think he's had his fair share of struggles this year. We've seen points where he struggles to hold up speed-wise and where he can't exactly get the right angle and things like that. But to not play him a single down and, Bobby, I saw some of the clips that you posted of the communication stuff from this past game and guys getting set. For it to be this late in the season and there's still things like that, granted there's been a lot of turnover in personnel and guys coming back from injury and not and all that stuff, but I would think that that's certainly been something that this season is going to look to improve on going into next year.
Would you like a Zoom invite or in-studio invite for Bobby having to shave his head?
Oh, in studio. I would love to be there.
Yeah, I've got Donovan Ezeraku needs 4 sacks this weekend.
This is Bobby Belt. Finally. Well, again, missing on a football prediction.
Barring injury, okay? Because obviously the injury can factor into all of this. But barring injury, if Ezeraku doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie. Minimum. That's like the very baseline. That would be, all right, he kind of met expectations, to me anyway. If he doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, I'm going to shave my head bald.
Tommy?
Well,
you can bring one of your ketchups in, your hot dogs with ketchup to enjoy the show.
He can get 4 sacks this weekend, Tommy. It can happen.
Well, it can happen. I can tell you that it probably won't, but it can. Maybe if Jackson Dart just like runs straight into him,
which he does. Jackson Dart will do that to you.
At this point, it wouldn't necessarily shock me if he did. But yeah, it was nice. You know, it was nice looking at your luscious hair, and we'll certainly miss it. Make sure that we grow it back out and make it better than ever when you predict he's going to have 15 sacks next year.
I want to grow my hair back out to look like that wedding photo of you with the sport coat and like you're a hipster rock singer.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Now can I be the one to cut his hair? Can I get the clippers?
Sure. Yeah, I'll let Tommy come in studio and he'll be the one to shave it. And you got to use a razor. We're going bald.
Bald.
Oh wow. Okay, even better. Yeah. No, set me up. I'm ready.
There it is. Insider and barber. Tommy Yarch, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Thank you, Thomas. All right, more end-of-year highlight, low-light clips from the morning show. This one involving KNC. And we have the Hall of Fame latest list out with two Dallas Cowboys.
Two Cowboys.
On a crosstalk is next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a TD Tuesday. We talk
Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Trying to give the Falcons a lead in the final half minute. Liam McCullough to snap. There's the spot. The kick is away by Gonzalez. And it is good. 52 yards with 21 seconds left and gives Atlanta the lead at 27-24.
Did you turn it off?
No.
No? Alec?
Nope. He didn't turn it off because he never turned it on.
No, not true. I enjoy watching Bijan Robinson, but also the bizarre fall of the Rams and the MVP vote flipping. And
yeah, Drake May's going to win MVP now.
It appears as that
he's minus money.
It appears that's the case, which good for him. That's an incredible start.
In worst take of the year, because you weren't here for it, I'm definitely going to play the Maggie and Perloff clip of when they were trying to make their bold shots like 4 weeks ago for MVP. And Maggie's like, call me crazy, but Matthew Stafford. And then Perloff's like, I'm going to go with a dark horse, a Drake May. And it's like, do you guys pay attention at all?
Those have been the two clear favorites for 2 months?
Probably why I've heard Jody Mack this morning.
What's coming up?
I actually just want to talk a lot about Jody Mack. Right out the gate.
Such inside stuff.
We got Kevin Hageland with us.
Did he mess up your last name?
He just would.
Yeah, no, he would. I know. So we'll start talking a little Mavs. We'll break down like an actual, factual, possible Anthony Davis trade, power rank the NFL power rankings, and at noon, what brought you sports joy in 2025. Tomorrow, we'll bring what brought you sports sadness with obviously the Luka thing. I'm assuming it's going to be everybody's vote.
Plenty.
What do you have? What do you have cooked up for tomorrow?
Oh, we got worst take of the year. We're gonna do. We got DFW.
Sounds like that needs to be your expressway.
Yeah,
sounds like there'd be a lot there.
We got DFW sports take of the year, and then I mean, just through the rest of the week, we're gonna continue to have more clips that, like we've been playing this morning, of just a look back at the year, some of the best moments.
And Josh Pate at 8:00.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
The 2026 Pro Football Hall of Fame finalists are out. Let's go through them.
Tyrone Braxton.
And you can just maybe go a quick yes or no.
Okay.
And then we can fight. Willie Anderson.
Yes.
Drew Brees. We know he's in. Jari Evans.
No.
Larry Fitz.
Yes.
Yep.
Hell to the no on the next one.
Frank Gore.
There is no chance Frank Gore is a Hall of Famer. Captain Build-Up. There's no
Captain Build-Up.
He will probably be the third all-time leading rusher for 50 years.
Yeah, which is great because he just kept staying out there. I don't think you should give accomplishments. I don't think you should heap Hall of Fame praise on somebody who is an accumulator. Was there ever a time, ever, that you thought Frank Gore was the best in the league?
No.
Or even one of the best in the league?
No. Never.
He does not belong in the Hall of Fame.
I agree with you.
He's got a better case than Curtis Martin.
He does?
Yep.
How? What?
I mean, if you
The
just look at...
accumulation?
They were both accumulators. Frank Gore was better at the top.
Well, people thought Curtis Martin was a better player than Frank Gore.
Curtis
Give
Martin...
me their highest rushing seasons.
Frank Gore's was 1,700 yards.
That is shocking.
Well,
yeah, I know. Nobody ever thinks of him like that because they just think they just think of him as being Art Monk.
Curtis Martin was about 1,700, right?
But you never thought of Frank Gore as better than Curtis Martin, though.
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, you're the only one.
I always thought of Frank Gore as being like there was really for about a decade Frank Gore was a top 5 running back. Curtis Martin, there were like 3 years where I felt like that.
Oh, top! I think you're too young for that.
That was when I started watching. Curtis Martin was like my favorite player in the league when I started watching.
Torrey Holt is Bobby's guy.
Torrey Holt, it's ridiculous that he's been left out. He is this era's Drew Pearson.
I guess I just didn't have that strong of a feeling.
Yeah,
about Torrey Holt.
If you look at his numbers,
he's all decade.
They threw me off, but I never thought like Torrey Holt was never to me a top. He was never a top 5 receiver. But again, that could be an unfair.
Well, his 17-game average for his career is 1,300 yards.
Yeah, the numbers look better than I thought.
And that's the thing that's tricky is because we all have kind of different Hall of Fame evaluations. Like, to me, when everyone bitched about Terrell Davis getting in, I was like, Terrell Davis, to me, was a no-brainer Hall of Famer. I don't care if he wasn't around that long. He was definitively the best when he was there, and he got John Elway over the hump and everything like that. To me, I look at, can you take a period of time? I don't know if that's 6 years, whatever it is, and you're like, this guy was the best or one of the best. And if you feel that way about Torrey Holt, I get it.
I always felt like Torrey Holt was top 3 to 5 his entire career. And Torrey Holt, to me, like, the guy he gets comped to the most, I feel like, from that same era, and they're from just aggressive passing teams, and so people like to compare them, are Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne. I think Torrey Holt is twice the receiver Reggie Wayne is.
Ooh, interesting.
Torrey Holt's twice the receiver Reggie Wayne is.
Yep.
Okay. Luke Kuechly.
Luke Kuechly
was great. It was very short.
He's the defensive version of Terrell Davis. Like, to me, if I'm going to make that argument, when he was out there, he was incredible, and you could absolutely look at a run of play where you're like, he's the best, or certainly one of the best. I think he gets in, and now we're getting into dicey numbers.
So that's the thing. Are we just talking about getting in for this year, or do we mean just in general, do we believe that's a Hall of Fame player?
I think he's a Hall of Fame player.
Luke Kuechly's a Hall of Fame player. I don't know that he gets in on this vote.
Fair.
Eli.
No.
Gross. I think he will get in.
He will get in at some point. He doesn't deserve it.
Agreed to both.
Yeah. Terrell Suggs is a finalist. Oh, semi-finalist. Wait.
It's finalist.
It's a finalist. My bad. T. Souza.
Like, in my head, I say yes, and then I sit there and think, and I'm like, maybe he had an Antonio Gates type of career when I actually go back and look at it. But I feel like he does deserve it.
I say no.
He was Defensive Player of the Year, 7-time Pro Bowler, 2-time Super Bowl champion. He finished with 139 sacks.
Okay, so if I can kind of address that part, it's just, I really am fascinated by the way they vote Hall of Fame. It doesn't really feel like Pro Bowl matters to the voters anymore. It feels
all
like
pro's a bigger deal.
Yeah, it hits All Pro, and he was All Pro twice, which is great for a human. I think he's not.
Defensive Rookie of the Year, Defensive Player of the Year, and he had, 7 double-digit sack seasons?
I think that puts him in the Hall of Very Good.
That's, like I said, he may be more of an Antonio Gates style.
All right, we have Adam Vinatieri.
No.
Oh, I mean, yes.
I mean, look, if you value the position at all, he's the reason that anybody thinks Captain Field Goal is the GOAT. So,
who's that?
Tom Brady. Adam Vinatieri is responsible for 3 of those Super Bowls.
There's numbers Bobby's going to kick out. I know what the numbers are, but with the clutch factor. Is he the Jeter?
No, he's the Elway of kickers.
Bobby, I'm going to smack you.
Like finishing 80th all-time in quarterback rating. He's 80th in field goal percentage.
I was just talking about that. Have you seen his documentary on Netflix?
Kevin. No, I don't watch documentaries about mid players.
Don't go there, please.
Okay.
You don't agree with him, right, Kevin?
No, but there is a joke in there you'll love. Is they talked about him just getting destroyed in the Super Bowl, and then they show a clip from The Simpsons where Homer is John Elway, and he's like, quarterback sneak touchdown, patented last-second John Elway magic. Final score: Super Bowl 30, San Francisco 56, Denver 7.
Yeah.
I wouldn't watch a documentary about Scott Brocious either.
Yeah, shut up.
Wow. Holy crap.
Reggie Wayne, Kevin Williams, Marshall Yonda.
Yonda should be in.
Yeah,
he should.
I agree.
Witten and Woodson amongst the final 15.
Woodson, the most glaring, just disgusting long-term omissions there are Torrey Holt and Darren Woodson.
But do you think this is the year? Because I feel like
how many get in?
I don't know that they'll ever let Woodson in.
Do they cap it?
Yeah.
6, right?
Yeah, correct. I think
6? Okay, well, we know Fitzgerald's in. We know Breeze is in.
I hate to say it. I think Woodson's going to be a senior committee.
I think Vinatieri's in. I mean, Yonda should be in.
Kevin
Yonda
Williams
shouldn't have waited.
Pretty incredible player, too.
Kevin Williams was really good. He's Hall of Very Good, though, to me, too.
Yeah.
Interesting. He's first team All-Pro 5 years. 5 times.
Defensive tackles sucked.
All right.
We got some audio here, and this is great for you, Kevin Hageland, because these two involve you. And both of these, I don't think Sean was present for, so I don't know if he's heard either of these. The first one is all the way back in February, And this is when we wrote some DFW sports-themed Valentines, and we had Eric Chiafalo. We had Eric Chiafalo and Kevin Hageland read them at separate times, so I just combined them reading them.
Can we just point out these were also cold reads?
Yeah,
neither
one of them had read them. They were just handed the card to read.
Eric, just pick up the first one that you see there and read it.
Okay, I'm reading these for the first time. I have no idea what I'm getting myself into. These are written by Bobby, read by me. Here we go. If you're Rob Pelinka, I'm Nico Harrison, because I want you to bleep me in a Dallas coffee shop.
Roses are red. This weather's cold. I'm Jerry Jones. Be my glory hole.
That's
card number 2.
Because he wants you to be the oil well.
Read it.
That's right.
Be my Tony Romo. Jeez, and let me break your back.
Oh my God.
Man.
Kevin, why would you say that?
I didn't write these.
Dude.
Here we go. Be my Patrick Dumont, because I'd like to marry a virgin.
Yo. We're supposed to try to get him in the studio.
Yeah, play that clip when he comes in the studio.
That was my favorite. Now you're probably feeling negative feelings towards me right now because I played those.
Yeah.
But
the DeMond one was dumb.
Kevin Hageland is gonna take care of that for you, because while you were out one day, Kevin Hageland had lied to Derek Holland about something, made me look like a fool.
That the Earth was round?
Yeah, no. Hagee told him he was.
Gosh, Sean!
It's a Holland joke.
I get it.
Hagee told me that Holland was going to be canceled. He's like, y'all are having Holland on, so tell him he's not going to come on tomorrow. I was like, okay. So I tell him on the air, and Holland's like, you're a liar. And was like, not believing it. And then Hageland walked in and goes, Bobby's lying. I don't know what he's talking about. I look forward to talking to you later today. And I was like, you. So I wrote one of my famous diss raps to Hagee. Well, Hagee came in there locked and loaded, ready with his own little slam poetry.
I went too far.
Hey, Bobby, I don't need a week to respond or even a couple of days.
Whoa.
I don't even need a beat, just 3 bars in 1 minute to put you away. Some folks make fun of your relationship with Slater. However, I think it's kind of cute. But no matter how long you follow her around, she ain't never gonna you. I'm nervous, though, about getting into this with you because you got cleverness abound. That's probably why you have so many jobs. Or maybe that's because you just never want your family around. All right. You started this and came at me, so I'm going to come back hard. Like your mom. She wishes she could have you, but she was already in the graveyard. Just like you.
That had to be bleeped after the fact.
Yeah, the one that
I didn't think it needed
the bomb.
You
didn't think that needed the S word?
I don't know.
Yeah, that had to be dumb, dude. I'm like, why would that be? But he literally recorded that and then threw it to Jacob during a break lead into it. Hey, bleep all this.
That was vicious. That was impressive.
It was quality. It was quality stuff.
I forgot about that.
And you hear Bobby's sixth sense of humor, like he enjoyed it.
I know,
Yeah.
and that's why it's fun to engage, but also dangerous.
But he went in there going like this. He went, I've got a reply that I want to play during crosstalk, but this has to be the end.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, he's not going to go that hard. And then when he did that, I was like, oh, I should not have agreed to let you have the last word.
That's why we agreed beforehand.
The worst take of 2025. What was the DFW Sports Quote of the Year? And Josh Pate at 8 o'clock to preview the bowl games. That's coming up tomorrow with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day!
KNC Masterpiece is next.
Our goal is D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Alec Medford. And the famous Jacob Ray. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck y'all doing today? And everybody out there in listening land, how are you guys doing today? And by the way, for anybody who are like, you guys aren't putting on Darren Woodson, 100%. We're all putting Darren Woodson into the Hall of Fame. It's just the Hall of Fame has D'd him around for so long, we don't all have our hopes up. We all think Darren Woodson absolutely belongs in the Hall of Fame. Now, how the heck y'all doing?
I'm doing wonderful today. Again, woke up in a good mood. Energized, ready to go. It's still cold as balls outside. I'm not a fan of that.
True.
But
do you think that's a confusing phrase?
It really is, because I don't really understand. Like, I think of maybe like some billiards balls can be kind of cold because of the material that they're made of. But I don't really ever say that anything of that nature is cold. So I'm like, I say it a lot, and I don't really understand it. I feel like there's a lot of sayings in life that we just kind of pick up and say, but we're like, why does that make sense? Because it doesn't.
Very fair. There's an amazing George Carlin bit about this years and years ago, and he talks about all of them. And he's like, oh, this world's going down the tubes. What tube? Is it just one tube? Is it a series of many tubes? And also the one I always loved was lock him up and throw away the key. Where? Out in front of the jail? His friends will find it. So yeah, that's the level of discussion I guess we're starting off with. Jacob, how about you?
I'm doing just outstanding. I woke up at a good time this morning, and I've kind of realized this over the past 2 weeks. So my dog got surgery. And because he's got surgery, he can't run around. So every time he goes outside, I got to walk him just around the backyard, right? I kind of feel like this cold weather has a sort of like kind of cold shower effect to me when I wake up. Whenever you walk outside, you can see your breath. It's kind of like, you know what, this kind of sucks, but like embrace it, and it'll wake you up, and it's a great way to start the day. So
I like that. I'd never really thought about that before. So Jacob encouraging people not to shower when it's cold outside. Just go outside is what I took from that. All right, we're going to start off with a little bit of Mavs. So we got all kinds of stuff going down today. Go ahead and give me cut number 4, will ya? And then we will eventually get to the AD trade.
Robbie made big plays. Can't leave him open though. Because of that. Deep corner 3, Christie.
So let's talk about the game last night because, again, as we discussed yesterday, depending on what your overarching goal is for this Mavericks season, you could see it as very good or very bad. You continue to just fall further and further and further away from a real playoff seed. And I think that's one of the issues. So I just wanted to start with that. The Mavericks, not even halfway through the season, are 10 losses back of a real playoff spot. Just let that sink in for a second.
Is that good?
No. Yeah, again, depending on your philosophy. If you're like, oh man, I don't know, I'm really interested in DeBonsa or Boozer or, depending on that. But you're 10 losses out of a top 6 spot. So it feels like already, if I told you best case scenario, this Mavericks team is a play-in team. Is that a fair assertion, not even halfway through the season?
It's more than fair.
Okay.
Just watch the games.
Yes. And so you lost to a Portland team that's not good. But to be fair, you're not good. But that's one of the teams you would be competing with to get into the 7 through 10 range and potentially be a play-in team. And so while you hear rumblings about, Dumont wants to see the trio all together with Kyrie, AD, and Cooper Flagg, you're like, rock on. By the time you get that, it might just be too late. So if that's the way you feel, then last night was a good thing. It looked like for a while the Mavericks were going to kind of get run off the court. At least that's the way I felt like in the probably midway through the third quarter. And then you see a surge from the Mavericks in the last, I wanted to make sure I got this right, the last 40 seconds, they went on a 7-0 run to pull the game really close. And then, if you were watching, The fourth quarter had 5 ties and 8 lead changes. And then the Mavericks just went ahead and lost. So maybe you're like, hey, I want to see some fun basketball. Might not be the best basketball, but it was fun. As long as we end up losing in the end, well, then you got your wish. But the Mavericks lose another game to a team that is not good. They had previously lost to Sacramento. Those are 2 of the worst teams, or that's probably too harsh for Portland. Those are not good teams, and you lost to both of them. And I think it's getting crystallized that, especially with AD out again, this is the team that you're at, and we don't need to put the super trio together to try to make a run at this.
Yeah, I've made it pretty clear that I'm already over it and trying to make a run at it, but then you go and you get beat by Shaedon Sharpe and Caleb Love.
Yeah. Shaedon Sharpe had a sweet in-game windmill dunk
Yes, absolutely. And Caleb Love was probably the player of the game for me outside of Max Christie in my mind. I think those were the 2 impact players in this game. And a couple big plays in the fourth quarter from Love really kept it competitive for the Blazers because, like you mentioned, the Mavs do just enough to get me reinvested at the end of games, and then I remember what they truly are.
Yeah.
And it's a team that does not have the clutch factor right now because they don't have a true identity, which is fine. Just lean into it.
You know what's really funny about that? They have played the most clutch games and essentially defined by the last 5 minutes, and they've played more clutch games than anyone in the NBA, and there are times when it looks like, oh yeah, maybe, and then there are times like these last 2 games you're like, okay, never mind. Keep playing competitive and fun basketball. And you notice I keep saying fun. Not good, but fun. Now, this next part's not going to be fun, but I want to go around the room and see where you're at on this. I say we should trade Anthony Davis at a discount. What do you say, Alec?
I 100% agree. You take the best value you can possibly get and write it off.
What do you say, Jacob?
I also agree. I think this is a guy you probably want to get off your team and your payroll as soon as possible because I think the more he gets hurt, just the more his value is going to go down. So trade it while it's high now.
All right. So I think those are all valid things. And then when you hear that the Hawks are interested, I know there was rumblings that the Warriors were interested. That does not feel imminent. And that would have to be a 3-team deal, which would complicate matters. So the Hawks make a whole lot of sense. I've got good news and bad news. I think this deal is a great deal for the Mavericks, but there are other people who might not feel that way. The first thing I'm going to warn you of, you're not getting the New Orleans pick that the Atlanta Hawks hold because everyone's like, yeah, man, you get that New Orleans pick. Great. If you tell me there's a world in which Atlanta wants to do that, deal, because then there's a very good chance that you'll end up in the top 3 or 4 of the draft again. And there are 3. It feels like that's kind of the line. Maybe people feel differently, but it feels like there's 3 potential studs in this draft, and then there's a bit of a drop off and you go forward from there. So you would have an amazing pick. I don't see any world in which the Atlanta Hawks would want to do that. Now, here's a more reasonable idea that we're going to throw out there. And I was talking with our good buddy, former fan alum, Kevin Gray, about this.
Well,
all right. You get Zachary Risachet, the number 1 pick last year. One of these names is going to be jarring. I'm going to warn you ahead of time. You're going to get Luke Kennard, Kristaps Porzingis. Hold on to those thoughts. We'll get back to that. And a first-round pick. Here is why I like most everything about this deal. I like the idea of picking up Risachet. He's been somewhat of a disappointment in Atlanta in terms of his development, and I understand that, but that's the whole reason he's available to you. Also, he is a good defender, and he has the potential to be a really good defender, being able to switch off from the 2, the 3, and the 4. So I'm going to start with that. Now, if you hate Luke Kennard and Kristaps Porzingis, I hear you. This is essentially an accounting move. All right, we got to make the numbers match, and you'll get a future first-round pick. Incoming money from this deal, $54.9 million. outgoing money from this deal, $54.1 million. So the salaries match up. Also, the Mavericks have $1.3 million cap space until you hit the second apron. So you don't have to worry about that with this move. The reason why you would pick up Kennard and Porzingis is just because they're both expiring contracts. So you're talking about, I think, $43 million coming off the books. Compare that to, and Jacob, you just used the term, if you can sell high. Anthony Davis has 2 years and $121 million left on his contract, assuming he triggered his player option for 27-28. And at this point, I don't see how you don't make that assumption. And so you're getting away from all of that future Anthony Davis money. 2 years, $121 million. You're picking up a young player who still has a nice ceiling, and you're getting a first-round pick. And this might be most important, I think it allows you to lean all the way in to say, hey, we're kind of rebooting this whole thing.
I like it. I like it a lot because I think it's more than I would have expected. When you just say, get rid of Anthony Davis, you're getting expiring contracts, which is always a necessity. And it's almost like our quarter-inch adapters for the headphones here in the studio. It is as good as gold. If you can get expiring contracts just to make it through the season and open up some money, I'm always for that. But with Ricochet, it's interesting because I pulled up the draft scouting report that I had for him going in, and I think he fits the idea of what they would want to fit in with Cooper Flagg. He's got his weaknesses, obviously, because he's already in trade conversations, but a 3-and-D wing that has incredible size. He's an above-average athlete. He has nice mobility, flexibility for his size. He's really light-footed, and he has that really fun leaping one-footed shot that you can see in game. And he looks like he can still put on mass and size,
he definitely can.
You know, he's got the frame to get bigger. So kind of like Mike always talked about with Derek Lively. If he can just put on that grown man weight per se, I think that he can be the occasional coast-to-coast scorer that you could pair alongside a Cooper Flagg. But
you do have concerns about his general offensive game.
Yes,
that's
absolutely.
Fair.
He's not an elite athlete when it comes to just the measurables and stuff right now, but he's got the ability, he's got the frame that we mentioned. And then I just feel like sometimes his readiness and his toughness isn't exactly there, it's a mentality thing. But if you pair him up with younger studs like Cooper Flagg and even Ryan Nembhard, guys who are going to score at volume and going to be aggressive from one end of the floor to the other, it's kind of like we talked about with Jason Robertson and Mikko Rantanen getting paired up together.
Yeah.
There might be a motivational factor, as weird as it sounds and immeasurable as it is, maybe just fitting into a new system that is playing very different than the Atlanta Hawks style of basketball shows him that maybe I am better at an aggressive play style than I thought I was in Atlanta. So I just think the ceiling for him is already high as a player. But when you give him that fresh start in a different system under Jason Kidd, and maybe he can show you some nicer things defensively here too, I really do think that there is a high ceiling for him. So anything outside of that is just icing on the cake. I love the project player that still has a lot of time to develop and a lot of time to figure things out, especially because I feel like his timeline and his leash is a lot longer in Dallas than it is in Atlanta. So I'm all for it. I'm all for it.
And I think it shows the nature of how weak the 2024 draft was. And we talked about that going in with Ricochet and Sarr at the top. I mean, I think if you looked at it compared to like this year's mock draft, I think there's a decent shot neither one of those players would go in the top 5. And I saw somebody text in and said anything in the top 10 would be a win because they think there's 10 potential studs. Look, depending on how you feel about Brown from Louisville, you know, we've talked in the past about Lopez out of Mexico. There are absolutely more room, and you've seen tons of drafts where the best player ends up being like Giannis, for example. He's taken in the middle of the first round. It just seems like the consensus is DeBonsa, Peterson, Boozer in whatever order you have them in, and then a bit of a drop off just in perceived value. Does that mean that's how the player will actually turn out? No, not at all. And so I like the idea that you pick up another pick. Maybe it's in this draft, maybe it's not, but it's this pick is what you control for the Mavs until 2031. Everyone is either dealt or subject to a pick swap. So I like having another first-round pick that you can control. You brought up the importance of having Ricochet, and he's somebody who doesn't turn 21 until April 8th, and you're able to shed all of that money to give you at least room to consider things. Now, then Kyrie will be a whole discussion after that. I don't have the answers for that just quite here and now. But this is an idea that I think is a feasible trade idea, and I think it's possible. From the 214, in what world would Atlanta agree to that deal? In the world that we live in right now. Let's go to Chris Haynes. Dallas would likely want expiring deals, young assets, and picks, and probably likely to include the number one pick from last season, Zach Ricochet. So if you don't want to, or Zachary, if you don't want to listen to me, listen to him. This is exactly the kind of deal that Atlanta would be interested in, although what has made things more complicated in the last, 36, 48 hours is the idea that at first we heard Atlanta doesn't want to deal Trae Young, and then you immediately hear the follow-up, they're looking at the off-ramp to get rid of Trae Young. So who knows? Maybe that starts a whole different conversation for Atlanta.
It's just such a weird place to be in for Atlanta because they swung and missed with their number one pick. What they thought was going to be their franchise player, they want out, and it seems like he wants out too.
Yeah.
They're going to have to hit a hard reset. Their roster is so ugly and constructed so weird. So that's why I think the world that we live in is very real for them to want to make that deal, because they need to get rid of as many things as possible right now so they can try to address as soon as they can.
And see, and one of the things that will help Atlanta reload potentially really quickly, and I don't know how people, maybe they're super pumped up about Jalen Johnson and everything like that, but consider this, there's a decent shot, probably a better than decent shot, that Atlanta gets the number one pick in this draft because they hold that Pelicans thing. So it is a fascinating kind of balance of
Tolo means
or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
And he's a promising player. Here's Robinson, right side. Nice cutback. He's gone. Can anybody catch him? Not tonight. McCreary chasing. Won't get there. Touchdown, Atlanta.
You know what I really like about that cut? And first of all, I love Troy Aikman's addition right there. Not tonight. Is you still needed Bijan to have that little jump step within the last, 7-8 yards to make sure he didn't get tackled. And I'm sure Troy Aikman was like, good. I needed you to make sure. Yeah, I needed you to make sure that was not an issue. So, yeah, I like that call very much. Bijan Robinson is absolutely a freak. And we talked about this exact scenario. I messaged yesterday from the 214 about needing Bijan to not score 72 points. When he ran for that 93-yard touchdown, I got just a bit nervous about my championship slipping away. You would have an all-time bad beat story because people would be like, oh, yeah, I finished second in my league because then you'd be like, blah, 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 blah. No. I lost because Bijan scored 73 points or something. You would have the all-time bad beat story. Luckily, that did not come to pass. But yes, if you want to tell us your triumphs and your tumbles from championship weekend, or if you want to tell us that you're not in championship weekend or you weren't because your administrator doesn't know how to set the schedule right, I want to hear both of those things. But in the meantime, we power rank the NFL Power Rankings. Jacob, I'm going to give you the option here. Oh. Would you like option A, B, or C?
Ooh, B.
You've selected B. That is The Athletic. Now, as always, we will start. Who is the worst team in all of football? If you don't get this, I will be disappointed.
It is, and I think Jacob agrees, the Raiders.
You even said it in the same voice as I was going to say it. Look at that.
I love it. Now, things get more complicated from there. Yes, the Raiders are in fact 32nd because they're the worst. But who is the next worst football team? Because I think you could make a couple of arguments here.
Yeah, it gets a little muddy here. And that just shows you that the league needs a little bit of help. I'm personally going to say when you lose by 32 points, you probably deserve to be close to worst. I would say the New York Jets.
And that is correct. I will do it for them since apparently their fans don't want to do this anymore. The Jets, Jets are 31st, first in the power rankings. See, I said first a couple of times so they could feel good. Cut out the rest of it. They are, in fact, 31st in the power rankings. So it goes Raiders, Jets, in obviously reverse order. Giants are 30th. That feels unfair. They just destroyed the Raiders. The Titans are 29th, and the Arizona Cardinals are 28th. And by the way, since we're talking about the Giants, somebody brought this up. They're surprised more people aren't talking about Brian Flores for head coach of the Giants. He's a defensive genius. We actually talked about that yesterday in the opening segment, and then Broadus brought it up in the crosstalk. So I do think that possibility exists out in the world. I just always wonder about the coaches that you feel like have been slotted as an OC or a DC. Even if they only got one shot at head coach, it does feel like it's really easy for people to get slotted as he's great, but not as a head coach. All right, let's go to the top. Who do you think? Man, and this one is way more complicated for me. Like, I think it's very clear that the Raiders are the worst team in football. I do not have a really good idea of who should be number one in all of the NFL.
So we have 3 13-3 teams.
Okay.
So it makes it really tough.
I'm not actually sure if I think 2 of those teams are that good.
Exactly. So I'm like, I bash the Seahawks, and we talk about how just uninterestingly good they are. I think the Patriots are the cream of the crop. I think they are awesome. And then the Broncos, I have no idea what to think about. I would personally go with the New England Patriots.
Jacob?
I'm also going to go with the New England Patriots just because I think they have the NFL MVP and I think they got the NFL Coach of the Year on their team.
Ooh, in your face, Shanahan.
Yeah.
So you can think that all you like.
Oh.
But you pick the Athletic, and they have the Seattle Seahawks as the number one team in football. And you'd be like, crap, I picked the wrong one. Did you? Because ESPN, the Seattle Seahawks are number one on the board. So, early preview of NFL overreaction to reality. You think the Seattle Seahawks are anywhere close to being the best team in football?
Ooh.
I know what their record says. Would I, as a Cowboys fan, trade for that record in a heartbeat? You're damn right. But that is not the question.
I'd say reality. I think they are close. I just don't think they are right now, which is totally fine because come playoffs, it doesn't really matter what we think. But their longtime GM now, John Schneider, has made some perfect moves. Because I remember there was a lot of talk about, they could get a big name receiver at the deadline. And then they say, how about Rashid Shaheed? And everybody was like, okay. And he has been a weapon for them. He's just made all the right moves, so I almost don't want to doubt them, but I do doubt them. So I think they're close. They're just not right now.
I'm going to say reality as well. I think they're close. I think they're absolutely in the top 3. And I would probably, if I had to build a power ranking right now, I'd probably put them at 2 just based on the record. But it's just so hard to believe in Sam Darnold after what we saw last year. And I have a really tough time putting teams that are led by defensive head coaches in the running for a Super Bowl, just in my opinion. We'll see what they do in the playoffs, but I mean, the fact that they're considered the number one team in the NFL with a chance to lose next week and not even get a home game kind of just tells you everything you need to know about the Seahawks.
Yeah, and that's where I struggle because Seattle's 1, New England's 2. This one, the Athletic, goes in a very different direction. They have the Jacksonville Jaguars at 3, the 49ers at 4, and the Denver Broncos at 5. And it's tough because on the one hand, I want to be like, the disrespect for the Broncos. But on the other hand, when I talked about the 13-3 teams, the Denver Broncos were one of the 2 that I'm not sure is really that good. I think their defense, of course, is unbelievable. So that's where I struggle, and I feel like we're going into one of the more unpredictable NFL playoff runs in recent memory. I'm not going to just say the most unpredictable, but it feels pretty darn unpredictable.
And I love it because I fully agree, and I think there are probably in the neighborhood of 4 to 6 teams that I could say, yes, I see a reasonable reason why they could take home the Lombardi Trophy. And it's because nobody has been super consistent outside of New England. I think they give you the same look every game. Not saying that they're stale or anything. I think they just look good every game.
Any concern about that weak strength of schedule?
A little bit. Just a little bit, because I think maybe you can get too comfortable in your own shoes, and then you walk into, no man's land going against a team like, let's just say the Broncos, because we're talking about them, a team that we said we have no idea what to think about. We don't know what we're going to get from the Broncos every single game outside of elite defense, which is something you're going to run into in the playoffs. So it's weird. It's really weird, but I enjoy it because I kind of want to not know anything. It was lame with the Chiefs. It was lame when Josh Allen looked like he was finally going to take that throne in the AFC. Now the AFC specifically, I don't really have a front runner outside of the Patriots.
Well, and if you think about it, obviously you default to the number 1 seeds, and that could still change in this last weekend of the season. But right now, the number 1 seed would mean Super Bowl between Denver and Seattle. Those 2 teams are combined 26-6. I don't think there's any way in hell that will be the Super Bowl, but I'm not sure why. Because both teams, if they can take care of business this weekend, would only need to win 2 more games. Yet I find myself sitting here and I'm like, yeah, I don't see it. But then if you were like, all right, what's your alternate Super Bowl? Then I'm like, Chicago, New Orleans, New England? I don't know. So I really am kind of stuck right there. All right, so we asked for people's triumphs and tumbles going into last night. And here is somebody who they still have not completed the season. And I want to know if people get mad when they have to complete the season in Week 18. From the 5-4-0, I got into the playoffs by half a point. Now I'm in the championship game. Oh, love it. From the 4-6-9, I bet we're going to see a lot like this. I lost in the championship game. I was up by 36 points, and then Bijan Robinson scored 45. And I had Kyle Pitts playing, and I still lost. Oh. From the 9-7-2, we have one international member in our league, and Bijan kept our trophy stateside. It doesn't have to go to London. Thank you very much, Bijan. Man! From the 8-1-7, I was down 60 points, and I had Bijan, Stafford, and London playing, and I won by 0.5. And I hesitate to read this one, but it's only fair. From the 4-6-9, I was up 40 points going into Monday Night Football. I had London. He had Bijan. He said him and his wife went to bed in Tolo Go. Stop it. And when I woke up, I lost.
Oh.
Well, at least you won before.
Yeah.
You
In
went
another
to bed.
respect.
So there's that.
That was not fantasy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But if you're listening to the fan, they probably gave you some update, right? That Bijan Robinson was running wild. But I guess if you're doing that, you're probably not
Good
listening.
point. But just imagine if you were Tolo going the moment that, like, let's just say Luka got traded during daytime.
Yes.
Imagine.
Oh my god.
That would just shut everything down, right? You can't just hit resume. You gotta take a moment and mourn.
Yeah. No, I mean, and like hopefully the FCC would have cut us some slack if we would have just said what the F and not censored it in the middle of the show because that is a trade. I would hope that the FCC would have looked at them and like, well, you know, from the 2-1-4, I won in the championship game thanks to Stafford coming back down to earth. From the 2-1-4, I am the champion. I was the 4th seed and I beat the 1st and 2nd seeds, and Williams got me my final points last night and sort of Puka Nakua. From the 6-8-2, I won the championship by 30 points. Woo! And from the 8-1-7, what? I lost because Josh Jacobs gave me 1 point, and I started Brissett instead of Dart. It was tied 212-212, and he had Pitts playing. Man, so even that was kind of a sweat just a little bit. Well, we will maybe pick this segment back up again next week because it sounds like there's at least some people who are still going to be vying for their championship. Are you one of those people?
I am. I'm going into Week 18 up by 30. So
okay,
yeah, I was trying to make a deal with the guy that I'm going against. It's just like, hey man, let's just like bench all our players. Alec actually had a great point. He's like, you should pick up some niche quarterback and just bench everybody besides like Tyler Shuck or something, you know?
Yeah.
So that might be fun.
Okay.
That was not me. That was Aiden, but I'll take credit for it.
That's right. That was Aiden.
That's okay. Are they really that different? I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
Hey, we are very similar. Ask him in the break, Hal.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, because you both like those stupid upside down hats, as Mike would say. I have no issue with those hats. Mike, they infuriate him. If you get a chance, I don't know if you can find it. Go back and watch when he had to pitch those on the Rangers broadcast. It was hilarious knowing deep down how he feels about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets. What would you do if you were MLB commissioner for a day? Next on The Fan.
Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more, visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
One from Thompson. And Ohtani torches one, tosses the bat, and watches it fly.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Just a reminder, on Friday, we're going to be at Taco Bueno in Arlington off of Collins. Would love for you to come out and see us for the final football feast of the season because, you know, the Cowboys didn't make the playoffs and stuff.
What?
But sorry if I'm breaking that news to you. The Mavs also traded Luka. There's a whole lot of stuff I'll catch you.
I quit sports.
But right now, let's fire up a little bit of baseball nuggets. Now, I wanted to go through this, and I've actually wanted to have this conversation for a while because there's a couple of different facets to this, but they asked managers across Major League Baseball some of the things they liked and didn't like, and I wanted to get y'all's opinion on a couple of things down the road, and it starts with, if you were commissioner for a day, what is the one change you would make to Major League Baseball? And the Orioles manager said, that's a great question. I wouldn't make any change. I love the game the way it is. All right. That's great. But we'll go to other people to get more real answers. But if there was one thing that you could change about Major League Baseball, what would it be? The fan text, they have some feisty thoughts already from the 940. If I were MLB commissioner, I would move the deferred money, and you can defer money, but it still counts against your cap for the year that you're paying, that they're paying you from the 817. If I was the MLB commissioner for a day, I'd strip the Astros of the World Series, make it final, no takebacks. I like the idea that you have this stamp that says like no takebacks on that. All right, for y'all, is there one change you would make, or I can give you more managers' opinions?
It's tough because I feel like they've done a good job the past few years of adapting and adding some stuff that I think was polarizing at first, but people kind of shifted quickly once they realized, hey, this is actually improving the pace of play.
Yeah, most everybody is on board, I feel like now. Sorry, Derek Holland, I know you're not. About the pitch clock and stuff.
Yeah, some of the purists are still out there, and I respect that thought process, but it's a business at the end of the day. They're trying to market to the current generation, and the current generation has the attention span of about 3 seconds. Yeah. You know, that's why highlight culture is everything. I'd say it's not a controversial one, maybe a little bit to some people, again, the purists, but I would expedite the ABS system and get the challenge. I don't want full automated ball and strike calling. I don't want 100% of it. I just want the challenge system. Yeah. So in big moments, we are not getting those big moments ruined by human decision that is just generally incorrect. And we've seen it happen too much. And you know what's unfortunate is, who was it, Pat Hoberg, that had the perfect game in the World Series and then he got busted for gambling or something. Yeah. So it's like our one shining knight got busted for breaking the rules. So now I see more bad than I do good, and that's the nature of being an umpire or a referee. You never really hear about the good things they do. You hear about all the missed calls and stuff like that. But I like how they came up with the challenge system. I like having just 2 per game, and saying that it can't come from the dugout. It has to be the players on the field. I love that aspect, because there's already a debate, and you've seen it, and you talked about it on the show a couple weeks ago. In minor leagues, they're dealing with some teams having more technology than the others. So the access to replays and different angles and stuff, you could see, by a millimeter, that is a strike. You need to challenge, and the dugout says it. Just let the players call it on the field. And I think it's pretty simple. It's non-invasive, too. Only takes a few seconds. I like it.
Now, Warren Schaefer with the Rockies said every Monday off, just like in the minor leagues. And then he said that would facilitate for more people who want to do a 6-man rotation.
I like it.
And you can have a whole day of prep for the next week of opponents. But the hero we all need is Pat Murphy from the Milwaukee Brewers, because I'm going to read the beginning of his answer exactly how I believe he said it.
Oh, no.
Shadows? Eliminate shadows. Now, I'm going to expand with those 3 words. Shadows? eliminate shadows. I hear what he's saying. It just is weird. What would you do if you were commissioner? I'd get rid of shadows. Well, I don't know if that is totally under the purview of the Major League Baseball commissionership, but I like it. And then he walked it through, and I think he makes good points. You can't have shadows because it's dangerous for the players, or at least devices to communicate for outfielders so they don't run in to each other. And especially since you've seen like what a step up in communications Major League Baseball has taken. So I think his answer is reasonable. I just like the beginning. Eliminate shadows. All right. Which opposing hitter would you least like to see up at bat with the game on the line? Would you like to go first, Alec, or do you want me to give you Skip Schumacher's answer?
Ooh, I want to hear Skip's first because I feel like my answer is the low-hanging fruit.
He said, I'm going to say Freddie Freeman. He hits righties, lefties, stays inside the baseball. He's a hitter. He uses the whole field. He swings at the right pitches. He'll take his walk, so you're not going to get him swinging outside the zone. He knows the zone, doesn't try to do too much, and he's going to put it in play. Obviously, Ohtani is the best hitter, but I don't want to see Freddie Freeman at the plate with the game on the line.
I love that because I think about the World Series heroics of Freddie Freeman, where he answered the bell every single time. And you hear that a lot about some of the veteran guys throughout the regular season, but I think you kind of take it for granted. The guys that have been around, and you hear like Eric and Matt and Jared on this station, they'll say, now this is a guy that knows the zone very well. And you hear that about some of the veteran players, and you're like, yeah. Freddie Freeman knows that strike zone. And so whenever you see him upset, kind of twirling his bat around when he's walking back to the dugout after a strikeout, it's because he knows he either missed an opportunity or it was wrong. And he's probably right. Another guy that comes to mind, Alex Bregman. He's a guy that really knows the strike zone, and he'll show it on his face when he's like, that was wrong, buddy. That was wrong. Freddie Freeman just answers the bell because he is smarter than most people on the field at any given time. And I think that's an underrated aspect of hitting in clutch situations, is just being smarter than the opponent.
Now, who is the pitcher who's not on your team that you would most like to hand the ball to with the season on the line?
Ooh. Couple names come up, but Paul Skeens is the obvious one.
I could see that.
Just because he has every asset in the book. There's a few that honestly do come to mind. Corbin Burns.
Ooh, okay.
Because I think the competitor that he is, he's not the blow you away kind of stuff guy like Paul Skeens, but that cat is just different. When you watch him pitch, there's a different intensity, yet calm on the mound. His presence, it seems like nobody's ever worried when he's on the mound. I want a guy that people just have the utmost peace and confidence knowing that he is getting handed the ball.
From the 214, well, this will have to do more with how the fans react. I would replace $1 hot dog day with $1 beer day. Again, you can blame fans from 40 years ago for messing up the cheap beer night from the 817. Fire Manfred. Man, that is a baller move. You're like, I'm making some real fundamental changes. And these two people, they didn't answer it exactly the same, but I think the idea is the same. From the 561, I would cork every bat for a day. And then another person from the 817, if I was commissioner, I would lift the ban on PEDs and get back to making what makes baseball great, roided out monsters with projectiles and blunt force weapons. Man. So we're getting there in different ways, but I think they both want to see that. Another person's suggestion, have at least 1 to 2 mascot games per day. Now, per season. Now, my question about that is, does that mean that the regular players have to be in mascot outfits to play? Do you have to take people from the organizations? Do these count as part of the standings? Because if so, I think the Savannah Bananas would definitely pick up that idea if they haven't already, but I am intrigued by that concept.
I like the idea of having celebrities and former players do the mascot game, so you have no idea who it is until after the game. Yes. Okay. And after the game, whatever the winning team, they get to unmask first.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, oh my gosh, why is, Ryan Reynolds out here hitting tanks to left field? I don't know.
See, I like the former player aspect, especially with the Rangers, because you could have had Oh, well, that is clearly Julio Franco or Mickey Tettleton because of the very unique ways in which they held their bat. I feel like that would be very popular. Getting that through is a game that actually counts. I don't know if you can get that. But you know what? If you were commissioner for the day, well, I guess you have the autonomy to make that happen.
Make it work.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chat with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we have a lot of sports information coming down right now on the basketball front. Nikola Jokic, the undisputed best player in all of basketball, he is going to be out at least a month with a hyperextension of his knee. It looks scary at first when I didn't see, I think it was Porter who stepped on his foot. But if you didn't see that, you're like, oh my God, his knee just buckled. And you're like, he's going to be out for the rest of the year. He's having one of the greatest seasons in NBA history. He's first in assists. There's a thing out there that's crazy. Right now, he's averaging an assist rate that's better than Jason Kidd ever had, a rebound rate that's better than Karl Malone ever had, and he's also 4th or 5th in the league in points scored. And it's just bananas. But yeah, so he is not done for the year, thankfully, but he will be out at least a month with the hyper extension. Right now, because we got more information for you, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring in our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Well, it's going better for us than, unfortunately, some other players across the league. We're going to break this NFL news for you that does not involve the Cowboys, but it still sounds really bad.
Yeah, this is not great, Mick. New England Patriots star Stephon Diggs is facing serious criminal charges, according to Boston 25 News. He's charged with felony strangulation or suffocation and misdemeanor assault and battery charges stemming from an incident on Tuesday, December 2nd.
Oh, my.
Yep.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Yes, and it looks like the Patriots have already put out a statement saying they're aware. Stephon informed the organization that he categorically denies the allegations. We support Stephon. We will continue to gather information and fully cooperate with the appropriate authorities in NFL as necessary. So pretty vague, but they are saying that Stephon categorically denies these claims.
And I take he wasn't strangling a guy.
I don't know, but I understand that assumption. Unfortunately, that does seem to come up a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah. Oh, gosh.
So there's your, we'll try to be more positive from here, but there's your unfortunate NFL update of the day.
Well, I had a question for you guys.
Yeah.
You had mentioned basketball.
Yeah.
So last night, who was your choice to take the final 3-point shot for the Mavericks?
I mean, based on some of the clutch shots he had hit, especially at the end of the third, I probably would have gone with Clay, but who would you have picked?
Yeah, either him or Flag.
Yeah, because Flag started to kind of get a better feel for the three, but...
Or Williams.
Yeah, Williams was interesting last night because I guess I found myself thinking that was probably too many threes in general, but I know that doesn't really factor into the last shot. You're like, well, you can't take it. You've taken 10 threes. I get it. Well, okay, Mickey, let me ask you a basketball question then. And this kind of goes with some of the discussion we've had about this weekend's Dallas Cowboys game. The Mavericks have a lot of young players that are getting an opportunity to see plenty of run. Do you want to see the Mavericks keep trying to fight to keep their head above water until Anthony Davis is back, until Kyrie can come back? Or are you more in the camp of, hey, if there's people interested in Anthony Davis, let's go ahead and make that happen?
Yeah, you know what? And it doesn't matter what sport you ask me about that. I just believe in trying to do your best to keep winning games.
Sure.
And doing your best to keep winning games doesn't mean trading away Davis, because are you guaranteed to hit on draft picks in the NBA?
Nope.
Unless maybe you have the first pick.
Yeah, this next draft, if you told me we get a top 3 pick, but you are not getting a top 3 pick out of Anthony Davis.
Yeah, so no, I think you keep playing, and when I keep counting 1 through 8, I mean they weren't that far away from 8, right? With the number of wins,
right?
So yeah, I think you keep grinding out and trying to win.
All right.
And I'm going to give you an example that's going to pertain to what we'll talk about, I'm sure, for the Cowboys. What did Atlanta have to prove or win last night?
Sure, nothing. They've been eliminated for a couple weeks, but they went out
and they played their asses off.
Yeah, they
right?
did. Yeah, they did.
And won a game.
Yep.
And it seemed like it was pretty important to them. And they can't even get to 500, right?
Yeah, and you know what? I am glad that you brought that up, because if you got a chance to see the post game, like you saw their coach is fired up when he's flipping the game ball to Bijan Robinson, and he's like, there's no question he's the best. Well, the insinuation was he's the best player in all of football, and everyone was fired up. So when you see moments like that, I definitely understand what Jerry says and what Shoddy says about the importance of a win.
Yeah, and you know what? He's been saying that about Bijan all season long.
For sure.
I either read something or heard it talking about, I don't know what the deal is, but this guy's the best running back in the National Football League, right? And he has not backed off from that. And what I saw last night, I don't know that I'd argue with him.
Alec we were talking about before the show. I think people underestimate how big of a dude he is, and then he broke off the 93-yarder and they can't catch him. Like, that's a special combination of size and breakaway ability.
Oh, yeah. And seems like a really good guy because he gave everybody else credit but himself, right?
Yep. Okay.
For the run?
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad that you said that, because I think this weekend it is going to be big trouble for the Saints. Because did you see Bijan in the postgame when he got told about what's on the line in the final weekend?
I did not.
Okay.
I don't think I stayed with it that long.
Okay, so he's talking to the media, and somebody goes, oh, with this win, if you guys win again this weekend, that would eliminate Tampa Bay from winning the division. And he just stops, and he gets this smile on his face, and he goes, really? I was not aware of that. And just in that moment, if I was New Orleans, I'd be like, oh, crap. Because it really sounds like he's going into that game to play some spoiler.
Yeah, right. And the Saints are on a 4-game winning streak.
Yes,
of all things.
And Tyler Shuck looks like, hey, maybe we judged him too quickly.
Yeah. He's just earned a starting job, I bet, for next year.
I have no doubt about that. We've talked a lot about the organization, if you can keep piling up wins and getting to 500. I know Jerry talked about it this morning. What about for Shoddy? If he can go 8-1, he would be the 6th Cowboys coach to be at least 500 in his first season on the sideline. What do you think that does to propel him going forward?
Yeah, and I don't know that he looks at it, how do I say it, selfishly.
Sure.
Like, I don't want a losing season on my record. But I think there's some pride to not having a losing season, to make sure that, you passed out those T-shirts all season long, compete every day, and then you get to the end and you go, nah, don't worry about it. We're just going to go
right.
out and finish the string, right? And I think it would be very hypocritical more than anything else. So I think more than a pride thing, maybe an integrity thing, that this was your message all season long, and now, Coach, you're telling me we're not trying to win the game because we're not going to play Dak. I think that would sort of maybe lose some of his integrity with the players, and because you know what, you're not going to sit everybody, right? You got to play guys, and it would be totally unfair to Joe Milton to send him out there and go, nah, we're going to play the backup running backs, the backup wide receivers, and we're not going to play all our guys on defense. I just think you might lose guys when they see something like that.
Do you get the sense, based on what you've heard, what just makes sense to you, that depending on the flow of the game, we probably will see some Joe Milton this weekend? I mean, I know Dak's starting, but eventually, do you think we'll see some Joe Milton this weekend?
I could see, depending on how things go, I could see they kind of left that door open by how they have answered the question.
Right.
And I got to go back and look, but I think I remember some games in the past. I don't know if it was when Romo was the starting quarterback, and it might have been that they played him in the first half and then turned it over to the backup in the second half.
Yeah.
But I think that had more to do with, you didn't have anything to gain. You already had your playoff status. And so what the heck, let's just make sure we're not stale going into the playoffs, give them a half, and then turn it over to the backup. And I could see that happening.
Mickey, it sounded like Jerry expects to see a little bit of Jaden Blue as Malik Davis and Javonte Williams are both a little bit banged up, which... Do you think there's anything he could show in this? I know it's a meaningless game and it's going to be players in and out of the rotation and whatnot, but for a lot of the...
You better not say meaningless game. I heard that out.
Mathematically, it doesn't mean anything, but I'm sorry, Jerry. But do you think there's anything he can show? Because, Javonte is a free agent. We don't know what his future with the team is. Malik Davis, surely you probably don't want to be a running back one at any point in the future. Do you think the organization is hoping that he shows something that they can say, yes, we can build on that in training camp?
Yeah, I think so. And I think what he needs to show is what he showed in training camp. I think before I can't remember if it was a sprained ankle or it kind of set him back a little bit. I think they need a running back like that. Even if you brought back either Davis, Williams, or whatever, they need a guy that has some explosion at the line of scrimmage, that has some breakaway speed, some ability to make people miss, and he's got that. Now, can he show it? Can they depend on him? Can he do all the other things that you need to do to be, say, the second running back, the change-up guy? Because think about it, when they started the season, the idea was Williams and Sanders, right?
Yep.
And then Sanders gets hurt. And then, he got a little bit of a shot, not much. And, the one game he didn't lose the fumble, but he did fumble. And I think they just lost confidence in him. And I don't know what goes on at practice, and they keep talking about that. Or the fact that if he wasn't going to play special teams as a backup running back, then, I don't know that we active on game day because Malik Davis figured out a way to stay active on game day by becoming the personal protector on the punt team. And so, I think that, boy, he's got something. I just wish that they could figure out how to squeeze it out of him.
So, okay, and so... do you think I'm wrong at all for, Jaden Blue is great, and I appreciate that. I kind of want to see more Malik Davis after the best game of his career. I know he's not going to be your starter going forward, or I guess I would assume that, but I kind of want to see Malik Davis back out there and get another real run at this.
Yeah, if he can see, right?
yeah. That's
how many more times are Cowboys going to have eye injuries?
Yeah, that is every time I guess players go up against Jalen Carter.
Well, what was the game where Donovan Wilson got his eye cut, right?
Right.
Yeah.
How do you, I don't know if it's the helmet, how it, twists or whatever. And it was like hockey, right? He goes in the locker room, gets a couple stitches, comes back out and plays, right?
Yeah.
And then the offensive lineman got poked in the eye? It was Tyler Smith, right? He gets poked in the eye, and he came out with a shield on it. And it's like, how's all that happening without grabbing a face mask?
That's a great question. I think about that all the time when I know players always want a flag, but the most compelling argument I ever see is when that person goes to the ref and reenacts how their body and their head got twisted. And I'm like, that's a good point. It's because they grabbed his face mask. I hear what that person is saying.
You go up to him and say, what are you looking at?
Yeah, exactly. Do you have an eye injury as well? Although that probably wouldn't get you the call that you want from the ref if you start making a verbal assault.
Poke in the eye.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you again tomorrow.
All right. Sounds good. See you guys.
There you go. from DallasCowboys.com, although prepared to discuss Dallas Mavericks.
That's right.
Mickey Spagnola, you'll love to hear it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, oh, you love to hear this. It's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus a good old Florida man story next on The Fan.
If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan, and I know Alec is going to naysay me because he did this in the break. I want to know how often you sing along with any of the commercials on the Fan, because I was definitely getting looks for in the break. Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
See, and I can't escape it with you, and I can't escape it at home, because you know how some of these, it's the exact same audio on the TV commercial?
Yes.
My dad has picked up to the ones that I hate, so he'll turn the volume all the way up downstairs when any of those spots come on, just to irritate me. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is why I am moving next summer.
Oh, wow. Sorry if that's breaking news for you, Alex, Dad. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for
Your dad already knew that, right?
On the FM.
He wouldn't have heard that and been like, what the hell?
Yes, he already knew that. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. Yeah. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus,
did you check the backseat? Is that not the question of the day?
I almost said an expletive. We have a Florida man story that is sure to be a fun one, because they all are. I actually had 3 Florida man stories lined up. But this is the best of the 3.
Okay.
We will get to that here in just a little bit, because it involves lawsuits. Those are always fun to talk about. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but first, here in the waning moments of 2025, today is Tuesday, December 30th, and what is today on the National Day calendar? Today is Festival of Enormous Changes at the Last Minute Day.
Oh, so hold on. Does that mean you make changes for the rest of 2025, and then you're like, I'll reboot next year?
I like the idea. I like that, but I like the idea that this is, I'm going to make some drastic, life-changing decision just because it's the end of the year.
Okay.
And I'm going to set the tone for the next year. But I kind of like that reckless abandon there. That's my way of operating.
Man, what would your resolution be for the next 36 hours?
Ooh.
You know what mine probably would be? To check the back seat. Check the back seat. How did you not know that's where this was going?
I knew it was about to happen. Usually, I'm on the board where I can just pull your fader down and it doesn't go over the air.
Jacob,
I am powerless here.
You're doing a great job.
How did it happen?
I thought you were doing a great job, Jacob, but you didn't save me there. It is also National Resolution Planning Day, so if you are a New Year's resolution person, you start planning today.
All right, I promise this is a real question. I will try to have real questions the rest of the segment. How often have you had a resolution that has been like in the making where you're like, I'll start on January 1st, and how many slide over to, well, we're still partying then, it's January 2nd, versus how much are they just spontaneous resolutions? Do you think people just wake up and they're like, oh, I got to change this. Let's start.
I feel like it's more spontaneous.
Okay.
Because, I mean, even like, I know this is a really dark example, but like when we had Mike Santana in studio a couple weeks ago, and he was like, there was a moment where I just said this needs to change.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like that's how it is for me personally and a lot of other people, where it's one of those things that it builds over time, and then sometimes there's a breaking point, but some days you do just wake up and say, I could be better at this, or I want to go do this. I want to go try this. Why not? That's usually what it is for me, and that'll actually tie into the question of the day. Thank you very much for my answer. We'll get to that in just a second. We also look at the rest of the National Day calendar is Sodium Bicarbonate Day. So big day for sodium consumers.
Oh, Okay.
I guess. But some cool birthdays I want to throw out there as well. One of these will not be like the other. Tyrese Gibson. Today is his birthday. Tiger Woods turning 50. LeBron James celebrating a birthday today.
All right. I feel like I've probably asked this before. Did everybody know that Tiger Woods and LeBron have the same birthday?
I didn't know.
I did not know.
Okay, because I feel like I might have known that and then forgot it and then learned it and forgot it again.
Yeah.
So
I feel like that's probably
amazing.
the boat that I'm in. And then it's Carson Wentz's birthday.
Oh, well, he could have won MVP that one year.
Yeah, maybe. You know,
they still won the World Series.
Just like Justin Herbert.
The Super Bowl. I don't know.
Just like Justin Herbert made up situations.
Yeah.
The MVP of it, literally. But today, oh, man, I got to quote Corey here. Oh, man! It is National Bacon Day.
Oh.
National Bacon Day. Celebrate responsibly, my friends, because this is a great day to be alive. But we're not going to talk about bacon here.
Oh, man, I have a bacon question.
Okay, ask the bacon question. We got time.
Do you think like a niche upscale bacon restaurant could make it? Because I know you get bacon on all kinds of food, but if you're like, this is a bacon shop.
Yes, and you know why? Because, and please reach out to me, alexander.medford@odyssey.com. Make something happen with me. A place in Dallas that I love is based around one specific food. Dallas Grilled Cheese Company is one of my favorite places to eat in Dallas.
Get the Cattleman.
Yes, and it is unreasonably good.
Yes.
There is no reason that anybody should base their entire business model off of one food like that. That is more of, it's looked at as a side.
It works,
you know,
though.
but they put it on sandwiches. They have crazy combinations, throw brisket in it, whatever you want. It's amazing.
Yeah.
I love that place. So yes, I think a bacon restaurant could work.
All right.
But when I think about bacon, I think it makes pretty much any food better. So what is something in life that makes everything better? 877-881-1053. You can be as specific, you can be as broad as you can for me. I'm going to warn you, mine is going to be on the more serious note and, nice. Not sad, but nice. So if you have something that is a little bit more unserious, please take the stage before I derail it with life stuff.
Free shipping. I don't know what
amazing.
It is, but I feel like the lure of free shipping will get you to make purchases. I can't. This meme's been around forever, and I think it's so true. Oh, it's the item's $50 plus $10 shipping. I don't know.
Yep.
Oh, it's $60 with free shipping. Sold. I don't know what it is, even though the prices obviously would be exactly the same. Free shipping feels like you're like, I don't feel so bad about making this purchase.
I like that a lot because that's how I justify pretty much any Amazon purchase. Is like, but
we got Prime.
Yeah, but I pay for Prime, so
Yeah.
I may as well use it. And I didn't even know this was a thing until a couple weeks ago when I was ordering some Christmas gifts. The Amazon Prime Young Adult status gives you cash back. And I didn't know that was a thing. So I've gotten cash back, and whenever I went to go, I think I got a gift card as an early gift. So I went to go put it in, and it said, you also have young adult cash back. And I was like, what? And it was like $15 that was saved up. So I was like, yes, use this. So that's my justification for everything but it's Prime. It's got to be a good deal, right? I'm getting free shipping. It's going to be here overnight. Gotta love it.
Yeah, I do wonder how many people make that extra little purchase to get the shipping to you at 8 in the morning, and you're like, I don't even need that thing at 8 in the morning. It's just the appeal that it'll be there right away.
But sometimes, and I was just telling Jacob about this yesterday because, we're meatheads, so we were talking about protein bars after the show. And he asked about like the ones that I've tried, and I said I stick with these Gatorade ones because you can get 12 packs on Amazon. You can't get them in the store. You can only get 6 packs. And it's a better price when you do the math, and they're always available overnight, and they're like just over $25, so you don't have to add anything else to your cart. So I always forget that I'm almost out, and I'm like, I have none. I ate my last one today, so I order it that night. It's there when I wake up in the morning, and it goes in my backpack and comes to the studio with me.
All right.
So it helps me out a lot But a lot of the time I'm like, sure, delivered at 7 in the morning. I don't need a faucet attachment or something at 7 in the morning. Like I had to do that, replace the drain plug the other day.
Right.
So do I need this at 7 in the morning? No. Do I want it at 7 in the morning?
Yes.
Sure. That sounded weird. Jacob, something that makes life better every single time.
So this is kind of along the same lines as shopping, right? I'm going to go with the autofill feature and just anything in life, right? There's nothing worse than when you're getting set to buy something and you got to put your name, your last name, your address. You got to put all that stuff in.
That really beats you down.
Yeah, it beats me down.
Okay.
And then Google does this cute little thing up in the top right corner where it's like autofill information.
Yes.
And I'm like, beautiful. Or like Apple Pay. Anything that autofills my information so I can get something done faster, aka buying things, I'm all for it.
Question. Surely this scenario's never come up. Maybe this is a moral compass. Ooh. Have you ever had the autofill with an ex and maybe their information for paying for things is still available? Have you ever?
That means yes. No, I haven't. I thought about it because an ex from like 3 years ago left her PlayStation account logged in on my PS5. And her credit cards and everything were still on there, and she didn't have a passcode set up to get into the profile. So I joked. I was like, because you can gift stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, should I gift like the new Call of Duty to myself or something? I was like, I'm not that evil, no. Even though she cheated, I was
I would have done it. I would have done it 100%.
I was the bigger person, and I'm waiting for the short jokes to come in after saying that I was the bigger person.
Man, that is interesting when you mix in the cheating aspect. You're like, we didn't just break up. She really...
Yeah, I thought about it. Not really. I'm too good of a person for my own good. But I will say on the autofill topic, Jacob, I encountered this last night. This is what annoys me when you do the autofill. But for some reason, some websites leave it marked out as red still, even though it's filled in because you didn't type it. So I was ordering a gift last night, and I did the autofill with all my information. It put everything in there, but the boxes weren't white. They were still blue, like they needed to be filled. So I had to click on the box, delete one letter, and type it back in.
Yeah.
Just so the box would go white.
Wow.
And I'm like, so what's the purpose of autofill? And granted, this was like midnight.
Feels like that should be a drop. I don't know when it'll come in handy, but it will.
When will it?
I've been doing this long enough to know it will come in handy somewhere.
Oh, man. Let's see. From the 903, alcohol. In moderation?
So,
sure.
Somebody brought this up, and they said fast gas pumps. And, man,
yes,
that's something you don't realize how different they are until you're really in a hurry, but you've, like, timed it out improperly, and maybe you're not going to fill up your gas tank because you're like, I don't even have enough time for that. And then you get the slowest gas in the world.
Yes.
I get that.
Let's see, 877-881-1053. Something that always makes life better. From the 903, I like this. Google reviews and maps mainly. And I would say the reviews have saved me from a couple of bad decisions on, going places, especially franchised locations or just chain places. You see that one that's 15 minutes away has awful service, but the one that's 22 minutes away has great service and the food is always amazing. I love that.
Do you ever go to a business to read their reviews after they've been involved in some sort of controversy?
Yes.
Okay.
I love that.
I've definitely found that I'm interested in seeing how that goes.
I am messy, and I will admit it. Mine, I will say, because this is a recent change that I feel like you will appreciate, and you didn't even know, but you are a part of the reason, and this show is, and the listeners are, is therapy.
Yeah.
I think everybody can benefit from it.
Agreed.
Even if life is perfect in your eyes, I think that everybody can learn something about themselves. I literally, the past 2 days, I've done online sessions before the show. That's why I've showed up a little bit later than I usually do, is because after the gym, I sit down and I learn a couple lessons, and do a couple exercises mentally. And I always let that get away from me this time of the year because things are moving quick. Obviously, I'm hosting a lot, and I'm working on holidays, and I'm budgeting, and I'm doing this, that, and the other. So it gets away from me very quick and I forget to take care of myself. So I kind of had that wake up call maybe 2 weeks ago where I was like, I'm doing a bad job at this. So I started going back and I have been doing great. That's why I've been in a great mood the past couple of days, is because I've tried doing it before the show rather than after. So I'm just like, I felt like I learned something this morning. I feel relaxed. I feel good. Got some stuff off of my chest and I am great. So because of the openness of this show and this program, that has enabled me to be a little bit more outright with it and a little bit more direct when I feel like something is wrong, getting it addressed. So I appreciate you, Corey. Even Mike has been very open about that in the past. So just appreciate you guys for that. And real quick, I will make this brief. It's not a long story. Florida man stories are great. Florida man sues Outback Steakhouse after being injured by a toilet.
What?
Yes. So, according to Ocala News, a Florida resident named Michael Green dined at the Outback Steakhouse, located at 3215 Southwest College Road in Ocala, on March 26, and headed to the restroom at some point during his visit based on the claims in a lawsuit that was filed in the Marion County Court last week. Green sat down on the toilet in a handicap stall and suddenly found himself on the bathroom floor after it, quote, shattered and collapsed.
Oh, no.
When he sat down, a mishap, he says, caused, quote, severe bodily injury.
Oh.
The lawsuit alleges that the toilet was not properly secured to the floor. He is seeking $50,000 while citing the cost of lost wages, medical bills, and general pain and suffering he says he was subjected to as a result. And this isn't the first time a large chain has been sued in America for exactly $50,000 over a toilet mishap in the state of Florida. A couple of years ago, a man went after Dunkin' Donuts for the same amount of money after the toilet he was sitting on erupted and covered him in raw sewage in the midst of using it. Florida toilets, stay away from them.
Man. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, based on the happenings of the weekend. Which NFL fan base is currently the most miserable? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Offense. May on the rollout, on the move, throws to the end zone. It is caught for the touchdown. Guess who? The first of his NFL career, Efton Chisholm III.
I could have just told you, guess who? Not the Jets. Right now, brought to you by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
And we'll start with asking Jacob if he wants to say what Cut 10 is labeled as. Please
don't actually say it.
Oh, okay. I was
Please
ready.
don't.
Yeah.
But thank you for following what I typed to a T and writing it down like that. Like, I'll give you an example. Cut 9 says sweet ass soccer highlight. And because that is, sometimes I just need a general thing, and that is how I label it. And so I appreciate that he labeled it like that on the cut sheet as well. All right. Let's go back to Monday Night Football, if we can, for just a second. Will you give me cut number 7, please, good sir?
London has been awfully good. Throw is picked off. Intercepted by Bates. It was high for Mumfield. Bates. Pick 6.
Now, in crosstalk, Sean asked if we turned it off for good reason. It's 21-0 at the half, and the ramifications for this game are huge. First of all, are you saving jobs in Atlanta? I kind of wonder if the answer to that is yes. Second of all, you can continue to see the domination of Bijan Robinson, but also you saw a drastic swing in the MVP odds with Matthew Stafford being entrenched as the favorite over Drake May. Now going into the last week of the season, Drake May is a big favorite over Matthew Stafford. But perhaps the biggest consequences happened to the Tampa Bay Bucks. It looked like it was all set up for the Panthers and the Bucks, winner take all. Now, not so much. Carolina Panthers can still lose that game, which would put them at 8-9. And Tampa would win that game, which would also put them at 8-9. But if Atlanta wins their game as well, they would also be 8-9. And the three-way tie means that the Carolina Panthers would win the division. So Tampa, if they win, they need the Falcons to lose, because if it's a three-way tie, the Carolina Panthers win. And meanwhile, the Atlanta Falcons continue to string together victories at a time where they've been eliminated from the playoffs for like 3 weeks.
This is mutiny. It's
a lot.
It's a lot going on that shouldn't be going on.
Sure.
Because that division is the most unserious thing in professional sports right now.
Ooh.
I don't understand
Do you think the AFC North is like, hey, don't forget about us?
I've forgotten about them because it should not be a question as to who is the best in this division right now. If you watch the first half of the season, you saw that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were far and away a standout. Then they got hurt again, got hurt a little bit more, then lost a couple close games, heartbreakers here and there, and then here we are where they can't buy a win if they wanted to. I don't understand this division. It makes me happy because Corey and I talked about this at length last week about the issue that the league is going to run into as they keep expanding the season, keeping these games relevant at the end of the season because of the division matchups. Divisions will probably be decided before the final 2-3 weeks. You know, the way it feels right now, there's not going to be a whole lot of parity at the end of the season, a whole lot of intrigue. It's going to be a bunch of people playing that you don't care about. So this at least gives us something to talk about in terms of there is something to be lost and something to be gained for multiple teams. But to quote our friend MJF, mid.
I agree with that. Just to put it in perspective, Carolina currently leads the division. They have a point differential of negative 67. The other team that has an opportunity to win the division is Tampa Bay, who is currently on a 4-game losing streak and has a point differential of negative 33. The two best teams in your division have a combined point differential of negative 100, and they will essentially play for the division title unless the Falcons win to create a 3-way tie atop the division in which none of the teams are above 500. Those are all things that are happening right now as we speak. But the question is, are any of them the most miserable fan bases? Do you think right now? Now, this is kind of on a week-to-week basis, or else I think you would see some of the answers are different. Number 5 on the most miserable fan bases of the week, I think you will disagree with this, Jacob. It is the Chicago Bears. I believe this is per Bleacher Report. Or no, The Athletic, excuse me. They say that Bears fans right now are the 5th most miserable in the NFL. Would you care to comment?
I'm not miserable. My team's going to get a home playoff game, and it plays either the Rams or the Packers, and my quarterback has a chance to be the first 4,000-yard passer in team history next week. So I'm pumped.
Okay. Well, tied for number 4 because they don't really understand how a top 5 works. It's the Panthers and the Bucks. That's the thing. If they're tied for 4, clearly the Bears are 6, and you don't need to include them. The Panthers and the Bucks fans. Number 3, the Bills fans. Tell me if you think this is a fair assertion for the Bills going into the playoffs. Did Josh Allen single-handedly win you the game? Then you lost. Because the answer is not yes, then you lost. And he could. He has the potential to do that. But I would be very nervous if I was a Buffalo fan going into the playoffs. But at least you made the playoffs. Now, who do you think right now? We're down to the top 2. Who do you think should be, Alec, the most miserable current fan base in the NFL?
There's 2 teams that come to mind. They're both in the AFC. I would say, for my money, I would go with the Jets. But I would hear a conversation about the Cleveland Browns as well.
Oh, okay. Interestingly enough, the Cleveland Browns, who won, we'll get back to that game in a second. They are not in the top 5. Number 1 is the Jets, but who should be number 1? It's the Steelers. Steelers fans, because they lost to the Cleveland Browns, and now they face the winner-take-all. And I know Aaron Rodgers is like, oh, yeah, I think we're going to win that game. Well, because that's what he should say. It would be much more concerning and noteworthy if he goes, oh, we're probably donezo. Like, that would be really weird if that's how his presser went. And so The Athletic says right now, Steelers fans are the 2nd most miserable, and number 1 is the Jets fans. But could number 1 also be Broncos fans? I know you might be confused by this. Did you see what Sean Payton said about their divisional gear? Quote, I haven't seen the hats or the shirts. My understanding is they're pretty ugly. The shirts have a slogan that says, been there, won that, which tight end Adam Troutman said he didn't really understand, which is a great point because this is the first time in a decade they've won the division. So what the hell are they talking about? That'd be like if the Cowboys won the Super Bowl next year and they're like, that's just what we do. And I'm like, no, it's not. You haven't won a Super Bowl in 30 years. And so that's tough. Do you feel bad for the designers of this gear when Sean Payton's like, I heard it's ugly?
Yeah, I feel bad for them, but at the same time, use your brain. Like you're supposed to be creative and thoughtful in this process. And like you said, that quite literally is not the truth. Yeah. So what are we doing here?
I don't know.
You may as well have printed out AFC champions on the T-shirt because it's equally as true. You don't win the division, and that's fine. But I mean, that would be fun if people start getting duct tape, like how people will cross out old nameplates on jerseys.
Yes.
They just put a piece of duct tape under there that says, in the past 10 years.
I mean, like the Chiefs, that would have made sense for their shirt. I would understand, but that's not the direction we went. All right, couple quick hits. Riley Leonard is going to start for the Colts this weekend. I feel like that was expected. Rick Neuheisel is the new coach for the Dallas Renegades of the UFL, and Andy Reid ruled out retirement. He said, if they'll have me back, I'll be back. I would most certainly assume that the Chiefs would take Andy Reid back, so he is not retiring. And also, the Chargers are going to rest Justin Herbert in the finale. They're going to put Trey Lance out there, probably because they don't want Justin Herbert to get his head smoked into the ground 8 more times again because of that offensive line. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, what brought you sports joy in 2025? We're focusing on the positive. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll
Dolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Alec Medford. And the famous Jacob Ray with us today and tomorrow. Now, we're going to start off a little something like this, and I already see... Man, I don't know why I didn't anticipate this was the direction it was going to go, but I already see one that I most definitely agree with. What brought you sports joy in 2025 from the 561? And this is the one of the ones that popped into my head. We're going to play this specific highlight. Give me cut number 13, the arrival and this domination from Mikko Rantanen.
Lindell didn't get good wood on it, but Sagan got it out. Rantanen again! Unbelievable! A legendary performance by Rantanen against his former team.
That has got to be my favorite hockey call of the year. I'm you know what? I'm sorry. I'm going to ask if we could play it again because that Rantanen, I love it. Can you play it one more time? Because not just this game, but trading for Mikko Rantanen brought me sports joy this year.
Lindell didn't get good wood on it, but Sagan got it out. Rantanen again! Unbelievable! A legendary performance by Rantanen against his former team.
I love that from the 561. Undoubtedly, Mikko's hat trick against the Avalanche in an elimination game. What a welcome to the stars moment. Yeah, the hat trick being against one of his former teams. Just freaking believable. I loved it. Who would like to go next? I have plenty of other answers, but I want to see what y'all think.
That was high on my list because I remember the emotion of feeling, because I know this show specifically, I feel like we do a pretty good job of covering the Dallas Stars and talking hockey.
Right.
And whenever his name started getting thrown around, and that trade came together pretty quickly.
It did.
So it was like hey, this isn't an idea being discussed. It's a deal that is being figured out. And we're like, ooh, the contract, the assets, great player, but you might be mortgaging the future, blah, blah, blah. Like all these things that we were talking about that could be a little bit too much or whatever. He shut us up pretty quickly. At least me. I'll speak for me and say that any doubt I had about compensation, this, that, and the other, I was like, I'm totally fine. And I remember tweeting after that third goal, and I just said, Mikko Rantanen, a Dallas Star is born. Like this, that was a career-defining moment, and that's how you make yourself a fan favorite and a household name with the snap of a finger.
And one of the ancillary effects has been the step up of Jason Robertson this year. Now, I realize you could make an argument that it's the Olympic team, it's contractual year. I don't know why I said that instead of just contract year. I don't know. Don't worry about that. But I think Rantanen has upped the physicality of Jason Robertson as well. And I think you're seeing kind of like the Lamb and Pickens dynamic, how they go together, as opposed to you got to keep one or the other. So I've been excited by that side effect just a little bit. Can we go to cut number 11? Because this is most certainly not the lead vote getter for the Mavs. I think it should be, but it's not. This moment brought me all of the sports joy this year.
And that means that the number one pick in the 2025 NBA draft goes to the Dallas Mavericks.
You love to hear it, and somehow one of the most hyped, especially American-born basketball draft picks in the last 25 years. I did not say the most because LeBron exists, but one of the most hyped and maybe has been even better than anticipated early on. That day, if you've not heard the story, I volunteer with a group called Refugee Resources. They're based in Dallas. If you want to go look them up, I think you should. They're a wonderful organization. We help teach English. We teach Jesus to kids, as you might be able to guess, who were not born here in America. So we had our pizza party that day to wrap up the year, and the pizza party ended at like 6:15. But the draft lottery was still going. And I was like, it's never going to happen. But we'll just wait and see. And then the Mavericks moved into the top 4. And it was tough because you're like hanging out with the kids, eating pizza. But I keep looking over at the TV and I was like, holy crap, that was the Mavericks spot. We moved into the top 4. Oh, my gosh. And then I started thinking about, could you draft Trey Johnson? Because I still didn't think like you get up to number 1. And so everyone disperses. And the woman who runs it, Elisa, she goes, okay, you guys can go. And I was like, no, I'm sorry. I'm keeping the boys here just for me at this moment because I really need to see how this turns out. And because I was going to take 3 of them home. And so we're watching. And then like it gets down to the last 2. Now all of a sudden I'm like, oh, sweet goodness. Or could we get Cooper Flagg? I'm going to freak out. And then we did. And I like started jumping around and cheering. And I told the boys, if we won the first draft pick, that they could destroy my sunglasses because, they're like 12 years old. And so we got out there and I was so excited. They go, can we really destroy your sunglasses? I was like, yep. Threw them on the ground. They stomped those things out. And then when we were driving them home, they started chanting what is surely the leading vote getter thus far. They started chanting Fire Nico. And it was really weird because it was like a 10-minute drive back to their house. They're chanting Fire Nico. I get a call from Mike Bassick, and he was like, did we really win the lottery? And he goes, my son said that. I don't know if he's right. And so it was just unbelievable sports joy for me. But from the 214, sports joy, Nico getting fired. From the 940, firing Nico. From the 972, Nico being fired. From the 903, Nico not being here anymore. That feels like the overwhelming leader thus far. But Jacob, I wanted to kick it over to you. Whether it is still Nico based or something else entirely, that is easily the leading vote getter thus far.
So that's not the one for me, and I've seen the one I'm going to do. I've seen it in the text line a couple times. It was seeing my alumni finally have their best football season probably ever. Texas Tech won the Big 12 for the first time in school history. We had a chance to go beat Oregon on Thursday with a chance to go to the national championship semifinal. So that was it for me. On top of the fact that the basketball team was super good this year too.
Yes.
And the Cooper Flagg draft pick was up there with me too, because my whole life before I even picked the school where I was going to go to, I was a Duke fan. So I followed them very, very closely, and I followed back since Zion was there. All those teams, I still follow Cam Boozer and stuff like that. So I was super psyched that I got a chance to cover Cooper Flagg when it came to Dallas. And it looks like it's panning out pretty well so far. So
did I tell you that me and my wife, we went up to New Jersey and then down to San Antonio for the regionals and for the Final Four?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
that's sick.
Yeah, I'll show you some pictures and videos. So yeah, I'm with you on that. But see, that makes a lot of sense because I put A&M starting 11-0, but obviously the big difference there is they did not get a bye and they're not still alive. To your point, Texas Tech football is 3 wins away from being the national champion, and there is a scenario in which a little bit more than a week from now, Texas Tech will play Indiana for the right to be in the national championship game, which I feel like 5 years ago, you'd probably wait, what are you saying? And so I get that. What do you think about the fact that Texas Tech is an underdog in that game?
I mean, I'm not surprised. I think national media wants Oregon to win that game anyways. It's going to be tough. I mean, if every team wins, if Tech wins and Indiana wins, I mean, you're looking at the fact that you're going to probably have to beat the number 1 and number 2 overall pick in this next draft to get to the national championship.
See that, yeah.
Which is it's a pretty tough hill to climb. So I've watched Oregon. I watched them against JMU. Watched them kind of all season. I like to follow that team a lot. They've been really good since I was growing up. And Dante Moore's a real deal, so it's going to be tough, and they're a really good team.
Do you like Moore better than Mendoza?
I do personally, yeah.
Okay, interesting. From the 214, another one right here. Sports Joy. The Stars trading for Rantanen, the biggest trade in franchise history. Ooh, that is interesting. We might have to revisit that at another time. And then from the 817, Sports Joy was Paige Becker is coming to the Dallas Wings. Everything else is consolation and grieving. Man, I got a chance to go out to a couple of Wings games this year, including I got invited by the Wings to one of them. Gave me awesome seats. It was really fun. I guess that is true. Now, I wanted to throw one more out there because I think this was a national one that brought a lot of people sports joy that maybe you didn't anticipate at the beginning of the year. The Four Nations tournament in the NHL, man, because I understand the Texas Tech one, and I said Texas A&M, and we're talking about local things. I understand all of that. It wasn't locally invested, even though the Stars made up of like a fourth of one of those teams. But it feels like the Four Nations that tournament brought a lot of joy to people in the sports world and probably a lot of extra money to the NHL because that felt like a thing that everyone grabbed onto quickly. And then when you saw how awesome the games were and the fights and intensity, you're like, oh my gosh, I can't miss any of this.
Yeah, and what it did to get attention from non-hockey fans.
Yes.
Like casual fans definitely enjoyed it, but non-hockey fans, I can't tell you how many people approached me and said, I have not sat down and watched a full-length hockey game until I saw that it took less than 9 seconds for Team USA to drop the gloves and start kicking some ass. And, like, even my girl was saying, I don't really get down with hockey, and I don't even get down with the Olympics. But when I saw Team USA was throwing hands with other countries,
for sure,
like, she knows who Matthew and Brady Tkachuk are. Because
I feel like the popularity or the brand awareness of those two players freaking skyrocketed during that tournament. Well, with that in mind, do you think they can continue to build off of that because you're a month and a half away from Olympic hockey, and it stands to reason that the same, if not more, level of intensity will be there.
Yeah, and Olympic hockey is going to be everything that every league wants their Pro Bowl or their All-Star game to be. It is going to be the best players represented on the ice, giving it 110% of what they've got. It's going to do wonders for the league. It's going to get all kinds of international recognition. I feel like here stateside, people who do not usually take in the sport are going to be dialed in just for the love of the country. It's a reason outside of July 4th to get unreasonably patriotic.
Yeah.
And start screaming USA in your living room and stuff. Whenever the only other time I find myself doing that is when I have a Roman candle in my hand out in the backyard. That's the only other time I find myself screaming those three letters at the top of my lungs. But Olympic hockey and the Four Nations will get me to do that whenever they please.
I've seen some people mention some Rangers things, but I haven't seen anybody say this. Can you go ahead and play cut number 12? Because for me, it was getting to see Jacob deGrom pitch a real full season, most starts he's had in 6 years, and it was great.
deGrom delivers 0-2 to Harper. Breaking ball, did he go? He did, says third base umpire Brock Ballou. On a changeup, Harper has become the fourth strikeout victim of Jacob deGrom.
Does that offset by the, I guess, overall disappointing nature of the Rangers season, do we feel like?
Yeah, it did for me just because it gives me hope that we have a foundation there.
Right.
Because the issue coming into it is he going to stay healthy? What's it going to look like? And the fact that he exceeded expectations and really the rotation in general gives me hope that maybe we can figure out how to bring good pitching in and then maybe develop some on the back end. So grand scheme, it gave me hope. And I know whenever you sign an injury-prone guy to a long-term contract, that's the main question. But in his first year, to exceed an innings mark that we didn't think he was even going to sniff, I didn't think he was going to sniff, and for him to do it at the level that we usually know he does, I'm like, oh, and we still have him under control for how many years?
Right.
Love it.
From the 940, I'll disagree with this for one specific reason. Sports High, Rory McIlroy winning the Masters. I have no issue with Rory McIlroy. That moment just made me look like a super dumbass. I'll admit I don't know a whole lot about golf. I've been trying my best. But I went into on Friday, I was like, he's not going to win. I know that for a fact because like he doesn't win that tournament. He hadn't won a major in like 9 or 10 years. And so then everybody, it was the most golf interaction I've ever gotten from our audience because of that.
We have some breaking news.
Oh, do we?
From Tom Pelissero, the Dallas Cowboys have waived cornerback Trayvon Diggs.
Oh! Whoa! Really?
Yeah.
Holy moly! Okay. Well, that is confusing based off of so many of the things that they said. However, I would like to point out that when we did our salary cap assessment 2 weeks ago, and I went ahead and waived Trayvon Diggs, that was fair. I feel like when we asked Steven and Jerry if this was the end of the road for Trayvon Diggs, all vindicated.
Yeah, you were never wrong, Hagee. You were just early.
Man, what a crap day for the Diggs family, huh? One gets waived while other one's facing strangulation charges. Good Lord. All right, well, coming up next, we're going to talk about Trayvon Diggs. Holy crap, what was the final straw? What all went wrong? Let's talk about it all next on The Fan.
Whether it's to get a jump on your New Year's resolutions or combat the dreaded holiday
Right here on 105 through the fan. If you missed it on the other side, I think the timing is what makes this fairly shocking news. The Dallas Cowboys have waived Trayvon Diggs. We bring in Eric Chiafalo. We're going to talk with Nick Harris in just a few minutes, and we probably should have known something big was going to happen because Nick Harris is completing a move that when he was doing the other part of it, it was the day that Micah Parsons got traded. So anytime Nick Harris is taking care of some personal business, big Cowboys things go down. Chiafalo, Alec Medford, what are you to make of the waiving of Trayvon Diggs at a time when he told Slater he's still healthy, and the timing of this perplexes me?
Yeah, this is,
Can we pot him up?
Hi, Jacob.
There we go.
There we go. Yeah, this is crazy, man. Like you said, going to break, what a day for the Diggs family.
God. For totally different reasons, but a garbage day across the board.
Yeah, this is wild. I can't wait to get the details. I'm sure Broadus is going to have a full report when we get going at 2:00 on just sort of why this happened. I don't believe that Trayvon Diggs is overly healthy. So I know he's going to talk about the fact that he is, but I think the knee is still definitely an issue. But what is this? Is this them doing him a solid of like, hey, maybe you can go hop on with another team this late in the season? Or is this we are so sick and tired of you that we can't stand to have you around for another 5 days or whatever it is?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And like somebody...
I love it, though, that because so how often do they just drag crap out?
Yeah.
And it's like, man, we need to move on from this coach
or
defensive
coordinator right now.
Exactly, yes. And so, like, I love this because now we don't even have to ponder the idea that maybe Diggs will come back. This is just like, no, we're done with you.
And we get this from the 214. It's not perplexing if you know the whole story. It definitely is, because there are lots of theories out there about other things that have factored into this. Okay, then why not make the move a couple of weeks ago?
Exactly.
That's the thing. This situation, or one of the many situations that people think is really at play here, those didn't just happen yesterday or the day before or anything like that. Those happened a while ago. And so that's why I'm just surprised. Like you said, it feels like the Cowboys dragged their feet. Shoot, man, 2 weeks ago, we asked both Steven and Jerry leading up to the last day before Diggs could be activated, before he's out for the season. And we said, if he's not activated, is that the end of his Cowboys career? Both of them were like, oh, I think it's premature to say that. And then we went ahead and did a segment about how it's not premature to say that. And here's what the cap will look like once you release him. But Trayvon Diggs, he's out. Thoughts?
I think the writing was on the wall for me when Al Harris got to leave without incident. They were very, very close, and he's a player's coach.
So he's going to Chicago.
And that is my theory. I do think he's going to Chicago to try to make a postseason run, but I think that was when the story was already written for me, is Al Harris leaves the building. And Trayvon Diggs, even before any of this came up, everybody knew he was a different cat. And he just goes about his business a different way, kind of like Ezekiel Elliott did. You know, there's different ways of approaching things. And we talked about this the other day with that Baltimore Sun story about Lamar, where they directly called him out for showing up late to meetings or going to one OTA so he gets his full paycheck and stuff like that. Different people go about their business different ways. And Brian Schottenheimer doesn't play the same game that previous coaches have, and that's why you saw CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens get benched to start the Raiders game. There's a culture that is trying to be built, and it's a buzzword that people are sick of hearing, and I understand it. But sometimes two sides just can't agree to go about business the same way. And for me, I felt like the writing was on the wall when Al Harris left. Whenever the injury comes up, that's an obvious sign. And then the concussion thing I know was very, very frustrating for a lot of people in the building. I think
some would say that we still got a phony answer out in public about
nobody's buying the TV story.
No, and I think for good reason. But, you know, once time passes, you're going to hear more and more about, you know, maybe people didn't really agree with some of the things he did or things he said and whatnot. And look, he's not a practice player. Schottenheimer talks about how important practice is and showing up to meetings and doing all these things.
All right, let's throw it onto our phone line as we're just bringing people in. It is the man who, whenever he moves, big things happen with the Dallas Cowboys. Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. Do you feel like the Cowboys wait until you're busy in your personal life to drop these massive moves?
You know, it's crazy because I was like, I woke up this morning. I was like, last time I moved, Micah Parsons got traded. And today is an off day, Tuesday. They're not practicing. Surely nothing can happen today. I jinxed it, guys. It was me.
Now,
well, thank you.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
So I don't have an issue with this. I think we were, one game away from this essentially happening anyway. It's just the timing of this kind of is fascinating. Does this seem like odd timing for a team that, as Eric Chiafalo said, usually feels like they drag their feet on things like this?
Yeah, it could be odd timing, but it could also be a situation. Trayvon, he feels like he can help a playoff team this year.
Chicago.
And if they release him now, then it gives him the opportunity to do so. That could be Chicago. It could be New England. It could be wherever he feels like he could either get picked up off waivers or signed as a free agent whenever he does clear waivers tomorrow.
Okay, interesting. All right. And then also, I don't know if you have this clarification. I'm just assuming this is the case. By releasing him now, that means there is, of course, no way to break up the upcoming dead cap, correct?
The financials, I'm going to have to get back to you on that. Okay. It's still pretty fresh as far as the financials go. But for any team that would claim him off of waivers, they'd be on the hook for $472,000, according to Field Yates, for the base salary for Week 18, and then they'd have to add $59,000 if he's actually active. So there's no guaranteed money left on Diggs' deal, so any team that would theoretically pick up his contract could potentially maneuver some things to make it more structurally sound, given the player that he's been for the last couple of years. But the financials, I'm going to have to figure that stuff out over the course of the next hour or so.
Well, he told Jane Slater, and I get it, this is what most all players think, is that he's healthy, and like you said, he thinks he can contribute. From what you've seen, heard, know, do you believe Trayvon Diggs is healthy and ready to contribute wherever he ends up?
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't think he's at a point in his overall knee rehab since this last surgery in January to where he's been back to 100%. I think the only time you could really point at that maybe he was 100% post-ACL was when he was first active last year in 2024, I'm talking. So, it's I don't think he is 100% healthy, but I'd be curious to see what physicals bring up if he does end up with another team. I'd be curious to see what the physical looks like.
Well, we appreciate it. I know it's a busy day. Thank you very much for jumping on with us, giving that immediate perspective. And will you give us a heads up the next time you're going to be doing anything moving wise so we can prepare for another massive Cowboys move?
Me and you both. I sure will.
There you go. Thank you very much,
Thanks,
Nick Harris from the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. All right, I'm going to bring you guys in on a financial thought because I see this and I disagree with this so very much. From the 903, the fact that Dallas waived Diggs shows how incompetent they are. If you wanted to save money, you should have posted him as a June 1st cut in the offseason to save more money. This makes no sense and shows how dumb our front office is on most of the stuff they do. I'm going to zero in on specifically the post-June 1st thing. It is a weird thing across all of football fandom that people think that money disappears. It does not. And that's why I have no issue with them not post-June 1sting it. All right, so are you okay if we nerd out with the numbers for
Please,
just a second?
go for it. Educate me.
Okay, so by releasing, if you would have post-June 1st Trayvon Diggs, you could have taken his dead cap hit, which remaining is $5.8 million. And you could have, it doesn't always work out exactly like this, but let's just go and split it in half. $2.9 million of dead cap hit, right? And so that's for 2026. And so now you would have $15.5 million in salary cap relief. Because of the way the Cowboys did it, you're going to have to take that dead cap hit, I believe, all at once, and that's $5.8 million. So now you're only going to save $12.6 million on the cap versus $15.5. In a vacuum, that sounds like a bad idea, right? Because you just lost almost $3 million. But people seem to think that $2.9 million just goes away. That's not what happens at all. It just goes on the next year.
Right.
So, you will take the entire hit for 2026, as opposed to if you post June 1st it, then you have $3 million of Trayvon Diggs on the cap for 2027. And I that's fine. If your philosophy is we need that extra $3 million because this year is the free agent season, we're really going to make a push. I get that. But I think some people think that money just disappears and they're like, why don't you always post June 1st it? Because it just pushes it to the next year. That's part of the reason you're still carrying Zach Martin on the payroll this year to a huge extent. His cap hit's $15, $16 million.
Wow.
Because of nonsense like that. So I disagree with that specific part of the assertion.
Well, that's good. And you have other guys, too, that are probably maybe more helpful to post June 1.
Correct.
Right? So Steele is the first one.
Is the person I immediately think of that's a big swing right there.
Yeah, that's probably the guy you want to do it with. So, yeah, I don't I can't wait to get the details. Oh, my bad. Or actually,
thank you.
That's why I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm interested just in the details of the why now factor of this. Was this granting him? Is this like a favor to him?
Because that is what some people think.
Right. Or is this maybe some type of verbal spat with somebody where they're just like, okay, we literally want you out of here right now?
And then I saw somebody float out their theory that they believe he is connected to the Stephon Diggs incident from today. I just want to point out there is absolutely no evidence I've heard whatsoever that would make that the case. And in case you're curious, then why bring it up? I just wanted to point out those are the wild spectrums of theories that you get. So some people think it could be a reward, whether it's New England, Chicago, if he's able to jump on with a playoff team. Other people are already saying, no, I think something finally, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. And you're like, that camel's back is strong as hell to make it this far. And I just don't know. And then other people are mad because they think he is being rewarded. I don't know. And we're going to talk to Jerry on Friday. I will ask him that point blank, but maybe he'll say something about it before.
Well, they definitely made a point to get this done after he was on with Sean and RJ this morning.
They sure did, didn't they? But that's what I want to know is if they view it as a reward, because that might have nothing to do with it. I don't know.
I don't see it that way.
Okay.
I really don't.
I wouldn't bet on it either. They've been talking smack, even dating back to the offseason. Him punting on $500,000 to avoid going into the facility and do the rehab stuff there. Jerry at the podium when he was setting the table in Oxnard, calling out Diggs specifically. This has been pretty testy now, dating back for a while.
There's a lot of interpersonal stuff that I think goes into this that we're really not going to be privy to for a while.
No doubt.
But if we go back to the financial thing, I think part of the thinking could be for not post-June wanting him to get that money out of the way. I think it's an admission that your cornerback room is a mess.
Fact.
And it is, can we kind of reset it? Can we clear this out now? Because like you said, the only reason to split that money in half and send half of it to 2027, in my mind, is because we need that money right now to try to make a push.
Yeah.
They're smart enough to see that they're more than one player away. So they say, can we get this out of the way now so in 2 years, whenever Quinnen Williams' contract is up, and we hopefully re-sign him if he plays well again next year, and we have even more money opened up because we do flip the switch on X, Y, and Z, or maybe we trade other people away. Maybe we have more room to make that push in 2 years. We don't want to have upwards of 2 or 3 former players accounting for money in the present day situation when we don't have to.
And that's kind of what you heard from Jerry this morning, right? One of the things that he said was, we feel like we've done a better job, kind of, I'm paraphrasing, tightening up the cap or putting ourselves in a better situation for the salary cap. So the follow-up for the post-June 1st person, they're like, but maybe you can use that $3 million towards Clowney, Williams, or George Pickens. That's where Osa, I think, comes in. Because the plan that I drew up a couple of weeks ago included waiving Trayvon Diggs, which has just happened, waiving Terrence Steele. Fair to assume people probably won't have a big issue with that.
No.
And then flipping the switch on Dak, which I don't love, but that's just the way the contract's built. CD and Tyler Smith. And I don't have a particular issue with any of that. Osa is who I'm going to point to now if you need that extra bit of help, because his cap hit for next year is $20.75 million. You don't have a ton of dead money on him after that. So if you feel like he really is a part of this team, which for the long term, which all indications the Cowboys have given us is he is, you can mess with that contract a little bit and get some of that money back and just move on from Trayvon Diggs without really necessarily shooting yourself in the foot if you think Osa is going to be good for multiple years to come. If you don't, well, then we'll have to find somebody else on the roster. But I think Osa is a contract that could be used to your advantage to potentially create some more money. And make no mistake about it, the Cowboys are going to say what they're going to say. If they want to re-sign Pickens, restructure Clark, bring back Javonte, Jadeveon Clowney, they can do all of those things.
Yes.
No problem. It's just a matter of, do they have the stomach for the potential long-term financial implications? Don't know.
But they should, because this is your window right now. You paid Dak all that money. Why? To still penny pinch in other areas?
Yeah.
Give me a break, dude. You got 2 or 3 years to just hammer this thing out, and then who cares what happens after that?
That is a great point, and that's another question I want to ask Jerry, because he was talking about the second we re-signed Dak, and they talked about some of the moves in place to try to win now. Then I guess a very logical question is, then why are you worried about the salary cap in 28 and 29? If you're like, hey, we got Dak here now, we need to win right now, then why not really go for it? That's what the Eagles do every freaking year. Everyone's like, how the hell do they have all this money? Because they never pay their credit card bill. They pay it with a different credit card, which, guess what? If that wins you a Super Bowl, who gives a damn about after it?
Amen, dude. I couldn't agree more.
So,
what a day, boys.
Yeah, fun day indeed. Thank you very much. Looking forward to hearing you on the G-Bag Nation. Hopefully even more updated inside information from Brian Broaddus as we go along. But the news of the day is Trayvon Diggs has been released by the Dallas Cowboys. Somebody asked this question: would another team have to pick up his contract? Yes, but not in the way you think. So they would just pick up essentially the last game check, the last bit of money that is sitting on there. It would not impact, and I don't think that's going to happen anyway, but it would not impact your dead money going forward, because that's already money that you've flipped the switch on. There's no guaranteed money left on Trayvon Diggs' deal, so it's not going to benefit you from that perspective. If somebody does pick him up, you've still got essentially a $6 million hit, which 5.8, but you're going to have to take it right now.
Yeah, at that point, it's procedural. He passes through waivers and he signs with whoever he wants. It's always the conversation about if somebody does get greedy.
Yeah.
And they're like, I don't want to risk somebody we run into in the playoffs picking him up, and maybe he is as healthy as he says, and he makes us pay for it. And I still don't see him being that valuable to any contenders, especially because I mentioned I think he clears, and my prediction is that he goes to Chicago. Because his guy Al Harris
that
is
makes
there.
Sense.
Him and Al Harris were tight. Like, people talk about Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs being best buds. Al Harris was Trayvon Diggs' dude. They were very close. And I could see that working out just because, I mean, you even heard Ben Johnson talking about it after a win a week or two ago when he was talking about his staff, and he mentioned Al Harris by name. And you saw what Diggs and Bland were doing in Dallas when Al Harris was there, and look what he did with Nashawn Wright, who played in Dallas. So the connections just make sense, but I I don't know how bad they would want him considering they lead the league in turnovers.
Right.
You know, they're already doing fine defensively unless they get in an absolute shootout in an all-timer like they did just a few days ago. But I don't even know what contenders are serious enough to look at him on waivers. They would have to bring him in as a free agent on a super cheap deal just to say, hey, you're going to be here for the next few games until we get eliminated, and then you're back out in the ocean.
And okay, so that part is interesting because this, I think, is where the media plays a role, if you'll go along with me on this for just a second. Sure. The 903. Could the Cowboys have held on to him and traded him in the offseason for a 5th or a 6th? So I think the issue that you would have run into there is not having any guaranteed money left on his contract. You probably would have been looking at a renegotiation, and I don't know if other teams would have wanted to jump in on that. But I think that's where the media comes into play, because we all talk about this. I mean, you heard Jerry this morning. This defensive backfield has been god-awful. All right. Trayvon Diggs said 2 weeks before he actually played that he was ready to go. You desperately needed help at cornerback, and the Cowboys didn't put him out there, and everybody knew about it. From the actual news to the commentary, everybody knew that the Cowboys need help at this position, and they refused to put him out on the field. And those are the kind of things that I think kill any potential trade value. Like somebody asked about a 4th, that's way too high. A 6th, you're in a situation where you're like, this team really needs help, but they won't put him out on the field. Why? And I think that just really kills the trade value. And I know he's got a big name, but, you know, it ain't 2022 anymore. Yeah. And a big name doesn't carry the day.
And I can tell you exactly one thing that is going to deter people, and one thing that I think points to why this is going to deter teams from trading for him in that scenario if he was kept on the team, is they're going to ask for a physical before they trade for him.
Sure.
They're going to want to look at that knee. An extensive
he told Slater he's good, but physical, it don't lie.
The imaging will say very different things than the player, because just look at Max Crosby. The team doctors shut him down for the season when he said, I'm good. I will play. He posts content on Instagram showing that he's moving and he's fine.
Right.
But they're like, no, you need surgery. The player is always going to say, I'm ready to go. I mean, Trayvon Diggs' leg could be halfway hanging off, and he could still look Jerry in the face and say, I'm ready to go, because he's an athlete. He wants to play. Trust me, he wants to play those games. But whenever they put him on IR for a minimum of 4 games for a concussion, it's not actually for a concussion. You know, the concussion needs to heal for sure. But you started asking about, you know, whenever we have Jerry on the show, like, is it just the concussion? He's like, well, the knee needs some time too.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so that was never really good to go. And then, like you said, he's telling the media, I'm good to go. I'm good to go. I'm telling the team, I'm good to go. And they're still not putting him out there. They did not trust something. And I'm going to go with the team's judgment there in their medical evaluation, and the fact that Jerry loves to harp on the fact that we need our guys to rehab in facility.
Yeah.
So we can get eyes on them at all times. He did not do that. And like Chiafalo just mentioned a few minutes ago, he said bye-bye to $500,000. So he could not be in the facility and let somebody else evaluate
Feels
him.
like they never got over that.
They never got over it. They were both so dug in their position that they were both willing to risk a weird situation, and for Diggs, risk his job for that. So that shows you how firm he was in his belief of his health and his rehab process, and it shows you that Jerry and Stephen don't really care because they got rid of him in the end.
Now, this noise is only going to get louder if Diggs does pick up with a playoff team and you see him in the playoffs, or you see him make an impact in the playoffs. I have already seen so many people text in. Franklin Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053, or the Twitch or the YouTube. I have seen so many people already that are like, I'm so mad that Trayvon Diggs gets an opportunity to play for a playoff team, or I will be so mad if he goes to the Eagles or wins a Super Bowl or whatever. I understand all of that. I guess I'm not in that spot right now because I keep thinking of the dollars and cents of it. And this was not a deal that I wanted to post June 1st. I wanted to wipe out the 5.8 right now. Steal, I get it. It's more tangible money if you have to, but that's one of the annoyances that I've had with the Cowboys forever is I wish they would wipe out a lot of this dead money all in one fell swoop, but it's not going to happen when you have Dak under contract. So I like this move strictly from the perspective of maybe you can wipe all the dead money out next year and not have to worry about it in 2027 and beyond. But it appears the early reaction is the fan base does not feel that way whatsoever.
Not at all. We're getting some interesting conflicting opinions about this. And, I feel like there's just general anger when it comes to you give the player the big money, they don't show up. And then, of course, because it's the Cowboys, it turns into a circus involving everybody that talks about the team. And then it took this long to get to a resolution. The fact that we asked every single week, how does Trayvon look? How does Trayvon look? Is it mental? Is it physical? And we had to keep asking that because they left it so high up in the air to where we were left wondering. And that's where I understand the outrage is if he does go win a Super Bowl, then I'm going to be mad. I understand that line of thinking. I'm not in that mode, but I understand it just because this has been a circus. This has been so theatrical, you can't even script this out. If he were, let's just say for Jacob's sake, if he goes to Chicago and they go win it all, and he's having the time of his life, he's back partying with his brother and probably doing, whatever on a boat, and everything's perfect in his life, people are going to be like, that sucks just because it was such a headache here. And then he moves to another spot, and there's no headache. He shows up, he plays in the games, he wins a championship, and if he's quiet during that process, the media is going to ask him, so what happened? What happened in Dallas? And he's just like, it just didn't work out. I appreciate my time there, blah, blah, blah. And he's all professional about it. That's what's going to anger me is when he's like, no, it was great. It just didn't work out. It's okay. And then he goes and wins. Then I would see that. I don't really see that happening. I feel like if he does sign somewhere, he would rotate in and out and not really make much of a difference because he hasn't played much this year. Yeah. He's still not ramped up.
And I feel really stupid for not immediately considering this off the jump. I mean, I know the Cowboys will try to disagree with this, but is there any part of you that just believes that they did this release now because nobody was going to be talking about them going into the final game of the season? Let's face it, man. Cowboys, Jerry has said it, Steven has said it, they love it when people are talking about them. So what better way? Maybe they were never going to post June 1st and they're like, hell, screw it. Let's just do it right now. Bring the tension back up to us. In your face, Steelers and Ravens. Nobody's going to care about your game anymore. In your face, Bijan Robinson. In your face, Panthers and Bucks and everything else. Maybe that's why. I can't rule it out. I've covered this team for a really long time. I cannot rule out the possibility that they're like, yeah, let's do it now.
Now that you say that, I love the idea of Jerry seeing the league put them in the noon slot for Week 18. He says, early slate? Hold my beer, just so we can get conversation back. And now what's going to be the headline of conversation in all of the national television pregame shows leading into the Week 18 games? It's going to be Jay Glazer coming up on the TV talking about what happened and what he knows. It's going to be Ian Rappaport popping in on Amazon and saying, oh, this, and this. It's going to be the talk of the town now. And I totally believe that. They're not a playoff team. The matchup that they're ending the season with is not desirable whatsoever. Even the draft conversation surrounding both teams is boring. There is no reason to be talking about them outside of DFW right now. But Jerry knows how to switch things up real quick. I still know. I still remember this, the first time I ever interviewed him. I think it was the week of Christmas, I want to say, last year. And we were wrapping up the interview, it was James and I, and he was like, boys, we didn't stir up enough. Yeah. We didn't start enough controversy. You want to start some real quick before I get out of here? He was joking, but he has the power to do that. He can snap his fingers and make just about anything a headline. and he is known to do that, so I can't rule it out either.
From the 2-on-4, nope. We will celebrate with that young man and his success if he goes on to perform and win. Only haters and pot stirrers will hate on another man's success. I will tell you, maybe that's true, maybe it's not. That does not seem to be the consensus whatsoever. And I don't think it would necessarily be hating on his success in some cases. I don't know everyone's motivation. But don't you think for some people, like, because I've seen people text in, well, you forget Trayvon Diggs sucks now. If he all of a sudden went to Chicago, New England, maybe Jacksonville, rocking and rolling with Jordan Lewis again, and he looked better, some people will say it's just because the Cowboys' incompetence and they should have moved on from their DC because Trayvon Diggs let you know straight away he did not like the scheme that they were running. But I'm sure there's going to be other people who are like, hold on, was he sandbagging here in Dallas? And I don't think that's necessarily hating on his success as much as you would be mad that you feel like he partially sabotaged the team. I want to make it clear. I'm not saying that happened whatsoever, but if he just all of a sudden was really awesome, don't you think there's going to be plenty of fans who think he was just BSing here in Dallas after he got paid?
Yeah. It's going to be a ton.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it should make for another fascinating next few days to see if he picks up somewhere, and if so, what that transition process looks like, if he really is healthy to join a playoff contender. Did the Cowboys do him a favor? Did they need the attention? Was it something else entirely? Maybe. I have no idea. I have no idea. We will try to figure it out. I will just say one more thing, and then I know we really got a boogie. Me and Corey had an opportunity to sit down and talk with Trayvon Diggs. I think it was 3 years ago at training camp. I loved that conversation. One of the best conversations I've ever had with a Cowboys player at training camp. He opened up so much about his life and being a young father and all kinds of stuff, and I thought we really bonded, and it was a really great conversation. And I will say, I've been disappointed to see the way this has played out with Trayvon Diggs, because I always wanted him to turn it back around. Not only because I love the Cowboys, this is where I was born and raised, but he felt like someone that day that you wanted to root for, and now one way or another, he will not be on the Cowboys anymore. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do some NFL overreaction or reality? And maybe we'll find out the next big bombshell out there. Next, right here on The Fan.
Baseball is back, and so is Texas. Our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, man, you would think, like, at least from a national level, on a day where the best player in basketball, it was revealed that luckily he did not tear his ACL, but he has hyperextended knee and he'll be out for at least a month, and Nikola Jokic would be like the top national story. But then here come the Diggs family, and good luck if you're third, Joker. So Stephon Diggs, as we talked about earlier, I know, got to turn on, leave it on, faces strangulation and assault charges. His arraignment is set for January 23rd, which is the Friday before the AFC Championship game. But fear not, because of the way our judicial system frequently works. I bet if the Patriots are in that game, they'll magically be able to move that date. So there's that. And then more locally focused, we get the news that the Cowboys are releasing Trayvon Diggs now, which will give him the opportunity, claimed or unclaimed, which I don't think that's as big of a deal as it usually is when a player gets waived, because you have no guaranteed money after this year, and you're just essentially looking at the last week. But then again, if it meant like a couple $100,000 more from my bank account, maybe I would think it was a big deal. So maybe that's what the Jones family thinks. But he has been waived, with the potential for him jumping on another team. Like we talked about it, the Jags, Patriots, and Bears immediately jumped to mind for a variety of different reasons. And so now he's out, and yeah. It's been a lot of happening, and hopefully we've brought you all the latest and greatest information, and I know that the G-Bag Nation will continue to do that. So we're going to fire up some NFL overreaction or reality, and I guess it only makes sense to start with this question. Overreaction or reality? Even if the timing is weird, you are glad that Trayvon Diggs is no longer part of the Cowboys.
I'd say reality. I wanted to get past this in either way, but again, the timing is all weird, but I knew the divorce was going to happen at some point. I just wanted the headache to be done.
Do you need me to stall for some time for you?
Yeah, because
I can definitely do that.
We're about to have Jane Slater of the NFL Network on.
Because look, here's the thing. There's three people here right now. One is trying to get the phone call set up. The other one is trying to actually answer the phone and get them on air. And so when I looked over at Alec and he said something back to Jacob, I was like, uh-oh, I might need to filibuster this thing. All right, well, I'll take it strictly from the financial aspect if we're going to go ahead and go back to this. So moving on from Trayvon Diggs would mean you would take the entire dead cap hit right now. That's 5.8, or I guess next year, 5.8, 5.9 million. But his cap hit was going to be 18.4. So you're still going to come away with a savings about $12.5, $12.6 million if you care about the finances of it all. But I'm guessing that's probably not what people are focused on. So let's bring on from NFL Network. It is Jane Slater. Jane, how the heck you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Man, it's been a crazy day, and it's been a crazy day for the Diggs family, has it not?
So, true story, I was up in Vermont visiting my brother and sister who just moved up there, and they just had a massive ice and snowstorm. My cell service wasn't working. So for the first time, and I think since I got into this business, I was truly disconnected. And I was actually going to make a call up to New England on Trayvon's behalf, and I just heard about Stephon. So I don't know if I'll be making that call now, but that's true. That's all just been happening in real time in the last 30 minutes.
So it feels like one of the things we've been talking about, the timing of this Trayvon Diggs move feels odd, but then there's other people who think it's kind of a opportunity for Diggs to maybe pick up with a playoff team. What is your take, or what have you heard about this?
So I'll pull the curtain back a second. As I told you, I'm coming back, I'm tapping back in after being gone a few days, and I get a text message. I'm getting ready to go to a hair appointment, and it's from Trayvon. He just writes, "Thank you, period. They just released me, period." And I was like, oh my gosh, did me putting out the stuff about the TV, or did it create waves for him? did me talking to him in the locker room and he just kept saying cover 2 was a problem? Did I and I felt awful. Like, did I contribute to this? And so I immediately called him and he said, no, like, I'm good. I'm happy. And I was like, really? And he's like, yes. He's like, I'm healthy. You know, hopefully another team picks me up. And I think the reason why I'm sharing that with your audience is it had just gotten to the point where it wasn't working for both parties. And so, you know, what are you going to do? Have a guy hang around a facility that knows you had a team that really kind of the distrust, I think, started when he trained away from the facility. Remember this summer?
Yeah.
And then they chose to fine him, which I don't remember them doing that to a player before Trayvon. And so, you know, they're trying to work him back, and then it's just Murphy's Law. Anything that could go wrong did with the corner situation, and they're still not playing Trayvon.
Did you think the situation was broken then, going all the way back to the rehab and the fine, and they've just been trying to figure it out, but it was always going to be broken from there?
I think there was some elements of it, and I'm sure it didn't help that when, you know, Micah was frustrated and that was Trayvon's guy. I just don't know if the optics were there. And I will say this about Trayvon, and, you know, I don't think I'm saying this to be inappropriate here, but he does have a sensitivity to the opinions of people on the internet, and I can imagine around the facility. And that doesn't make him a weak guy. That doesn't make him a terrible guy. It's just he does care. And I think a lot of that noise, and even when I would listen to certain, not just you guys, but radio shows I see on the internet, it started taking a real personal turn. I think people forget that these guys are humans, and I think that's always, wow, woe is me. You know, I could put up with people saying things about me for $30 million, $40 million a year, but it no amount of money makes you feel good about yourself when everyone's just telling you you're trash, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think that in combination with a defense that never suited his talents. I mean, when he was drafted, he is a see ball, get ball guy. And, you know, and I've heard a couple stories even on the defense right now as it relates to the Cowboys. You know, it's my understanding every week they're being told to do something different.
Wow.
Eberflus is. And you're mixing it up a bunch. You've got young guys learning on the fly. Think how many new pieces you've played on that defense this year, whether it be at corner, whether it be at ends, whether it be at tackle, whether it be at linebacker. And when you've got that stuff going on, it's really hard to have cohesion. And, you know, one pushback I got was, well, DeMarvion Overshone learned to cover too. Yeah, but for all the years that Trayvon's been, you're asking someone to learn a completely different skill set. Now, my argument back to Trayvon was, you just got to learn it. You know, there's parts of my job that I don't love, right? But you do it because that's the expectation. But I think there were limitations coming back from, obviously, the injury. And then I think there were limitations based on what his skill set was. And so, you know, my biggest question when this whole thing happened was, why now? You know, because the money, you got to follow the money, right? Like, it just seemed like it would have made more sense for them financially to get rid of him post June 1. But that's why I feel like the Cowboys were trying to help him out a little bit. And then, you know, he's the one taking the hit, if you think about it. When we look at the numbers, I just put this out, he'll count as $8.5 dead cap money in 2026. The Cowboys will now owe him $0 cash. Zero. A post-June 1st cut would have saved $4.25 million cap money in 2026. In other words, it's beneficial for the Cowboys to move forward, and it's a clean break for Trayvon that might have to suck it up a little bit, but there could be a market for him as a third or fourth corner on a team making a postseason push, and an opportunity for him to sort of rewrite the narrative about who he is and whether he still wants to play football. Because talking to Trayvon, he does. It's just, and I know I don't want this to sound like, you know, I'm his PR team or whatever. He doesn't have an agent right now, by the way. And so that, I think, has also complicated some of this. I think an agent, when the whole TV thing fell on his head, I'll be honest, guys, when I first heard it, I was like, that is such a lie. And he's hurting his team. They need him to play. And so I was kind of annoyed with him because I was like, man, if he was my teammate, I'd be pissed. And so, and I had heard some of the crazy stuff out there on the internet, right? And one made sense to me, and I'll just be honest, it included a poll. But when I went up to him in the locker room 2 weeks ago, I just straight up said, what's going on with you? And he said, what do you mean? I go, how did you get concussed? And to be fair, it's none of my business. He could have told me it's none of your business.
Right.
But he said a TV fell on my head. And I said, that doesn't make sense. And I was like, I'm trying to help you here. But I was like, do you realize how absurd that sounds? I go, let me tell you what I heard. And when I told him the pole version story, he said there was a pole. He was like, it was a pole hanging from the ceiling for the TV. He goes, I'll show you a picture of it. And I was like, wait a minute. I don't think anyone even just asked him to explain it. And I'll tell you guys this. He immediately went home after practice and sent me a photo and a video of that setup. And when you look at it, that makes sense.
But, you mentioned it. There are a lot.
But the team's not going to give him the benefit of the doubt at that point.
Yeah, sure.
Sense?
And Jane, do you think, you mentioned he had a sensitivity to him, and as we all do you think that the combination of Micah getting traded, but also, do you think maybe he lost a sponsor in the locker room when Al Harris departed for Chicago?
Absolutely. And it was my understanding that guys like Micah and Trayvon, they wanted Mike Zimmer to stay around. Now, to be fair, you guys, let's not rewrite history. They weren't exactly on board with Zim when he started. Remember? It was Micah who said, well, he's going to have to adapt to me. And I found that. I was like, good luck with that. Like, I know Zimmer well. But when he didn't come back, it was my understanding the thought was Zim was coming back. And then a lot of them found out on the internet that it was going to be Eberflus, where a lot of the offensive players were kind of asked about Schottenheimer, but that one made more sense to me that you would include the locker room, right? Because Schottenheimer hadn't been a first-time coach yet, but he had been their OC, and I knew the guys really liked Schotty. So it made sense that they'd want to ask the offensive players about that versus their defensive coach. Now, I could be wrong. They could have gone to defensive players and asked about Eberflus or Zim, and maybe I just haven't talked to that person. But the people I've talked to said they were never asked about who would make sense as a coach.
And just because you're used to the circus atmosphere that sometimes comes to this team, I threw out there that I can't totally rule out that the Cowboys made this move now because nobody was talking about them going into the last season and into the last game of the season.
No, I don't know.
Okay.
I actually don't agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, I could see why you would think that. I just think it had become a situation where the one thing that we've killed the Cowboys for, and I think that they've gotten better at this year, was I had always argued, why do you wait on contracts with CeeDee Lamb? And as it was explained to me, it takes two to tango, and at the time, Tori Dandia's agent was at the Olympics. And so while they were trying to get in touch with them, they weren't always getting as much feedback as they wanted from the agent and CD. Okay, so that's fine. I'll move on from that. See, the problem is you have to ask questions, and I think a lot of people don't ask questions. So it's easy for us to speculate on things. And then as it relates to this situation, if they had dragged this thing out till post-June 1st, that affects how you draft. That affects if you're going to keep Eberflus or not, schematically what makes sense for us from a personnel standpoint. Yeah. Because from a personnel standpoint, it didn't seem like they had the pieces for what made Eberflus's defenses good. And by the way, go look at his defensive numbers in Chicago. They were good.
Yeah. Well,
and so everyone wants to, point the finger at Eberflus or point the finger at Diggs, but that's what I keep telling people. There is a nuanced, layered effect that's all going down here. So where I'll give them credit is they're deciding to move on from something that was clearly not going to work next year. This allows Trayvon to go hopefully find a new start, treat the demons in his brain right now. Because I don't know about you guys, I've been in places where they didn't want me.
Yeah.
They didn't think I was good. I didn't get re-upped. And then I would go and shine somewhere else. Like, you've got to find that place for you to be successful. So I recognize and I see that with him. And then when you look at the money, it's like, yeah, it's kind of sucks about the money situation. But if he had an agent, maybe this thing could have been different, you know. But this is, I think, good for the Cowboys and good for Trayvon in the long run. And I don't think that it has to be contentious or drama. I actually think the Cowboys have made a good decision here, because I see that they're trying to make moves earlier than putting themselves behind the 8 ball.
Yeah. Well, I'm with you. And you mentioned asking questions. We are going to have Jerry Jones on Friday, so we will try to ask as many questions about all of this scenario as possible.
Well, and here's the questions I would ask him. I don't have the Cowboys. I've got Texans and Colts this weekend. I've covered a few teams this year, so I haven't been on the Cowboys as much. But I would ask him why the consideration post June 1. I would ask him, if Eberflus isn't your guy, how much of a consideration are you going to make towards personnel and scheme? I mean, I think that's going to be, I think that has to be the big question, because I think I saw this with Mike Nolan. Remember, Mike Nolan came in and put together this exotic defense that I joked was so exotic it was on another island, but you implemented it during COVID and you were teaching it online. That's hard.
Yeah. No, you're right about that for sure.
And so they forced a change in the defensive scheme. And so I think they need cohesion. And that's why I would not be shocked if Eberflus were to stay. But they did a better job of finding the personnel that makes sense. And fans may not love that, but I also don't think it's fair to look at Eberflus and straight up say this was a complete failure. Although I would argue the last 2 weeks, when you've had some healthy players out there, it would be easy to say that, but I just don't think some of these players fit the scheme.
Yeah.
And then the argument then is, well, then adjust your scheme. But it sounds like he's been trying to do that to some extent. I mean, the 5-man defensive front was one of those changes, which, by the way, it was working there for 2 weeks.
And outstanding information as always. I know you're super busy. Thank you for jumping on and getting us the info from Trayvon as well. You're the best, Jane.
You guys are the best. I hope you had a good holiday.
Absolutely. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Jane Slater from the NFL Network. Coming up next, I don't know what the hell we're going to do. I kind of want to say NFL overreaction to reality, but we might have another special guest. You never know what's going to happen, but something will happen next right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave
Fan, this segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Hurts in the gun. Goddard sets up right. Back to throw. Checked out. Over the middle. Intercepted by Diggs. Right sideline. 30. Diggs 20. Diggs house.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Trayvon Diggs has been waived by the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to talk about a few other things, but also mix in the Cowboys as we navigate the NFC East. Always choose your own adventure in the NFC East. Would you like to start with the Eagles, the Cowboys, the Commanders, or the Giants? And yes, that means I've made the bold decision to move the Tuesday tailgate to another day, which is confusing.
The Wednesday whalegate.
Oh, Carter would love that.
Yeah,
I'll text him.
That is right up his alley.
All right, which team would you like to start with in the East?
Ooh, I like the Corey method and Mike method of you got to go with the leader right now. Let's start with the Eagles.
All right, so the Philadelphia Eagles, a lot of people are caught up on the 2-point conversion that won them the game against Buffalo. But the week before, they had a 2-point conversion during garbage time that started a brawl. 3 people were ejected, 6 people got fined, and the total of those fines, $70,048.
Wow.
So there's that. All right, let's talk about how the Eagles win games, because it remains perhaps the most fascinating thing in the NFL.
100%.
The Eagles, I do kind of wonder, are they going to get eliminated because they continue to be a one-half team? There are halves of football that the Eagles put together, like the first half against Buffalo, and you're like, they're the best team in the NFL, for sure. And then you get the rest of the game. Philadelphia gained 16 total yards in the second half. 13 of those yards came on their first drive of the third quarter, so think about that. After their first drive in the third quarter, they had 3 yards for the rest of the game. They punted on 5 consecutive possessions. And you're like, oh, that's not good. Is it not good? Because Philadelphia also improved to 9-0 this season when Jalen Hurts throws for fewer than 200 yards. So you're like, hey, I want my quarterback to throw for 200-plus yards. That's great. But that does not seem to be the Philadelphia Eagles' path to victory.
That is always the most intriguing offense in football to me, is the one where you say, I don't want my quarterback to pass for a ton of yards because that means we are losing games.
Right.
And that's what it felt like for me, and I talked about it a lot. The last 2 years of Mike McCarthy here in Dallas, it was like, if Dak is throwing for north of 300 yards, you probably lost that game because you were playing from behind. And that's when Mike McCarthy starts scheming open some good looks for his receivers, finally.
Right when we needed it.
Exactly, right when it matters the most. And it feels like some of those playoff games, like the embarrassing 49ers loss. It's like, yeah, they start piling up when it's too little too late. So for the Eagles offense, it's like I talk about with the Kevin O'Connell offense that he's been running for a couple years now with Minnesota and Kyle Shanahan, especially in San Francisco, the don't screw it up offense. You do what you are asked and nothing outside of that, and we will find a way to win the game. If you do too much, you're not good enough to do too much. Josh Allen is good enough to do too much.
Right.
Patrick Mahomes is good enough to do too much. Heck, even this year, Drake May is good enough to do too much on a given play. But you are not, and that's okay. And it's what good football teams do.
It is. They also get a lot of sacks with minimal pressure. The Eagles had 5 sacks in Week 17, all with a 4-man rush. So, look, we feels like Cowboys could rush 6 people and still not get a pressure.
Must be nice.
The Eagles are quite the opposite. Do you want to go with the Cowboys next?
Sure.
Now, the Cowboys need a win in this game to get to 8-1. I don't know if people realize this. I have to admit, I didn't realize it until like a week ago. If they lose to the Giants, this will be the first time the Cowboys have had consecutive seasons with a losing record since 2000 to 2002. Because we had so many of those 8-8 seasons, and then the Cowboys special for a while was, hey, show some life, get to the divisional round of the playoff or whatever, or win your division and then be sub 500. So this would be, it's been almost a generation since they had back-to-back losing seasons, which is good, but also when you realize there's been no playoff success to go with it, you're like, who cares?
Yeah, the moral victory is a big thing with this team, and
it feels like it.
That's what we were just talking about with Mickey earlier about, finishing 500 and the pride that it instills in this team. And you saw it with Atlanta last night, and he was the first to bring that up about, like, it does
That's
something.
Kind of changed my perspective.
Yeah, I've tried to be fair about that, saying, like, I'm not a player, I'm not a coach, my life does not depend on that, my career does not depend on that, the way that it doesn't. Like you said, for Atlanta, in their case, those dudes were playing for their coach's job.
For sure.
And for some of the back end of the roster guys, their own job. So I've always respected it, but selling it to the general public as some big accomplishment and as something to rest your head on your pillow at night with a smile about. No, there is nothing to smile about a Jeff Fisher record.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to be mediocre. I don't want to be middle of the pack, but I understand from a perspective of we get paid a lot of money to do this and we take pride in playing the game that we do play.
By the way, for the Cowboys, Jerry talked a lot about the anomaly that was the last game and the lack of defensive stats. To put that in perspective, the Cowboys ran 87 offensive plays on Christmas Day. That was the most in a non-overtime game this century.
Wow.
And so you might be like, hey, they still didn't make the playoffs. Fair enough!
Yeah.
But I'm still telling you information. Brandon Aubrey had 12 points on Thursday to reach 150 points scored for the year. He's the first player, hell yeah, in NFL history to tally 150-plus points in each of his first 3 seasons. He already has the second most 150-plus points in NFL history, trailing only Steven Gostkowski. So, good for you.
That's my GOAT.
Agreed. All right, you want Commanders or the Giants?
I don't want either of them. They stink.
If you had to pick one.
If I had to pick one, I would say Giants.
Oh. Were you super...
Yeah, I was in his ear saying Giants.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I was going to go Commanders, but I was like, for some reason, Jacob wants to hear Giants conversation.
Talk about Jackson Dart.
All right, so while... You know what? Okay, I will.
Oh, I get it because Jacob looks like him.
Jackson Dart completed more than 70% of his passes and ran for 2 scores in a very efficient game. He led the Giants with 2 straight TD drives and a field goal before halftime, looking sharp in the process, although he did not attempt a pass of more than 20-plus yards.
Oh.
So take that for whatever you will. Now, a lot of Giants fans were upset that they won the game, at least on social media. I know that's not always a real-life reflection of how people feel, but it was important for them. It ended a 9-game losing streak and 13 straight losses on the road. 13 straight losses on the road before that win, so good job. And congratulations to Wan'Dale Robinson. He topped 1,000 receiving yards for the first time in his career, 11 catches, 113 yards. I also believe he is 8 catches away from 100 catches for the season. And believe it or not, that is really rarefied air for the Giants. We will talk a little bit more about that tomorrow. And now... whether you want it or not, Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt and the Commanders, he reached a top speed of 21.62 miles per hour on his 72-yard TD run. And on the defensive side, Jazon Newton had 3 sacks and 8 quarterback pressures for the Commanders as the rest of the NFC East tries to fire themselves up in a season that's been over for, let's be honest, some time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, what was the DFW sports quote of the year? We also have the worst take of the year, and Josh Pate previews the bowl games at 8 o'clock. It's a hump day edition on The Fan.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This new year, get started on your next success with University of Maryland Global Campus. An accredited state university, UMGC offers online and hybrid classes, along with more than 135 skills-based degrees and certificates in fields like business, cybersecurity, healthcare, and more. Gain the skills you need to achieve your career goals. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start January 7th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If you're an HVAC service tech, then listen up. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning, and we're offering huge sign-on bonuses to join our team. Our service techs enjoy top pay and plenty of work year-round, even in the winter. We don't have sales quotas, and we're proud to be family-owned and operated. To see how large of a sign-on bonus you qualify for, call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or apply online at ReliantAirConditioning.com.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Nick Post again with K-Post Roofing, Waterproofing, and Solar. In the past year alone, over 260 outages have left thousands in the dark. Sometimes for hours, sometimes for days. But what if you could stay ahead of the next blackout? At K-Post, we believe your home should always be a safe and secure haven. So we offer innovative solar and battery solutions along with backup generators to give you control and peace of mind. Act now and secure your home and your family by scheduling your free, no-obligation consultation at kpostcompany.com. K-Post Company is your commercial and residential roofing, waterproofing, and solar experts, securing your world since 2004.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired. And don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today. 469-579-3500. That's 469-579-3500.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
For all of our fan contest rules, go to 1053thefan.com/rules.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Dive into succulent, mouth-watering Southern comfort fried chicken like no other. Creamy lobster mac and cheese, juicy ribs like Mom used to make, and top it off with a warm cinnamon roll. Plates to feed the entire table or for your own personal escape. And dive into one of the best and unique bourbon selections and handcrafted scratch cocktails to wash it all down. Got your attention yet? Yardbird Southern Table and Bar. Located across from Clyde Warren Park at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star, DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast with Brian Broaddus, Zach Wolchuk, and Eric Chiafalo. Presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Cowboys fans comfortable all season long. Subscribe to Love of the Star wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
For Miami. Oh, my God. Allende's onside. Allende's in. Hadebe chasing. Allende holds him off. Allende scores!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. That was the sweet-ass soccer highlight that I asked Jacob to get because I was going to let you know. I know it's kind of fallen to the wayside, but at the halfway point of the random selection draw for FIFA World Cup tickets, they've already had 150 million ticket requests.
Jeez.
That is 3.4 times as many as all World Cups since 1930 combined in terms of people who've been to the games. So the demand is already higher than the previous World Cups, but this is more than 3 times more than the number of people that have been to all of the World Cups.
That is nuts, bro.
So needless to say, people are not going to get tickets that want them.
Plenty of people are going to be left at the altar.
Yes.
Oh,
indeed. Have you ever been to a wedding where you thought it was a potential altar leaving situation?
More so if there's anybody that would like to see that these couples should not be married.
But I don't even think I've ever been to a wedding where they've even
they objected.
Oh no! I thought it was it was basically like you started to stare at the people around you, like you would look like we were in the back, and I kind of looked to my left, thinking this could happen from her side. It surely could happen from the side I'm on, the groom's side. So yeah, it was. I've been in a few of those actually.
So
where it was really down to the end. Where it could have gone either way.
I would love to talk to somebody who's been the objector voice at a wedding. Like you get all dressed up and you go through all the annoyances of getting to the wedding and all did you know the whole time? Was it kind of a coin flip? Did you see something when you walked in that said, "Oh no, that's a non-starter"?
That guy's unmoved by her dress. I'm objecting.
Yeah, he's not crying. He's crying too much.
I always thought it was family members. I always thought it was family members that they felt like that their daughter or son wasn't making a good decision.
Yeah.
And then somebody in the family was going to stand up. That's who I always look at first.
Yeah, but but to me, it's like more often than not, the bride side is probably footing the bill.
Sure.
I would say by and large.
Yeah.
So it's like, why, as the dad, would you have foot the bill and put this whole thing together only to stand up and say,
So you
no,
think
let's
the dad
nuke
would
this?
be pissed at everybody else? They're like, I already paid for this.
Yes,
Could be a stepdad situation.
Yeah, that could be a
family.
Yeah.
You know, like if you
a non-paying member, for sure.
You get somebody involved that you get somebody that's involved that is not a paying member, as you say, but is a family member to the point like, I don't want to see her or him ruining his life with this.
Yeah.
You know? And maybe I think you owe it to your friend if you have somebody getting married to ask them that question. Do you really want to do this? Do you really want to go through this? And I mean, I've done it a bunch.
Me too.
I've asked people a bunch. I've said, listen, I've got a credit card that has a lot of cash on it. If you want to, we can get the hell out of here right now.
We can run away together.
Now that's being a best man.
Well, not be, but
Yeah, that is.
not a runaway together, but
No,
just
I know.
like get the hell out of this situation. And most times they've looked at me and said, "No, Brian, we're going through this one."
Most
the
times.
last one, my godson, Jack Brissett. I mean, his mom
You
and dad.
just went to his wedding a few months ago.
I asked him. I asked him as his godfather. I said, "Are we okay with this? Are you totally okay with this?" He says, "Absolutely, I am. Absolutely, I am." I appreciate you asking, though. But I think you owe it to a definite definition of a true friend is one that will ask you that question. And if they say yes, then you have to honor that. You have to honor that. You have to honor that. But as a friend, you did your part to make sure that they were absolutely ready to get married.
So I've always wanted to be at a wedding where this occurred. My wife knew that so much that she said she contemplated getting one of our
faking it.
Yeah, getting one of our friends or hiring somebody, and I was like, that would have been awesome. Because you think about it, over the span of your life,
You're like celebrating as they're saying, "No, he sucks."
Yeah, like you go to so many weddings, you're always going to remember the one where they're like, "Oh my god!" And then this dude stood up and professed his love for that girl.
There's always the movies where they walk in.
Yeah,
you know, they walk in, they're all disheveled, and
For
they walk
sure.
in, and then it falls apart. The fun weddings
Like
I
The
remember.
Graduate, yeah,
the fun weddings I remember are the ones where, like, the guy is like, okay, you guys remember Josh Ellis that worked at DallasCowboys.com?
Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah. All right. Josh Ellis was like violently drunk during Rob Phillips' wedding, and he was in the wedding. So like you had a stumbling guy going down the aisle at this time, which was absolutely funny. Another one is when the bridesmaids take a dive because they're too hot in their dresses, and you're like in a Louisiana wedding with a church with no AC, and they get too hot, and then they just pass out, like they faint up there. There's all kinds of ones that I've been a part of where like literally passing cups of water from down the line to gals so they don't pass out over there.
Wow.
But like Josh Ellis was so drunk, it was hilarious to watch him walk down there, and the poor girl was holding him up. Like when he was coming back, like she was holding him up as he's walking down the aisle. And Josh and I didn't like each other. And so Josh, it's like I'm a common thread. Nobody really likes me. But the thing is, Josh and I got to the point where I'm like, I go, let's see how much drunker I could get Josh at this wedding.
Oh, you dog.
No. So I went up to the bar, basically open bar, but tipped the bartender. So I got two bigger glasses. And Josh and I just sat there and started drinking, drink for drink for drink for drink. And to the point where they had to walk him out of there. And I just kind of looked at everybody, and like people were going, "You did that on purpose." And I go, "You damn right, damn right." I wanted to see him to make an absolute ass out of himself.
It worked.
Okay, so I'm enjoying this very much. If I can throw in a story as well, I was the best man at a wedding, and what's one of the things you're like, don't lose the ring.
Don't lose the ring.
Don't lose the ring.
Yeah.
So I hand the ring over on the other side because you get angled at times, and I couldn't really see what was going on. It was taking forever on the other side. And I was like, what the crap in hell is going on? And so we finish up the ceremony, normal and all this, walk out. And then in the foyer, the flower girl is dancing around, and she goes, they used my ring. They used it. And I was like, what are you talking about? Found out really quickly that the maid of honor forgot the groom's ring. And so they had to improvise, and they took a ring from like the flower girl to use it. And I thought, all right, nothing else. Advantage best man.
Came through.
I remembered the ring. I remembered
the tiny female ring trying to get on some sausage fingers.
Yeah.
It's tough.
If there's real quick, one thing I would eliminate from a wedding, it would be speeches.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel so uncomfortable.
Really?
Yes.
That's my favorite. I want the discomfort. I either want, like, hey, he hit it out the park, and I can't wait to go up to him and say, dude, freaking legendary.
Then do a better
or
job.
you sit there and soak
Do
in
a better job.
awful.
Agreed. Do a better job.
Yes.
Do a better job then of taking the responsibility and prepare for it in the right way.
Yes.
But if you're getting up there and going, oh, great gal, and yeah, like a sister, and I don't have time for you.
Yeah.
I really don't have time. They should eliminate speeches at a wedding. Nobody completely does it the right way.
I got to see somebody have a nervous breakdown at a speech when their brother was getting married, and he goes, I was just at the wedding.
So nervous?
Yeah, no, because he reflected on his life in that moment.
Yeah.
He goes, he's getting married, and they're doing big things.
Exactly.
I'm a nobody.
I still live at home with my parents. And I was like, what is happening?
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. We definitely went off script, I assume, for that, and it was wild.
Reality hit him in the face.
What do you guys got coming up? Do you think Trayvon Diggs will come up at all on your show?
I believe Trayvon
Diggs' brother on air today sometime.
that's a show right there.
Hey, brother, I'm sorry about your situation. Hey, brother, sorry about your situation. Yeah.
Right out of the gates, pure gold as always, by the way. Thanks so much for asking, Hagee. Right out of the gates, how will you remember Trayvon Diggs and his time here with the Cowboys? We have Mark Schlereth at 440. It is a TD Tuesday, best touchdowns from the football weekend, and Ari Temkin live at the Orange Bowl, 6 o'clock.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Trayvon.
Good night, Trayvon.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on.
for no reason. And so hopefully they and it's gone both ways because you've had guys where, dang, I wish you would have paid him. Jordan Lewis, DeMarcus Lawrence, maybe.
Exactly.
And Jerry referenced that with Sean and Bobby earlier today. But yeah, it's just it's one of those deals where I think for the most part, when you think about the Diggs tenure here, it won't be about the interceptions. It'll be about all the nonsense and the unprofessional way that he approached things, the concussion stuff that he had this year with the TV story. Hopefully, we get maybe some more details on that at some point.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know how many people are buying that. We'll ask Todd Archer at 4 o'clock. Like,
what about the what happened at home? The
the home concussion. He's talking about it being a TV.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably not.
Probably not.
Yeah. All right, now that's not the only Diggs story floating around the world today in the NFL, as you have Stephon Diggs, his brother, Patriots wide receiver, facing strangulation and assault charges. Yes. Not a good situation for him. He's trying to just pay this thing off and move on here, just pay the victim. And it's apparently it's a lady who was his personal chef from this season.
Oh, wow.
So they've been business partners basically since just before the season started. She claims she hasn't been paid. She's basically owed like a month's pay.
Oh, wow.
And then he got super ticked off about it when she called him out for it, and allegedly he put his hands on her and that kind of deal. So
how could you not pay somebody that was working for you that way? I mean, a chef, somebody that's feeding you every single day. How do you not handle that? You know, and again, we get paid every Tuesday in the National Football League. I'm sure he gets paid quite a bit of money. Don't know exactly what he makes a week, but probably enough to pay staff to be able to handle his situation. It's amazing to me that these guys, with how much money they do make, that they just let things go by, let things fall through and all that. And here's somebody that was, that's cooking for you. Oh, come on, man. It's amazing to me, some of these things that happen with some of these players.
I know. It is pretty nuts. The fact that, and she says like the agreement was that she would be paid on a weekly basis. It's paid. Turned out that it's been a monthly basis, and he's, I guess, behind month according to her.
He gets a check every Tuesday in the NFL, direct deposit check into his account. Now he might have a million other things going on, but if that's the case, if you can't afford to pay the staff that's working for you or trying to keep you fed and all that, then you don't need to be having a personal chef. You could eat at the Bills facility, the Patriots facility, when that's going down.
Yeah, I mean, I think the personal chef would be that would be one of the first things, though. If I especially a professional athlete.
Well, somebody that's very good at nutrition and stuff, and not going to let you eat a bunch of crap. Yeah, I mean, it's worth having. Somebody that, that like every day you're going to get a meal. You like when you're going to work, you got your eggs cooked the way you want them. I mean, you got to, like say, there's some of these facilities that are really, really good. The Cowboys facility is wonderful when it comes to eating breakfast and lunch and taking care of you that way. But there's some places that are not. And clearly Diggs felt like it was important enough to have a chef. But if you're going to have staff on board and you make that determination, I'm telling you, you got to take care of that. You can't let that just, go a month or two and not even, pay for it. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, and then allegedly get violent when you get called out for it.
Yeah, exactly.
Crazy day for the Diggs family.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yeah. Trayvon Diggs officially released from the Dallas Cowboys. Now we cross our fingers. Okay, this is apparently the Cowboys' hope that a team picks him up and eats the remaining salary that he is owed for the rest of the season, which is one more week, and it's just under $500,000. So maybe it's the Bears, maybe it's another team, but there's only a handful of teams that it would even make sense for.
They're looking for a team to claim this contract is what they're looking for. That's what they're – and then, folks, again, we totally get it. The likelihood of that is not going to happen. But that's exactly where they're at with this Diggs situation.
All right, just getting started here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a TD Tuesday. Let's get you the G-Bag of the Day champion and the Wooly Bully Top 10. I have the weirdest New Year's Eve drops across the country next year in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep turning it on and leaving it on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code HEAT to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code HEAT for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833. 800-809-5833.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Vining family isn't just building roofs, they're building peace of mind. For quality roofing that lasts, trust your neighbors at Greystone Roofing. Family owned, locally trusted.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This February, tennis comes to Texas. Ben Shelton, Taylor Fritz, Casper Ruud, and just announced Grigor Dimitrov. The world's best players step onto center court at the Ford Center at the Star for 9 days of nonstop action at the 2026 Dallas Open, February 7th through 15th. Every serve, every ace, every moment, the stars shine brighter in Texas. Get your tickets now at DallasOpen.com. That's DallasOpen.com.
And it's back to the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan. This upcoming segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Great read, Jake. That's how you bounce back. Little flub in the Kansas City masterpiece, no problem. Nice web redemption.
Did he flub it?
Just a tiny flub. It wasn't like an all-time.
The last one in KNC was pretty bad, yeah.
It was just right there at the end there. He almost got to the finish line.
Jumped a couple lines.
He was trying to kind of sell a car and couldn't quite get it to the finish line.
Couldn't quite do it.
By the way, at the 903 says, I don't know why I'm reading the text.
I'm happy. I'm proud of you.
Watch me not do this anymore. As soon as I get really sensitive about one.
As soon as somebody comes in and says, shut the hell up, Broadus.
903 says, my fiance oversees the service side of the players' kitchen. I've met their chefs and see them frequently. I co-sign with what BB is saying 100%. They're great people. They have access to highest quality food and equipment and make the most most unbelievable food. I'm talking about flubbing. But yeah, top-notch operation. See, that's what I'm saying. Not every NFL team has this kind. I do know the Cowboys are all about it. I know the Cowboys are they take care of the players, the coaches, the staff, the people like me that were on .com. I mean, they do a great job. So it's crazy. I mean, it's crazy that he would do something like this.
972 makes a good point about Stephon Diggs. He's got multiple babies born in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So the child support situation is probably maybe getting out of hand, getting away from him a little bit.
Losing track of the money?
Shortcuts on the chef.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a tough deal. 877-881-1053. Let's go ahead before the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day. We got Jakey with your G-Bag of the Day champion.
Hey now, G-Bag champ. This one is a 2-day champ going for 3 today. It is a gentleman who is too drunk going through a drive-thru to even get his order out.
With hash browns and what you say you want to drink?
Just 2 hash browns.
I want a Sprite. So what you want? You want a Sprite?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the hills with a hash brown and bacon. I'm sorry. With spanking.
Please, bro.
Ain't nobody better equipped to take this order.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Whisk bacon. That was a struggle, man.
That was.
Jake, what's your go-to drunk food?
Oh, dude, it's got. You can get a deal. I think it's the Party Box at Taco Bell. Going with a little Crunchwrap Supreme, 2 soft tacos, and some cinnamon twists.
Ooh,
yeah. It's like $5 too.
What?
Yeah.
Dang, that
only
is
on the
good. Mobile app. Yeah, it's all about the app, man. They want you to have that app, and they will hook you up. Restaurants all over the place.
I can't tell you the last time. You said Taco Bell?
Taco Bell, yeah.
I can't tell you the last time I did the Taco Bell.
Cheesy Gordita Crunch will get you set.
Are they open all night like the Jack in the Box?
Maybe 2 a.m. Yeah, I'm sure there's certain next to the woods that you could go 24 hours on.
What made you do the Wiener Schnitzel thing, you and Wooly? Was it just the rudder room?
Yeah, it was a post rudder room, and the only 2 options where we were McDonald's and
the McDonald's line. I remember the McDonald's line being ridiculous.
Went into the street.
Yeah.
And so our impatience got the best of us.
Yeah.
And we made one of the worst culinary decisions we've ever made, which was trying Wiener Schnitzel.
214, ask a question to Bully. He's not here, about TJ Parker and Denzel Boston.
Impromptu draft question to Brian Broaddus.
That is a rush end in Parker, and that's a wide receiver who is a bad man with the Washington Huskies. I like the Washington Huskies receiver Boston more than I would like Parker, but I like what you're trying to do with the defensive end. I need a bendy guy. I think we've determined this. I don't need a guy that's kind of a good run player, good pass rusher. But I give me the bendy guy, but TJ Parker to me is not that bendy guy. But Boston is a bad man as a wide receiver.
Is he built like David Boston?
Not that big. No.
Okay.
David Boston was a bad man, size-wise.
All-time get-off-the-bus wide receiver.
Yeah, no,
David
yeah,
Boston.
yeah, exactly.
Gun show.
His dad was an NFL official.
Oh, for real?
His dad was a referee. Yep.
There's a little fun fact for you. Thank you, Jeff, for the impromptu draft question to Brian Broaddus right here in the G-Bag Nation, 877-881-1053. How about this, man? We are right here knocking on the door of the new year.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, New Year's Eve. I'm sure we'll have plenty.
You're going to a ball game tomorrow, man.
I am. Thanks to you getting the Cotton Bowl hookup. I'm excited.
Got a nice connection there at the Cotton Bowl committee.
Yeah, we sure do, and I'm looking forward to that. Yeah, I'll bug you out of the show a little bit early tomorrow, and I think Will Chambers will be stepping in.
By the way, I got a couple of my gang of sevens answering back. And let's see what they say. Okay.
About Diggs?
Yeah. One said
Trayvon Diggs released by the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Cowboys are hoping a team will pick him up and eat the remaining $472K on the contract.
Yeah, I asked the question. I go, any chance Diggs gets claimed? And one of my guys in the league said, yeah, I think there's a small chance. I could see a playoff team rolling the dice. And then both these teams, by the way, they answer me back, are playoff teams. All right?
Okay.
And then the second one said, I don't think so. So
all right, so it's 50-50.
50-50 right now on that. 50-50.
I love it.
Yep.
Okay, Broaddus at any moment could bust in with more Gang of Seven reports on whether or not they feel current teams, personnel people, think that Trayvon Diggs will be scooped up off waivers and save the Cowboys a little bit of cheddar. All right, let's get to the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day. 877-881-1053. This was educational for me, okay? Because when you think about New Year's and things that drop, it's just the ball, right? I think there's
New Year's Eve, the ball, yeah.
There's multiple balls.
Do you stay up for that, by the way?
No, there's almost nothing in the world I care less about than watching a ball drop.
Do you do the let me ask you.
If I was like in New York City or something, then yes, I would be trying. But on TV, like, what are we talking about?
Do you acknowledge the New York City ball drop, or do you wait for your own there at in Central Time Zone? Or do you say it's Happy New Year, kiss the wife when the New York ball drops, or do you wait till the actually your time to do it?
I'm not kissing until it's my time.
So you're 12 Central.
12 Central.
Not acknowledging New York when they go an hour early.
Yeah, not from a kiss standpoint. Now, if I happen to be up and I'm surfing through the channels, I'll watch it, soak it all in, and I'll say congrats to them. They're in the new year. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not privy to that yet. I can't get that kiss.
I'll tell you what, man. The CNN one, and again, I'm not trying to be political or anything like that, but with that Anderson Cooper and the guy there's two guys that do the New Year's Eve thing. It's Anderson Cooper's one, and it's hilarious.
Oh, and they just get hammered.
Andy Cohen, I think his name.
Yes.
Andy Cohen, and I'll tell you what, it is
drunken broadcasting,
drunken doing shots on air, and Anderson Cooper's not a big drinker, and he's like. And Andy Cohen is like taking gummies, and he's doing all kinds of stuff. So this is their New Year's Eve on CNN. They're bringing it back. They thought there was some time that they weren't going to let him because they were too chaotic, but no, they brought him back. So get ready for some shot taking, gummy eating from Times Square.
It'll
on
be
CNN.
LA Live and G-Bag of the Day on the heels of the New Year's extravaganza there. We will get some of that sound.
214 asked me, when Broaddus retires, will he reveal who the Gang of Seven folks are? No, I won't.
No,
I won't. I will not.
You're too loyal.
I'm too loyal. But
too buttoned up.
I've learned to be a journalist now. I've been a journalist. I'm not really a journalist. I'm a guy that acts like a journalist. But yeah, there's one of those times where, like I said, you don't ever give up your sources that way. By the way, like I say, there's sources on this Diggs thing that aren't saying it is a TV and a poll. There's something completely different here.
Yeah.
So we're trying to run that down now that Diggs is gone, and if it's in fact true, it is ridiculous what happened to that young man. It really, really is.
Oh, I can't wait for that report. Yeah. That is going to be fascinating. All right, the Total's already taken advantage. The rare opportunity for Broaddus to read your text. Please be kind, and perhaps the text will stay up longer than we anticipate. Okay, I mean he can hit the X button in no time. All right, so keep it nice. And next thing you know, Broadus will just, he starts chasing squirrels. He'll treat the text line like the TV, and we could be talking about anything, and then bam, we'll get right to your text. All right, so
somebody had a draft question, and I let it go too far.
Would you be really willing to draft Colin Simmons from Duncanville?
Haven't seen Colin Simmons yet on that one.
He's a baller.
Yeah, I've not.
Great backstory.
Yeah. Okay, I want safeties. Why does the team not want any safeties? This team wants some safeties. They're just not willing to draft and win. But there ought to be a couple of them in this draft, actually. So, yeah, I think this is a draft. If you do things the right way, Chief, if you do things the right way and you play some games in free agency and stuff like that, then you could keep your board open to potentially taking a safety. I'd take that Downs kid from Ohio State in a heartbeat, by the way. I'm about to look at this kid from Oregon but I haven't dove into the safeties. I got Downs done. I got Halsey done from LSU was another one that people needed me to watch. But he's more of a 6 foot, 222-pound guy. Doesn't move. He's not quick. He's not fast. But he's a guy that's really, really good with the awareness. He's around the ball, the interceptions. He could read routes. He's just not fast. So I don't know how much I'd want to play him as a true free like LSU does.
Yeah, I think that's the problem.
See, Simmons, people are saying Simmons is only a sophomore. Don't ball sack me here.
Yeah, don't be ball sacking, boys and girls.
If you're asking me questions, I'll tell you if I haven't seen a guy. I haven't seen. I haven't seen. So it's if you're throwing guys out there that I'm reading, I'll tell you, it might not be a real guy. That's what people do. They'll ball sack you on this thing.
Yeah.
Like they'll hack you on Twitter. That's why I don't do it. That's why I don't do it. I really don't.
You don't want to get sacked by the text.
I don't want to get sacked by the text.
Yeah. No, I get it, man. I get it.
Yeah, they're saying I want Downs, but he won't be there by our turn. Yeah, absolutely.
That's a guy that knows ball.
That's a guy that knows ball. Right there, the 214 knows some ball.
Tough to find like a legit center fielder, free safety. There's not a ton of them, but the Cowboys should try and make it more of a focal point here. We can't have a bunch of Donovan Wilsons floating around.
972 asked about Dr. Z. He was the team doctor for the Cowboys, Dr. Zambrano. I think I said his name right. But Dr. Z was great. I mean, I worked with him a little bit, but yeah, Dr. Z was kind of like starting to retire when I was getting started there, kind of go into the retirement part of things. But Dr. Z was a great guy. I know somebody just asked about him on the...
He sounds like a sweetheart. Yeah. See, here we go, man. Broadus is going to be chasing squirrels here. Yeah. And this is great because it's a mail at NTD Tuesday. Yeah. It's the final week of the year. Everybody's just trying to get to the finish line.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we can get to the top 10 list at any moment.
Yeah.
Right? We could just spur that on you. So, I mean, right now, the text is coming in. Broadus, go to New Year's Eve meal. You want to give us that?
Crab legs.
Crab legs, seafood.
I went out and bought, I'm going to steam crab legs for New Year's Eve because we're off on the 1st. So, yeah, me and Michelle absolutely love crab legs. So I'm going to steam a bunch of crab legs.
682 trying to get on your good side. Brian is smart. We are stupid. Brian is handsome. We are ugly. Brian knows ball. We are clowns.
See, somebody wants
Broadus
to see me back.
Is hung like a horse, and we are shriveled. Wow, it's a great text.
Yeah.
And all very, very true.
I love Jane Slater, by the way, and I think Jane Slater will tell you there's 2 stories to this thing. She reporting about the TV poll.
Yes.
So I don't know. I love Jane. I think she's working on 2 stories here myself.
All right, 877-881-1053 with Broadus doing the unthinkable, reading the text line. So this is going to be a great show. I'm fired up. We got new guy Jake in the building. Let's hit you with the college football TD Tuesday Darty.
What was number 10? Go 10 real quick.
The number 10. Okay, the weirdest things that drop on New Year's. And there is an 800-pound peach that drops in Atlanta, Georgia.
There you go.
That's actually number 12. That's an honorable
mention.
That's
outside?
That's outside looking in
let's
right
go
there.
back to this. What do you got next?
Yeah. We'll pepper it in, man.
Yeah.
We're here off the rails having a great time. College football, Darty. We'll hear from the playmaker loving his Canes next year in the nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, what was the DFW sports quote of the year. We also have the worst take of the year, and Josh Pate previews the bowl games at 8 o'clock. It's a hump day edition on The Fan.
Hey, it's Gavin Dawson here. Have you or someone you know been hurt in a car or truck wreck? Call Franklin Frankel first, the go-to car wreck attorneys in DFW. Mark and Scott Frankel have been fighting for your rights for over 30 years. Before becoming personal injury lawyers, they defended insurance companies, say they know all their tricks and tactics that insurers use to deny your claim. If you or someone you know is involved in an accident, Franklin Frankel are here to help. They make it easy, from the free consultation to the very first phone call. They handle everything.
Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset?
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, fucking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get right, man. Call.
College football. Darty right here in the G-Bag Nation, and it's basically going to be 5 hours of Ask Broadus as well on the text because for the first time in about a half decade, he's got his eyeballs on the text line today. So he's answering questions left and right, draft questions, life questions, and it is already a lot of fun.
Did we determine that Colin Simmons is not draft eligible? Did we get that correct? I needed to look that up. Was it the 336 asked me, Brian, trade up for Arvell Reese or trade back and take Sonny Styles? I think Sonny Styles, the linebacker from Ohio State, you talk about trade back. I could see him being the mock drafting thing, they don't have him right. This guy's going to be probably taken before the Cowboys pick.
Sonny Styles.
Yeah, he's a linebacker, Ohio State.
He's incredible.
He is, he's a converted safety that covers. He plays down. He tackles. He's aware. You watch him play awareness with like what's going on around him. Arvell Reese is a edge rusher. Sonny Styles, big time linebacker. I could see him being gone before Dallas even picks. So if you're thinking about him maybe at 14. Last year we went with Ashton Jeanty. Remember we kept seeing that. Then we kept seeing our wide receiver that McMillan kept. And then it was finally you took Booker. Some of these guys are going to be gone. When media scouts catch up to the real scouts, you're going to see Sonny Styles is probably going to be out of your reach. That would be my guess.
Yeah, I mean, he's an incredible player. He hasn't missed a tackle all season long. Ohio State, you'll see him tomorrow in the Cotton Bowl. I mean, that'll be a fun game to watch in terms of just superstar defensive players, which is really, from a Cowboys perspective.
I can't wait to hear your take from being live at the stadium about that.
I know. I can't wait to see these guys up close and personal. I'll be efforting before kickoff to call in, give you a lay of the land,
sounds good.
See how these guys are looking, and then I'll probably call into Fan After Dark at halftime or something and give people a little bit of an update there. But yeah, for Cowboys draft purposes, tomorrow's Cotton Bowl between Ohio State and Miami will be worth your time. And Pro Football Focus has their highest graded players in the game, and it's their number one highest graded player in the game is Ohio State's quarterback, Julian Sayin. Now, the biggest egregious one here out of their top 10 that they have, for whatever reason, and it makes no sense, Caleb Downs didn't crack their top 10 highest graded players in the game tomorrow, which he might be number one.
Yeah,
he might be the single best player on the field, and Pro Football Focus, for whatever reason, does not have him in their top 10. They got Ohio State's quarterback, Julian Sayin. They got the edge rusher out of Miami, Reuben Bain Jr.
Yeah.
The other edge rusher out of Miami, who's a guy to watch for as well, Akeem Mesidor.
Yeah.
He's a super beast. He should be on the Cowboys' radar. Maybe you could get him in the second round, but he could be a guy. I think he's a little bit older. I think he's like 25 years old.
There's a couple of guys in this draft that are like that way, that are older guys. Height, the defensive
Romello,
the edge from Texas Tech is a 25-year-old guy. Never seen this in my life. He's been to 4 schools. This guy's been to 4 schools. Started off at Auburn, USC, Georgia Tech, Texas Tech. The guy's a bendy damn edge rusher, though.
That's a guy you like?
Yeah, he is a guy. People are asking me on the text, Bain, Miami, Bailey, Texas Tech, Howell, Texas A&M, Height from Texas Tech, Mason Thomas. That's last name from Oklahoma. Those are my top 5 guys as edge rushers. Then I've got Parker, Falk, Young, and that would be it right now.
Have you scouted Mesidor yet?
I have not.
Okay.
I'm not.
You're going to like him.
Yeah.
You're going to like him quite a bit, especially you watch him in that A&M playoff game.
Yeah.
He was just a total monster.
Yeah.
So the highest graded players according to Pro Football Focus in the Miami-Ohio State game tomorrow at AT&T Stadium, Julian Sayin, Ruben Bain Jr., Akeem Mesidor. So it's 2 stud edge rushers for the Hurricanes. Then Caden Curry, who is the edge for Ohio State.
Yeah.
Keontae Scott is another guy that I'm interested in. He's the nickel corner for the Hurricanes.
Have not seen him yet.
He is, and I got to see if he's draft eligible. My gosh, that dude is a player. Blitzing, he had the sack fumble on Marcel Reed in the A&M game. He had missed some time leading up to that game, but that dude's a fantastic player. Carnell Tate, Jeremiah Smith, the 2 wide receivers.
Tate's really, really good. I mean,
both for Ohio State.
Yeah. And like I say, to me, if I've got Tyson from Arizona State, Lemon USC, and Tate would be my third guy for as far as if you wanted the top 3 wide receivers.
Okay, all right, very good. You have Sonny Styles, guy we talked about.
Yeah.
He's probably because he's still at this point somewhat realistic for the Cowboys to draft.
Sure.
Now as we get closer, we might find out he's a surefire top 10 pick.
Right.
But he's an all-world linebacker, 3-down player, tackling machine, great in coverage. You mentioned the safety background that he has. He's a guy that I can't wait to watch up close and personal tomorrow.
You're going to see some players. You're going to see. You're going to see
watching
a
some
wild
dogs
game
tomorrow.
Yeah, this is very reminiscent of a Florida State Miami game from back in the day, the wide right games.
Yes.
When you threw that thing on. By the way, 214 asked me. I think it's 214. He's asked me about mid majors. Haven't done any mid majors players yet. So I trust me. I'm 55 players deep in this thing, so just let me get through a few more, but I'll get to your mid-majors guy.
All right, we're here in the college football Darty. Let's go ahead and tee up some playmaker Michael Irvin. All right, this dude is fired up for the Hurricanes. What you got, Broadus?
Well, no, the 972 says down. Here's the ball sacking probably. Downs isn't playing. I'm probably reading something. I'm like, come on, really?
Yeah, he's ball sacking you.
Yeah.
See, be careful of that because Broadus, he's one click away from that X button, and you just nuke the entire Ask Broadus anything you want.
Yeah.
Fun day, mail it in, TD Tuesday, and the G-Bag Nation. Okay, so freaking keep it right.
Yeah, 972. You're right about Jacob Rodriguez. He's a good. Wooly likes him a lot. The Texas Tech linebacker.
Yeah, we'll talk with Ari Temkin about him at 6 o'clock. He's covering the Red Raiders for the Big 12 radio network in Miami. But here's Michael Irvin, the playmaker, talking about his Hurricanes getting set for the Buckeyes. He's just breaking the game down. He's playing with confidence right now.
Well, it's all happening with my big boys up front. And those are the guys that I talk to when I go on the football field, because that's what I brought from when I had my days in Miami, my days in Dallas. You talk to the big boys first. That's all. I go to Bain, I go to Macedon, I go to Arnez Cooper, I go to the offensive line. And that's where this game must be won. I'm not even worried about the skill set players. Miami got so many skill set players that we can make plays. People are talking a lot about A&M and the offense stalling out. The wind was blowing real bad in A&M. It would not be doing that at over there at Irv Stadium. I know we call it Jerry Jones Stadium, but I call the touchdown to build that stadium. Jerry just took all the money and built the stadium. You see what I'm saying? I was the one that caught those slant routes. So we bringing my Miami team into the building that I built, even though I never caught any touchdowns, and things are going to go good. On that offensive and defensive line, Ohio State's never seen anything like what we have.
Okay, so he's feeling good about it. The trenches is really the only opportunity for the Hurricanes to be able to win this football game. And Miami is about as good as it gets when it comes to the O-line, D-line. Yeah. And credit to Cristobal for recruiting and the portal and all that kind of stuff and making sure that he built this thing inside out like an SEC sort of football team. And you saw it firsthand versus the Aggies. They were able to slow down the Aggie pass rush, and they were able to get after Marcel Reed. You saw it in the Big Ten championship game where Indiana, who's also built that way, in the trenches, they were getting after Julian Sayin. I mean, they sacked him, like 5 times in that game?
Yeah.
That is really that's where the game will be won and lost right there, other than the fact that Carson Beck can lose you some stuff. Sure. I mean, in 2 of their losses, he's got like 6 interceptions.
Yeah.
So Carson Beck can get this thing away from you. He's going to have to take care of the football. Here is more from the playmaker talking about his trust in Carson Beck.
I trust him totally. I trust him totally because I've been with him all year. Last week, even in that Texas A&M game, and we were being a little conservative, I thought, because of the whirling wind and didn't want to put anything in harm's way. But when Carson Beck came to me, he said, Michael, I got it. First of all, let me go back. When Carson Beck first signed with Miami, I think at a basketball game, and I got a phone call from him, from his people, and that right there made me a Carson Beck fan. They called and said, hey, we just signed with Miami. Want you to know I'm going to go down here and uphold the traditions that you guys are starting. How can you not like a guy that already honors the history before? So I started liking him then. Now, he came up to me last week in that game in A&M. He said, Michael, I guarantee you we're going to score with this drive. I said, that's what I want to hear. Let's go get it done. And he did that. I got all the faith in the world in Carson Beck. I'm telling you, and I got all the faith in the world in people he's throwing the football to. So I have no issue with what's going on. People can say what they want. Show up and see what happens.
All right, so playmakers confident in Carson Beck. That is pretty cool that he guaranteed the touchdown drive, but that's because he knew that his offensive line and his rushing attack was going to get it done, because the game-winning drive versus the Aggies was just Mark Fletcher bumbling, and then they hit the jet sweep to Malachi Toney, the true freshman super beast, a wide receiver who will be a draft name to talk about here in the next couple of years. But that was all just Carson Beck trusting the rushing attack there for the Hurricanes. Going to be a fun game. Looking forward to it. Ohio State favored in a big way, and understandably so. We'll get more college football stuff coming down here. Any other texts you want to walk off with right now? I know there's a couple more texts here. What about your guy, the LSU corner? What is it, Mansour Delane? LSU Tiger corner. You like this guy?
I get in trouble because if I put an LSU guy atop of the board, everybody's going to freak out about that. Oh, you're an LSU homer. Delane transfer from Virginia Tech. This guy is sticky in coverage. LSU's defense, they got better. They played a ton of man coverage. They blitz a ton. They try to attack you. This guy made big play after big play after big play for the Tigers. He is an incredible player to watch. His ability to turn, ability to run, the sticky coverage. He could play up tight on you. He doesn't get penalties. He knows how to play over the back of you and play off with the offhand. He's got quickness. He has a burst. He will be if people have trouble with McCoy's knee injury, and by the way, he didn't play at all in 2025.
Tennessee corner.
It's been almost a year, but man, he is. When you watch him play, he's got that ability to be the best corner. Now, Delane, depending on what happens with McCoy's knee and how people talk about it at the combine and workouts and stuff like that, if there are any questions about that, Delane will be the number one corner off the board.
Seems like this is shaping up nicely. I mean, you've talked about plenty of edge rushers that you feel pretty good about.
Yeah.
Linebackers you feel good about. Corners you feel good about.
Yeah.
I'm just looking forward to once you start getting more safeties watched and then see what's the lay of the land from the safety standpoint, because this Cowboys defense needs help at every single level here.
I have. I mean, it's so funny the way I kind of went through Dane's list and then through Pro Football Focus's list. And so I'm trying to kind of bounce around, and I'm trying to get another safety or two on the board right now. I feel like I've got 5 corners I've seen. I've got 5 linebackers I've seen. I've seen 5 1 techniques, only 1 3 technique defensive tackle. Edge rushers here, man, it's crazy how that's gone. That looks like I've got 8 of those guys, 2 running backs. So I'm trying to kind of not do a position like where all of a sudden I've done 50 guys and 12 of them are wide receivers. I'm trying to kind of bounce around here to try and get a kind of a complete view.
All right, it's an all-day Ask Broadus extravaganza on the text 877-881-1053, and we have your C-note. Yesterday we did the dumbest Cowboys take you had at any point this season. Let's get the smartest or best take you had about the Cowboys this year. Text that in next here in the Nation.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Robinhood. Your money, your move. Not only is a playoff berth at stake Sunday night between the Ravens and Steelers, but reports indicate the loser could be cleaning house. Mike Tomlin hasn't won a playoff game in Pittsburgh since the 2016 season, and John Harbaugh and the Ravens could be never more with a loss. Win or go home. Literally. I'm John Lund.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if sports were traded like markets? Now you can test your sports IQ in real time with Robinhood Prediction Markets. It's not you against the house, it's you participating in a live market. You can buy or sell your positions all game long. You know the game, put it to use. Trade every play with Robinhood. Download the app today. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025.
Jeff Cox here, president of Berkey's Plumbing, AC, and Electrical. If your home is over 8 years old, you might be due for an electrical inspection. If you're dealing with breakers tripping, dimming, or flickering lights, don't let these issues leave you in the dark. Save $75 on any plumbing, AC, heating, and electrical repair. $250 minimum service required. Call us today at 877-BERKEYS or visit us at Berkeys.com.
Berkey's, we're there when you need us.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
If you missed it, Trayvon Diggs has been released by the Dallas Cowboys. We will have Todd Archer, ESPN. He broke the story earlier this afternoon. He will hop on with us in 1 hour. And Brian Broaddus tells us that the reason behind the release is just simply that it was going to be inevitable, and this gives the Cowboys an opportunity to maybe save $472,000 if a team claims them. So that's the hope right now, is that a playoff team in need for some secondary help makes a claim there and takes the remaining money that the Cowboys owe Diggs. And
that would be the whole contract. They would claim the whole contract, not only the money that's owed, the remaining money that's owed on this 2025 contract, but in 2026, 2027. So you would take the whole entire contract.
Wow.
That
would be crazy.
Now you got to add up the savings from there is what you'd have to do.
All right, it is a Ask Broaddus Anything all show long, as long as we keep it friendly and nice on the text. First time in a half decade he's opened this bad boy, and so we're answering questions, having a good time on a Mail It In TD Tuesday here in the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus, and we got Degenerate Jake hanging out with us for the time being. We'll see when Khaki Kevin Walker hops in here and spells Lucius. He's got the floor situation he's dealing with at the condo today.
Yeah, I wish him some luck there. This sounds like it's kind of a messy deal.
Dawson's still on vacation, Wolchuk as well. So we're hanging out with you right here together, having ourselves a damn good time. It's the C-Note. Yesterday we asked you, what's the dumbest Cowboys take you had about this 2025 Cowboys season? Could have been in the offseason, during the season, here over the last couple of weeks, whatever it was. Now today, get a little bit more positive. You can flex a little bit. What's the best take you had about the Cowboys this season? And we've got one here in the 817. My take week 1 was that the secondary was trash, and they'd be lucky to win 9 games.
Yeah.
And here we are.
Yeah.
Nail on the head. You got it. Yeah, we were concerned about the secondary for sure. Concerned about the defense. I mean, I remember you brought us in the offseason saying, like, this is going to look a little bit like the Cincinnati Bengals of last year.
Yeah.
Where the offense can put up 30 points pretty easily, but you'll still lose games because the defense will give up 31 or 34 or 40. And that's really how this thing is played out. And that's probably where I would probably have my best takes of the year, saying this was going to be about an 8-win football team. Didn't love the Eberflus hire.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much where it goes here. 214, same thing. Best take was 7 or 8 wins for the season. Shout out to Tony in the 214.
Yeah.
I mean, I think there was you could see that. You know, I mean, a lot of times you could be blinded, and especially with the run that the division had gone on, where there was 20 plus years of no back-to-back winners of the division.
Yeah.
Some people were thinking, okay, maybe the Cowboys have a chance there, but the schedule was tough. Like, coming into the season, it was like, man, this schedule is a bit of a gauntlet here. And then once you punted on Micah before the season started, you really knew, okay, this defense is not going to have a chance.
Let me ask you this question, and I think you'll be really honest about this. Do you feel better about the Dak situation than you felt last spring when they were, before that they were? Remember we went through all those shows of, like, hey, would you sign him? Would you not sign him? Would you move on? And you made some really valid points about moving on. Do you feel differently about that situation?
Absolutely. Yeah. I feel totally differently about that. I mean, I still have the concern that the Cowboys will use that big contract that they gave him to cut corners on the rest of the roster.
Yeah.
And so I'm still concerned about that.
Sure.
But from the Dak side of things, yes, I was thinking
he played better than the assessment that we were going through. Right?
I would say in a lot of ways you're probably talking about this season being the best version of Dak that we've ever seen. And most of that is credit to Dak. A lot of that credit to Schottenheimer and the offense that they've built here. And obviously bringing in Pickens and Clayton Adams and that whole deal. So, yes, I feel so much better about Dak. He had a healthy year, which was great.
Yeah.
And he played really well for majority of the season. So I feel much differently now about Dak. Because remember, it was not only the injury last year, but everything leading up to the injury last year was like 7 or 8 games into the season. Dak looked like the worst version of himself.
Right.
It's like, oh my gosh, you just paid him the deal, and now him and CeeDee Lamb were a note off, and things were weird. You had Lamb sitting out of training camp, and so everything with the McCarthy offense was just a disaster, and Dak looked like maybe the worst version of himself.
Right.
And so then you have the injury, so going into the season, it's like, what version of Dak are we getting? You weren't sure what the shoddy offense was really going to look like, but all those concerns have been dispelled now, and you feel great about Dak moving forward. You always have in the back of your mind, like, could he get banged up again?
Yeah.
But barring that, no, I feel awesome about Dak right now. And so hopefully the Cowboys understand that, hey, like, we've paid him all this money. We have a short window now at this stage in his career. You're not going to have this version of Dak forever. You've got to capitalize on it. You've got to take advantage of it. And that's one of the biggest disappointments of this season, is that you did get perhaps the best version of Dak that we've seen ever, and you're sitting here with weeks to go in the season out of the playoffs because you put together the worst defense in franchise history.
Yeah.
And so you cannot do that again. You cannot do that again. You have got to go all in here and mortgage whatever of the future you have to mortgage to take advantage of the way Dak's playing in this offense right now. And you should have some pretty good continuity offensively going into next season.
See, there's people, and I'm just seeing it on the text. There's people talking about you. How do you guys? This is from the 214. So you guys can just justify Dak being the highest paid quarterback in the league. It's get the what out of here is what. There's people. This is the difference between a lot of folks is when you have a take and not be able to kind of walk that back, or not walk it back, but like admit just when you're wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
You get new evidence.
Yeah.
You have new things to now put the whole picture together and admit that you were wrong. Yes. I mean, did they still get kind of railed on the deal? For sure they did. Because Dak isn't the best quarterback in the league, even though he's paid like it.
Yeah.
So, and you've seen better quarterbacks get lesser money than Dak since he got his deal.
Right.
So it's still not a great deal. I'm not in love with the deal they gave him, but I am comfortable with the way that he is playing.
Yeah.
And now it's up to the Cowboys and the front office to say, all right, let's give him the requisite talent needed to go ahead and try and make a run here. Otherwise, it's just another Romo-style waste where you have a really awesome quarterback.
Right.
Not best in the league, but was certainly a guy that you feel like watching Dak this year, that is the type of quarterback that you could go on a playoff run with. But you got to give this guy some level of help, and that help needs to be defensively.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I definitely feel different about that. And credit to Dak for staying healthy and playing some damn good football this year. Best take you had about the Cowboys this season, 877-881-1053, our buddy Tim in Carthage. Best take, needed to get Mozzie and Diggs up out of here. Took a little longer than we wanted, but you got that. It's nice. It is nice. We kind of forget the Mozzie stuff. Every time we talk about Quinnen Williams, we need to mention the fact that also you were able to get Mozzie Smith the heck up out of here, and that was certainly one of the more disastrous first-round picks this team's had over the last decade or so. 877-881-1053. Now, let's see. 214, Abe says, I thought trading Micah was the right move.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, I mean, I'm still not fully on board with that was absolutely the right move, but it looks better today than it did the day you moved on from him. Having Quinnen Williams up in here, obviously knowing now that he got banged up, and just the general leadership kind of issues and stuff, and that's another big contract they would use to shortcut the rest of the roster. So it's fair. It's fair. It looks a lot better today than it did the day that it happened. I was not really fired up about it when we were broadcasting live from Jake's Burgers.
Jake's Burgers, for sure.
Getting that news, but Quinnen Williams is clearly a super stud. 469, my best take this year was that it would be just like the last 30. No Super Bowl. Yeah. You crushed that one. 214, my worst take was that Dak's lower body was not going to cooperate with his desire to play. Really thought he was going to miss 4 to 6 games. So that goes back to yesterday with the worst takes. Tovash with his worst take here, thinking they'd get the over on wins.
No.
set by Vegas at 9.
I thought it was going to be.
There were some like anywhere from like 7.5 to 9 is kind of where the lines were.
It was 9 and 8 was going to be the. I thought the 9 and 8 was what the season was going to be.
And now they're hoping they get to 8-1, and they are doing everything in their power to get that done. 2-1-4, my best take. Ferg would bounce back with that G-bag bump. Definitely had a bounce back year overall, but I still have a little bit of concern with, and maybe it's part of the offense. I don't know, Broadus. I mean, has he lost some level of athleticism because he like pushing the ball down the field, making the plays down the field? So much of it was just check down. Hey, we'll hit Ferguson, and hopefully he can go get 5 to 10 yards out of it. His yards per reception is extremely low. And that's something that I don't know if that's by design.
That's what I wonder. Yeah, I wonder if, in fact, that when you look at maybe McCarthy and what they were trying to do, a little bit more of a willingness to push the ball, and to push the ball in a way to the tight end. But we really didn't see Dak and Ferg connect on many of those cover 2 beaters. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Where he's running vertical along the seam. We saw some of those early in the season, and they were having some trouble completing them. And then maybe they got a little bit of some situation, too, where teams were playing them a little bit differently and not allowing them to make some of those throws.
Okay, so we got some updates here. Shout out to Tolo D and to our buddy Rocket, who have just tagged me in the NFL Insider Jordan Schultz report about Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah.
I will read this to you.
Yeah.
He says, my understanding of the Trayvon Diggs situation is this. After the Cowboys finished their Christmas game versus the Commanders, Diggs requested with head coach Brian Schottenheimer to stay in Washington for the holiday since he's from the area and his family stays there. Players often ask for and are usually granted additional family time during the holidays if the schedule makes sense. Schotty denied the request. Diggs again said he wanted to be with his family and that if he went back to Dallas, he'd just be flying right back on the first flight out, especially with players having several days off. The team vehemently denied his request again, and then today the team released him. Diggs is healthy and ready to join a new team for the playoffs.
Yeah.
So Jordan Schultz has the Diggs side of the story here. That's interesting. I mean, Schotty clearly has not been pleased with Trayvon.
I'm going to, at the break, try and kind of see if I can dig a little bit more and see if Jordan Schultz is right.
Okay.
I'm going to dig a little bit more on that one and see if, in fact, that was. I think someone will tell me. I think I got somebody they'll tell me about that.
Yeah, because you always get the two sides. The team will maybe have somebody that they feed their side to. This clearly looks like a Diggs side of the story being gifted there to Jordan Schultz.
Yeah.
So that's an interesting twist on this. Of course, we have Todd Archer of ESPN. He broke the news of Diggs' release earlier today. He will hop on with us at 4 o'clock, so we'll get some info there, but Broadus will be all over it as well. So that's an interesting turn there because we were wondering, like, the timing is so interesting. Why wouldn't you have done this perhaps weeks ago? But they do it right before the season ends, even though we all knew this was going to end in a divorce at some point here. Just thought it was going to be the off season. But that would make a little bit more sense here if things got even more testy between Diggs and Schotty after all season long. Even when Diggs was allegedly healthy enough to get back on the field, it took quite a bit of time and a Deron Bland injury to really get him back on the field. So that's interesting. Schotty's not screwing around.
Yeah,
not screwing around. That is a bit of a pain. You wonder there, like, if that's a player that is in a little bit more of good graces with Schotty and with the team, would they have granted that?
Yeah,
like, would they have allowed that player to stay and not deny the request there? So there's the report from Jordan Schultz. We'll get more on that with Archer and Broadus here all throughout the program. 877-881-1053. 817, my worst take was I had them at 10-7. Best take was I was completely unbothered from the Micah trade. 432 asking, is Will McClay's seat ever going to get hot?
Okay, this is what I want to say about Will McClay real quick. And this is not defending Will McClay, because Will McClay a lot of times is not very happy with me because word gets back to some of the things, but I do respect Will McClay. Will McClay has the worst job in the National Football League. He does. He's compensated well, worst job in the National Football League.
Why?
He has to answer to the Joneses. He has to answer to his coaches. He has to answer to his scouts. if Will McClay were to able, and this is the thing that needs to change if the Dallas Cowboys are going to win going forward or going to be better in a lot of ways, they need to tighten the circle with the number of voices and stuff that are in that room. Will McClay is put in a chair where he has to make sure that everybody, the groups I named, the Joneses, the coaches, and the scouts are all happy. There's always somebody mad at Will McClay. Will McClay is constantly juggling chainsaws when it comes to this. He has to do things like coaches want this, scouts want this. Joneses feel like that, well, maybe we need to do this. He is always in the middle of trying to make things work for all three parties. He's like the majority whip. He's trying to drum up, he's trying to keep everything together, get the votes and all that. If it was just Will McClay's choice to make on player evaluation, this team would be very similar to what you got in Philadelphia, in my opinion. If you allowed him to spend money, make trades, do the
draft
thing,
the guys he wants.
Draft the guys, absolutely. Absolutely. So to me, this is kind of where I kind of feel like, though, that I'm not defending Will McClay, but I'm just saying this. If the Joneses really, really wanted to change the fortune of their franchise, and it doesn't have to be Will McClay, bring somebody in here who would, and they know Will the best, so it's easier for them to do this. But Will is in a terrible situation when it comes to trying to put this football team together. You could blame him for the drafting and free agency. Will McClay stood up there and fought for Mozzie Smith because, you know why? Dan Quinn. He stood up there and now he's having to say, well, coaches want this guy. Scouts are saying, well, wait a minute, we don't want this guy. So they're having to do something a little different. They're having to do this, having to do that.
He must go home so frustrated.
If the final buck was in Will McClay's desk, if it stopped with him, this team would be far better off and you wouldn't have to worry about it. It's talent-wise, they've done some good things where he's able to kind of navigate some of the picks. He's able to well, we really need this Booker. Booker would be a good fit. This is what we want to do. Or Tyler Smith, or just name anybody else. I mean, like the whole thing with Diggs. I know it looks bad now. It was a second-round pick and all that. But, that's kind of where we're at. Now, listen, I had somebody update me on the Diggs story here.
Okay.
There is some truth to that as well. So there's some truth to so I am confirming that there is some truth to the
Diggs wanting to stay in Washington after the Christmas game to be with his family.
Yes, I'm confirming that, yes.
Is that like an all-time bleep hole move, do you think, from Shoddy and the Cowboys to not let him do that?
I don't know. That he's probably not in a situation where he's made a lot of people happy there. So, you probably got some folks that are like, no, we're not going to go out of our way to do this for this guy, So that's if it was one of those things where a player probably in some better graces, maybe so. But I'm just go back to Will McClay. Mm-hmm. If you really, really want things to be changed, then it would be just tighten up the circle. Listen, this is a team that always wants consensus. It's consensus. It's, Eric, you're the scout, I'm the coach, and you and I are having a disagreement about the player, but let's get together and kind of talk it out. No, somebody needs to make the determination. We're drafting this player because. Not because, we came to a consensus and somebody, no. We don't need Jerry standing up there anymore and telling us, wow, we picked DeMarco Murray because of Barry Switzer. Scouts did some work on that. Somebody did work on that.
Yeah.
We listen to too many people. If I could say one wish for the Dallas Cowboys, that Jerry Jones, Will McClay, and Stephen Jones listen to less people.
I love it. Brian brought us on fire here in the G-Bag Nation on a TD Tuesday. Todd Archer of ESPN coming up at the top of the hour. We got Krusty's Corner at 3:40, but we'll hit you with a sports hodgepodge next year on the Nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Gavin Dawson here for Men's T Clinic. Let's close this year stronger than ever and get ready to crush 2026. Maybe get a jump on those New Year's resolutions and combat the dreaded holiday weight gain at the same time, plus added clarity and mental focus. Men's T Clinic is the best. They help identify the underlying causes of weight gain, reduce muscle mass, libido, mood, and mental clarity. Using biomarkers and body composition tracking, men are able to take control of their total wellness to access to data
Yardbird's Southern Table and Bar, located at 2121 North Pearl Street in Dallas. RunChickenRun.com.
Welcome back to the G-Bag Nation. This segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
TJ Hushmanzada, could you just rate my guy here on a scale of 1 to 10?
You don't think it's rude what you just did?
Who's literally listening to this anyway? Is anyone listening?
Well, it is
the
home of the Cowboys.
Well, no one exactly. No one's listening.
I did a radio show when I first got here, and they told me I was fat.
The brisket sando, that is hard to beat.
LeVar, do you want to get in on this?
I'm not in on that, you rude motherfucker.
Oh, he almost cussed.
Then they called me the Girthquake or something stupid.
I do like the Girthquake. That's a nice nickname.
Little shock jock stuff.
Plenty to get to here in the Hodgepodge. Trayvon Diggs has been released by the Dallas Cowboys. Broadus just confirmed the Jordan Schultz report, where there was a little bit of a back and forth on Christmas Day, where Trayvon Diggs wanted to remain in Washington to be with his family for the holidays, and allegedly Shotty denied the request. Diggs had to fly back with the team and then hop on another bird and fly back to Washington. Total pain in the neck and a bit of a bleep hole move from the Cowboys side of things, but Trayvon Diggs was pretty unprofessional throughout his tenure, and especially over the last 12 months or so. And so he was not in the good graces in a way that allowed Shotty to be like, yeah, sure, you know what, you've earned it, man. Just go ahead and stay back here. I don't imagine Shotty is an all-time bleep hole where he would have done that to other players, but Trayvon Diggs, his situation was a little bit different. And so their relationship clearly fractured, has been for basically all season. And so that is what we know right now. Todd Archer, ESPN, joins us at the top of the hour.
Yeah, just looking at the text again. This seems to be something I'm having fun with today.
Yeah, Broadus looking at the text, ladies and gentlemen.
469 asked me if George Pickens leaves to play somewhere else, would the Cowboys should draft Mekhi Lemon. George Pickens fit the Cowboys system pretty well. I agree with you. I think the player that's more like George Pickens is a guy named Jordan Tyson from Arizona State. 6'2", 200 pounds. Take a look at that young man. I do like Lemon a lot. He's my second best wide receiver when you watch him play. But Jordan Tyson, I think, fits more how George Pickens looks and how George Pickens plays. Another one from the 251, that's Mobile, Alabama. Brian, next time you're going to come to the Senior Bowl and scout, it's going to be a while. I don't think I'll come back. I love Mobile, Alabama. Matter of fact, my son Bennett was carrying the Smokey the Cannon across the country yesterday for the Texas-Michigan game.
Made it safe.
And they made it safe, stopped in Mobile for lunch. Mobile, Alabama is one of my favorite places in the world. Mardi Gras was invented there, is where we got its start. So great people in Mobile. I'd love to go back to the Senior Bowl. That was one of my favorite times of the year to go.
Where they eat? The Waffle House? I hear there's a legendary Waffle House over there.
There's all kinds of, they've got
chicken fried steaks probably off the chain.
Charbroiled oysters and stuff. A lot of seafood and stuff like that. Yeah, so they've got a really, really good. I saw another person that works with my former teammate, my real name with my teammate, Tommy Clapp is his name. It works with Tommy. I saw it just quickly before it went off the air, went down. Tell Tommy I said hello. Tommy, a great teammate of mine. His son, Will Clapp, center, was with the New Orleans Saints, kind of bounced around, stuff like that. So
Will Clapp
is his name. So Tommy from the LSU days. So please tell him I said hello if you're still listening.
I love it. All right, 877-881-1053. Broadus is reading the text all day long, and we are in the midst of the hodgepodge before we get you to Krusty's Corner. I did want to mention that you have Nikola Jokic in the NBA.
Uh-huh.
My gosh, what a season he's having. Wait till I give you some of the numbers here and give you some context.
Is this why he's like MVP every year? Because he has these numbers?
He's ridiculous, dude.
Yeah.
But he has a hyperextended left knee. Will be missing about a month, according to Shams.
Oops.
He's in the midst of a truly historic campaign.
Yeah.
And, he's never really had a catastrophic injury.
Yeah.
Not that this is like super catastrophic, but when you're missing a month's time or so, that's pretty significant. So that's a big blow to the Denver Nuggets right now. But listen to this, the context of the type of season that Nikola Jokic is having right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Shaq's career high scoring average was 29.7 points per game. He did that in the 99-2000 season. Nikola Jokic is scoring more than Shaq's career high.
Wow.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Karl Malone, the mailman, all-time rebounder. His career high rebounding average was 12 in the 87-88 season. Nikola Jokic is averaging more rebounds per game than Karl Malone's career high. Okay, so more points this season on average than Shaq's career high scoring average. More rebounds this season for Nikola Jokic than Karl Malone's career high. How about this? Jason Kidd's career high assists was 10.8 assists per game in 1998-99. Nikola Jokic is averaging more assists this season than Jason Kidd did.
Yeah.
And his career highs this year. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had a career-high field goal percentage in 1979 of 60.4%. Nikola Jokic this year is 60.4% from the field. So he scores more than Shaq ever did in a season, rebounds more than Karl Malone ever did in a season, has more assists per game than Jason Kidd ever did in a season. He's right on par with Kareem's career-high field goal percentage. And the final one, Larry Bird, career-high three-point percentage, 42.7%. Nikola Jokic three-point percentage this season, 44%.
Yeah.
So he is all in one this year. He's Shaq, Karl Malone, Jason Kidd, Kareem, and Larry Bird.
So he's just some of the greatest players ever to play basketball. Is that what you're saying?
We're going back to when you were in your prime, Broadus. Talking about Kareem and Larry.
I tell you what, those dudes were players now. You need to go back.
Question.
You need to go back and watch some of those guys play. They were unbelievable.
I'm with you, dude.
Yeah,
I'm with you. Those guys are
and
legends.
I wasn't even a basketball fan, but you admire those cats.
That's the type of season.
Yeah.
That Nikola Jokic is having right now. We wish him a speedy recovery. Now, we also have, gosh, there's so much today, dude. This is phenomenal. I have here in front of me the highest paid TV show hosts of the year as we close things down. Who do you think, and this includes like sports broadcasters, who do you
Stephen A. Smith is up there, but we got news reporters that make $15 million a year.
So, for context, Stephen A. Smith is tied with Pat McAfee at 15.
Okay, so
with $20 million a year.
Okay, so that's what's that? $20 million a year at,
and they're 15th.
They're 15th. So okay, wow. Okay, does Howard Stern's consider radio, right? Or is it like...
Yeah, this is just TV hosts.
Just TV hosts.
Stern would probably be at the top of this list.
Okay, wait a minute. We've got some that we got that judge. What's the lady judge?
Judge Judy?
Judge Judy. What'd she make a year?
I guess she's maybe
no longer in there?
I don't think she's in there anymore.
I thought she was a 40.
Yeah, she was a total ball crusher in her day.
How about Steve Harvey? Would that be another guy?
Steve Harvey is 20th on the list at $17 million.
Okay, wow. Okay, we're going to start talking about
some of your chef buddies.
Okay,
your foodie people.
So Guy Fieri.
By the way, Judge Judy retired in 2021.
Thank you, Khaki Kev in the building now.
Fact checking is what he's doing.
He's great at that. I will say, superpower, Khaki Kev. Like he will feed you the stuff in real time that you need.
Yeah,
that's a great producer right there. Shout out to new guy Jake as well, aka Degenerate Jake, Red Raider fan. He was fantastic for 90 minutes.
He helped us with some Bears.
Yeah,
stuff.
Gave us a little Bears report.
Okay, this is good. There's going to be a. There's got to be somebody that we're...
Yeah, Guy Fieri, by the way, number 2 on the list. Tied at 2 with $33 million a year. Guy Fieri.
Yeah, he's got a lot going on, Guy Fieri. Okay, so he's number 2. So there's somebody that's... It's got to be one of these Fox or CNN dudes.
Well, it's a Fox guy. Fox Sports. It's the GOAT.
Tom Brady.
$37.5 million.
Wow.
He leads the league in 2025 for highest paid TV hosts. I guess they're considering him a host in this role. $37.5 million. Bobby Flay's tied at 2 with Fieri, by the way, $33 million for Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby Flay, he's a trip. Oh, by the way, on the text, they asked this question. I'm going squirrel right now for you.
Let's go, baby.
They asked the difference between Creole seasoning and Cajun seasoning.
Yes.
It happens to be like the Cajun focuses on peppery flavors, while the Creole is more about the herbal. I say it wrong. Herbal.
You just eat the H. Herbal.
Okay, herbal. Yeah. So Cajun is more about the pepper and then the Creole is more about the herbal scent, or the herbal taste. That's the biggest difference between the two.
We got one guy that's punting on the soy sauce these days and going for the Worcestershire.
Okay, the
What do you think
Worcestershire.
about that?
I like it, but I'll tell you what's interesting. I'm learning about Worcestershire sauce. It's got an interesting flavor, and not many people are fans of this particular thing that they put in it. And they said, "Oh, I would never eat that." But if you use like Liam Perrin sauce, anchovies.
Ooh,
that's how you get the
anchovies. Is stay away from me generally.
That's how you get the flavors.
Shout out to Papa Wolchuk, who loves an anchovy pizza.
So if you're in a situation where you're putting this like as using Liam Perrin as a marinade, part of a thing, then that's what you're using. You're using basically anchovies, and you're thinking, "Oh, I hate anchovies." If you use that product, you're using anchovies. Think about that one.
Yeah, that's going to be tough to stomach. All right, there's your hodgepodge, ladies and gentlemen, here on a TD Tuesday. Todd Archer, ESPN, talking Cowboys at the top of the hour. But coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I'm tired of talking. I'm going to ask Eric some questions. We'll do that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, what was the DFW sports quote
weekend with the #1 Stars podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On-Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's greystone-roofing.com.
Thank you very much, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you, Khaki Kevin, for playing that for me as always. The 512 says they're asking the question I asked about the seasoning, the difference between Creole and Cajun. Yes, you're absolutely right. Cajun is the roux, Creole is the tomato base. But we were talking about seasoning, not the actual base, is what we were talking about. But you're absolutely right. Cajun is the mixture of the flour and some type of oil. Sometimes butter would be the.
I'm a butter man.
Would be the choice, but yeah, that's it. But you're exactly right. But we were talking about the actual seasoning.
Right.
Is what we were talking about, the difference there. So anyway, all right. Excited about having Todd Archer on after this today. Todd was the one that broke the story about Diggs.
Trayvon Diggs released.
Todd's really good at this stuff, by the way.
Professional.
He's one of the best. He really, really is. Okay, I said I had some questions for you.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to test them out for you because I like to ask these questions. Oh, by the way, kind of got some information about Jake Ferguson potentially playing this game. By the way, this game is being looked at as let's go win a game kind of a thing so far.
Yeah.
On Tuesday. But here we are. I mean, there could be a possibility of starters starting and then kind of pulling back as need be. But a lot of it has to do with the aesthetics of the record. Does that make sense?
They just like the look of 8-8-1 a heck of a lot better than 7-9-1.
They do.
Which is just maddening.
Yeah.
Not a single fan in the world cares about, we were 8-8-1.
If I'm just telling you.
I know they care.
If you were in that building, you would. I would hope that you would stand up and say this doesn't matter one bit. But when you're in that building, it does mean something.
It's just like the SEC. It just means more.
It does. It doesn't mean that much, but yeah, it means you're going to have a losing season.
Right.
That's what you work all year not to have a losing season. So think about aesthetics. All right. Here's my questions for you. I got some questions. You ready for these?
My body is ready.
How's your mind?
Mind is kind of drifting.
Mine's drifting?
But I'm locked in.
You didn't find any Miami gear, by the way?
No, my uncle's going to hook me up. Yeah. He flew in last night. I'll holler at him after the show and make sure he got me a shirt. Okay. Can't be showing up there with just a generic T-shirt.
You can't be. You got to go in there. Those Ohio State people are going to fight you now. Get ready.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
I'm going to be in the Miami section.
That's what I'm saying.
And I'll be hollering at the playmaker, Michael Irvin, to come defend me if I need it.
Yeah. I wish you had a 47 Miami jersey. That'd be absolutely
That'd be so sick.
That would be great. All right. Here you go. Question number 1. Eric. Why do we get so mad at Terrence Steele?
I get upset because I was upset the day. I remember, I think it was like a Labor Day situation, and it was me and Wolchuk and Mike Bassick together at Globe Life Field. And we get the news that Terrence Steele just got a contract after tearing his ACL.
Sure.
And that ticked me off. Nothing against Terrence. It's just, what are you doing from a team building standpoint?
We get mad at him.
We get mad at him because he's consistently a bad pass protector. And
but a guy that went to Tech knew nothing about run blocking and like actually has a pretty good handle on how to run block.
Yes.
But we get so mad at him. Knock on wood, he doesn't miss starts. He doesn't.
That's true.
He doesn't get hurt. He's in the lineup every single week. When he
misses his assignment every single week. And he's got my highly paid quarterback under duress. That's frustrating. It's like I don't know that he's gotten any better in pass pro. It's a great story. Like, good for him. He was a nobody, undrafted guy.
Yeah.
And he's made a career out of himself.
Didn't look great in the Senior Bowl. Gave up a lot of pressures.
Yeah. His first start, I think I'll never forget, is Myles Garrett and the Browns at AT&T Stadium.
I thought he started against the Chargers. I thought he started against Chargers.
Oh, maybe that was it.
Yeah, I think it was a game. It was a game in Los Angeles. I think he got his first start against the Chargers. I could be wrong about that, but remember we were talking about how we were worried about the Chaz Green situation and all that. Am I right about that? Was the Chargers? I see.
It's going to take me a second to see.
All right.
But I'm going to find this because in my mind, it was them putting him on an island versus Myles Garrett at AT&T Stadium.
I thought it was a game against the Chargers myself. I thought that was the one. I remember doing a pregame show. I thought I might be doing a pregame show. I might have been with Ari or somebody, but I thought that was the game. The 682 says Steele is Doug Free 2.0.
What do you think about that?
I think Doug Free probably a little bit better pass blocker, but I think that Steele's a little bit better run blocker. But I think they're very similar. Both lack strength, both lack power, both are reliable, both had toughness. I don't know. You get mad at Steele a lot.
Yeah, because once you get paid, expectations go up.
Okay.
I think that's a part of it. If he was still just on an undrafted rookie free agent deal, be like, hey, we're getting the most out of this guy.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. Yeah, I guess his first start was in L.A. It was versus the Rams.
Oh, was it the Rams?
The 2020 season.
I thought it was the Chargers.
And then
I thought they were trying to block one of the
Bosa.
Yeah.
Khalil Mack was Khalil Mack there.
Guyton's first start, and the Texas pointing this out, Guyton's first start was against Myles Garrett.
It was Guyton's first start?
Yeah. Remember that opening day in Cleveland? Yeah, that's right.
That's definitely right. Yeah, it was week 4 that year of Terrence Steele's first year. That was when he went up against the Browns. So he did play Myles Garrett that rookie year, but I guess it wasn't his first start.
All right, here we go. Next question for you, Eric. Mm-hmm. What would this offense look like without Javonte Williams?
Oh, geez, with the guys that they have. Credit to Malik Davis for the way he's been able to run the football here, but all season long without Javonte Williams and it just being Malik Davis and Lipke and then Jaden Blue's probably playing more. Yeah, your pass protection would be a disaster. Talk about pass protection issues, because that is probably even more impressive than his running, which has been really good this year, is Javonte Williams' willingness for blitz pickup.
Yeah.
And you see the drop-off immediately when he's out of the game and Malik Davis has to step up there. So you'd be sacked more, you'd be pressured more, your pass game would suffer, and your run game would suffer. I mean, it would be bad. It would get ugly.
See, it's funny you said, because I asked Voch Lombardi the same question this morning when he and I were working, and I was curious. I go, what would this offense look like without him? And Voch said the same. But the thing he was harping on, like you just did, was the pass protection.
Yes.
It wasn't the running and all that. It was.
Yeah, because Malik Davis has shown you, and again, would he have been able to do it all season? Yeah. It's been a smaller sample size that he started to get a little bit more of the load from a rushing standpoint. But that's been fine.
Yeah.
It would still be lesser if it was him all season as the bell cow as opposed to Javonte Williams. But man, Dak, they'd have to be doing a max protection type offense a lot more often.
Yeah.
Dak would have gotten hit a lot more often.
So the protection's like,
I think that's the one, because that's what you notice right now.
Yeah. I'm with you.
You agree with that?
No, I do. It's funny how both you guys who watch these games, study these games, both went the pass protection route before his ability as a runner.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's just the nature of your running back room. If you had another guy in there, maybe he's a little bit, hey, pass protection, he can handle that, but he's just not a good runner, then it'd be a different story. But Javonte Williams has been really good in blitz pickup, and that's something that I think as football fans we have to understand when we're trying to evaluate running backs, whether you're drafting them or bringing guys in. That matters a ton. Really does.
All right, my final question to you. I got a couple more, but I know we're up against the time. Which trade has you now shaking your head? The Trey Lance or the Jonathan Mingo?
They were both for fourth-round picks, right?
Right.
Yeah, I think, gosh, it's sort of equal. I guess you could justify Trey Lance because it is the most important position.
Sure.
And you were in that time where you weren't sure if you were going to pay Dak.
Mm-hmm.
So if you really reach, you could justify it to some extent. Hey, you're taking a flyer on a quarterback that was one of the top prospects. But Jonathan Mingo has never for a single second made any sense.
Yeah.
At no point did that make sense from the day they did it to every day since. He's barely played, and he was proven to be not a good player with a fair sample size, even in Carolina. Like, that one is just...
Do you feel like he's really played this year, though?
No, he hasn't. Yeah. But even when he has been on the field, you haven't noticed him one time.
Yeah.
Not once.
Yeah.
It's like Pickens, Lamb, and Flanoy. Like, that's your trio.
Right.
And Mingo has just done nothing, even in the small opportunities he's been on the field, which is, again, very, very small.
One final question real quick then.
Here we go.
Was there ever a moment where you thought that George Pickens could be better than CeeDee Lamb?
I mean, we had those conversations, but I have so much respect for CeeDee Lamb's body of work and being a surefire top 5 wide receiver for many years.
Yeah.
And the versatility factor, all of that. Like, you've seen that over multiple seasons.
Yeah.
George Pickens, you see flashes of it and you see stretches of it, but with so many guys in the league, you see one game, you see a good month, whatever it is, that it's not necessarily who they are week in, week out, year in, year out. Yeah. So I never was willing to cross that bridge. I know Dawson, Choppy, plenty of people were like, oh, Pickens is wide receiver 1.
Sure.
And he's definitely a beast. And on any given Sunday, he can be that guy.
Yeah.
But I think CeeDee Lamb is the one who's proven time and time again, with or without Dak, that's a guy that puts up numbers.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
There it is, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction here in the G-Bag Nation. TD Tuesday at 4:20. Trayvon Diggs released from the Cowboys. The man that broke the story, Todd Archer, ESPN, joins us next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Trayvon Diggs released from the Cowboys today. The man that broke the story, Todd Archer of ESPN, joins us now here in the G-Bag Nation via the D&M Leasing Hotline. Todd, happy Tuesday, bro. Crazy day. Thought it's supposed to be an off day. Are you as surprised as we all were when you got the news?
Just at the timing of it, right? Because I think we're all writing it down that the Cowboys would save a little more than $12 million against the cap next year when they release Diggs in the offseason. Yada, yada, yada. Like that, I think we all knew it was coming. The fact that it came with one game to go was a little surprising. And while I didn't have a hair appointment like Jane did today, I was outside raking the leaves in my backyard when I got the text message saying that this was going down. And I thought it was like 15 minutes behind everybody. So I wasn't even sure. And then I tweeted it. So I'm like, oh, okay. I thought everybody had this already. So, yeah. So I got some yard work done in addition to tweeting about Trayvon Diggs.
Todd, do you have I mean, you pointed out that maybe it's something you thought was going to happen after the season in the springtime, something like that. Do you have any indications of why now?
Oh, well, I had one guy over there telling me that a culmination of events, and obviously it's out there now that he wasn't on the flight home, that he requested to stay in Dallas or stay in Washington and visit with family and was denied the request. Probably a request that should have been made from well before when you're in the locker room after the game to then ask that question.
Sure.
I know guys in the past that have not taken the team flight home for a variety of reasons when the schedule allows it. But I know that those requests were made pretty early in a week, so everybody would know. But he was the only guy that didn't fly home. I wouldn't say that is why he was released. I think, as Steven has said, I don't know how many times on your network about the coaching situation and on defense, it's a full body of work. Right. I think this decision was a full body of work when you add in the questioning Matt Eberflus's scheme and how he wants to played and what he wants, what the coaches told us when he wasn't activated immediately off injured reserve, that he has to do everything right. Clearly it wasn't just an on-field thing. And then this. And then add in the fact that he has as many pass deflections and interceptions as we do this year. Why not make the move now if you're going to make it 5 weeks from now?
Todd, how will he be remembered then? When you look at it, fans have their thoughts, players have their thoughts. How's Todd Archer going to remember Diggs' career with the Cowboys?
A good player that had a couple of great seasons and then had it kind of fall apart because of injury. And I'm not saying this is the case with him specifically, although when you can read between the lines when you hear that, he didn't really work the hardest at his rehab and he wasn't here this offseason for the rehab. He spent all the time in Florida. If you watch some of I forget if it was YouTube or whatever deal that he put out some of his videos on, it wasn't like he was killing it in the videos that we saw, and the couple that I saw, it looked like the trainer really had to get on him to do everything he was supposed to do. There are players when you come into the league, like I'll equate it to baseball. You're a fastball pitcher, and no one can touch your fastball, and all of a sudden you lose your shoulder, and you have no idea how to pitch. I think it might be along that line. It's like he was just gifted. He could freelance, he could guess, and physically he was gifted enough to make up for those non-technical technique ways you want to go about it, intercept a pass. Well, now that you're dinged up and your knees aren't the same and your speed's not the same, you try those same things and it doesn't work anymore. And so then can you play the position still and still be successful? And I think that's kind of the crossroad that he is in at the moment. Broadus, you're the scout. You tell me if you see something that's different.
No, you're not wrong, Todd. You're not wrong.
That's kind of how I view it. Like the injuries kind of sapped him of some of his superpowers, and it made him just kind of a guy a little bit.
Was his complaints, I shouldn't say complaints, was his concerns about the defense, is he right about what he was saying?
I don't think he was wrong. I don't know, maybe I'm parsing words here. I think he is a guy who was better playing man. no kidding. Like, we all can see that, right?
Right.
And so then that gets into the willingness of the guy running the scheme to fit a defense that fits your players, not the other way around. So that's been a question we've had forever, and you can say the same thing about Deron Bland. It was a better man corner. What did they tell us about Savone Revel?
Yeah.
Hey, long, he can press, he's a good man, man guy.
Yeah.
Well, then if you're a defense that plays predominantly zone, then how does that fit that those two things don't go together in a lot of respects. So I don't think Diggs was wrong in asking to play more man or mixing it in or doing some different stuff, but I think we've turned zone, or some of us have turned zone coverage into like the Pythagorean theorem, that it's really hard to do.
Yeah.
I remember, back in my glory days of playing high school basketball, man, I love playing zone defense because none of the crap was ever going to be my fault. I could always blame the other guy. You just had to cover your own area.
Right.
I mean, I know I'm bringing it down to like a
No, you're not
level.
wrong. You're not wrong.
But it's not like, hey, that should be, if your eyes are always on the quarterback and you know what zone, where you're supposed to be, and the fact that these guys struggled with, I think we'd all agree that, there's nothing about the Eberflus scheme where we'd say, man, this is really tricky to figure out.
Right.
We don't know where these guys are going to be and where they're going to come from. The fact that this team has struggled with communication of this over 17 weeks, now going into the 18th week, is telling. And then for all the folks that want to bring in this varied multiple attack and let's dream of Brian Flores.
Right.
Boy, I don't know how that would go next year either, unless you just you took out everybody.
We're extremists. We're extremists, Todd. We like to go from one extreme to the other is what we want to do. I'll ask you this though, and first off, and I know you're not in the business of firing guys and stuff like that, or wanting to fire guys. That's left up to radio people for sure. Do you feel like that Matt Eberflus will be replaced after this season?
It's not trending in the right direction, to steal a term from Shoddy that he's used on us about injured guys this year.
Okay.
Right? I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
Jerry's comments on your station have been kind of telling, and I think today when he's like, look, when he says this isn't all about Matt Eberflus and what's gone wrong, I think he's right, because there's been some kind of disconnect between the coaching at all three levels. And so maybe not the D-line, I guess that's been solid. But there's been a lack of communication, lack of understanding. I think the players that have been brought in haven't played up to par. Mostly, there's exceptions, Clowney and Quinn Williams and Kenny Clark. Oh, by the way, those are three guys that weren't even here when the season started.
Yeah.
So they're veteran guys who've been around. So yeah, it's on everybody, but you guys know how this goes. Everybody doesn't take the fall. It comes down to one guy, and in this case, it's one guy plus however many assistants that they would move on from as well. So, I mean, you can't fire. You can't fire 53 players. So, yeah, I think that's why I see it trending in that direction.
Should Jerry Jones receive some of the blame for hiring Matt Eberflus?
Yeah, I struggle with that one to a degree because, but I will say this. I'm sure it was recommended to Brian Schottenheimer, hey, we like this Matt Eberflus guy. He was here with us. And so why don't you talk to him?
Yeah.
So if I'm a first-year head coach and I have my boss telling me, hey, why don't you talk to this guy?
Exactly.
Is that tacitly saying, you better hire this guy? This is the guy I want you to hire. Again, I might be, splitting the thinnest of hairs when it comes to that stuff. But I think if Brian Schottenheimer had a guy that he wanted in mind, I think he said, no, Jerry, this is the guy I want. I think he could have played that card. But again, when you're a first-year head coach and you have your boss telling you something, maybe you read into what was said a little bit more when it comes to those situations.
Yeah.
I mean, here's what I wonder from the Cowboys' perspective on Matt. And I think Matt is a good coach, and he's been a good coach for a long time.
Sure.
Not to sound like Jason Garrett. I just did. I apologize for that. And he's had good defenses, and he didn't become an idiot overnight. Like,
sure.
he's a good fundamental football coach, and we've all seen it. I just wonder if there are lingering scars from what happened in Chicago to him that the Cowboys didn't investigate enough to see what went down there in terms of connections and relating and all that kind of stuff. And because this has been there's been 3 games where you said, okay, yeah, the defense looks pretty good.
Yeah.
There's been 13 games where you're like, oh, boy, how are they giving that up?
Could he have used the year off, Todd? Could he have used the year off like the Dan Quinns? And I know McCarthy. I knew you were going to say that because I know you're like me about the whole Mike McCarthy thing. But could he have used the year maybe to sit back and kind of evaluate where he was at? Or would he have come back a year later with the same Rod Marinelli beliefs and stuff like that, even though he grew up in the Rob Ryan crazy-ass scheme? You know what I'm saying?
That's the funny part is that he came here as a 3-4 linebacker coach.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a 4-3
exactly
guy.
Exactly.
So I guess my answer would be yes, he should have taken the year off, but I'm using that based on what's happened during the first 16 games of the season.
Yeah.
So now at the time, there's to steal the phrase, there's only 32 defensive coordinator jobs too. So and it was at a place that he knew the ownership well. He knew the scouting department well. So it wasn't like he was coming into a completely foreign situation. So maybe that influenced him to want to not take that time off. But
yeah.
Hindsight right now, you'd say, yeah, he might have been better served to take that time off.
Todd Archer, ESPN, with us here on The Fan. One last one. Do you think a team will pick up Diggs?
No. And I don't say that because of the money that he would be owed for the last game, however much that is, I forget off the top of my head. The remainder of the contract, well, that doesn't matter. None of it's guaranteed. They could just move on from him after the year and it wouldn't be on the hook for anything. But I think they'll, don't you think they'll turn on the tape?
Yeah. Yeah.
And see what we've seen?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying Trayvon, I think Diggs can have another good season, and it might be born out of the fact that he wants to prove everybody at the Star wrong. But I think the days of what Trayvon Diggs was in 2021, 22, I don't think you'll see that player again.
Todd, can't thank you enough for the time, my man. Get back to those leaves and enjoy the rest of the season. Just a few more days.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
There he goes, Todd Archer, ESPN, with us here on The Fan on the day that Trayvon Diggs was released from the Dallas Cowboys. We will have more on that all throughout the program. Mark Schlereth, NFL Insider, coming up at 4:40. But it's TD Tuesday. Brian Broaddus.
Oh, I get to read again.
Second installment of Brian Broaddus co-hosting TD Tuesday. Best touchdowns from the NFL weekend next year on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC.
Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Flea flicker. Hurts. Wide open. CD in space. CD Lamb still running. Hits a corner. CD for the team.
You feel it, and it feels like a bag of sand.
Boom shakalaka, what the people them want. Woman them a flex and the man them a chant.
Bag of sand.
Don't you want a little taste of the glory? See what it tastes like. I darn near made me touchdown. It's shaking big time.
I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks. Let's make a move.
Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka. Boom shakalaka. TD Tuesday shakalaka.
Here we go. The best touchdowns from the football weekend, starting in Tennessee, where Cam Ward, the number 1 overall pick. This is an all-time highlight. Can't wait to hear the call. Chickaquanko for 43 yards.
Cam Ward on a 4th and 2 comes up to the line of scrimmage. He's under center, and he will snap it back. He's looking downfield. He has a wide open Chickaquanko, 35-30, 25-20, 15, stays on his feet at the 10, breaks a tackle. Oh, God, what a run! Wow! What a run! That is a Titans touchdown!
Here we go. Titans Radio with the call.
How about that?
They got fired up, and that was a worthy getting fired up. That was a hell of a touchdown.
Yeah, let's go next to Miami, where 2 Texas high school football players hook up for the Dolphins.
3rd and 8. Ewers. Left side. Caught by Weiss. 30, 20, 10, 5. Touchdown. The rookie from Missouri got open. Ewers found him, and the Dolphins are on the board.
Worst radio. Hey, what is up with that?
Yeah.
Hey, what is it? Is it like, it's kind of like they're doing high school radio there.
The engineers, yeah, they sound like they're underwater half the time. I don't know what the engineers got
Brad
going on.
Brad Sham did say it was the worst radio booth he'd ever been in.
Oh, just the actual booth itself?
Yeah, the booth, yeah.
At Hard Rock Stadium?
At Hard Rock, yeah.
Well, there it is. Dolphins Radio Network with the call. Yeah, Southlake's own Quinn Ewers to Allen's Theo Weiss Jr. 63 yards. Those two hooking up, man. That's pretty impressive stuff.
That? Yeah.
Quinn Ewers, it looks like he's got the support of the locker room over Tua down there in Miami right now.
Didn't take much, huh?
Didn't take much. Did not take much. All right, here we go. Cincinnati, and here's Joe Burrow. First touchdown of the game. The spin move. Jamar Chase, this is sexy.
Burrow throws a screen out to the left. Jamar Chase makes the first man miss. Inside the 10, makes another miss. Takes it to the goal line. Whoa. Touchdown!
Baby.
Bengals! Jamar Chase turning defenders into invisible men as he takes it from the 15-yard line, sends 2 defenders to the turf, and scores.
Oh, that was good stuff. Bengals Radio with the call. That's your guy.
Yeah, you never get tired of listening to those guys, Dave Lapham. Now everybody's doing it. We got all kinds of cheerleading going on in these radio booths.
A lot of it. I don't know if there was a memo sent out like, hey, home radio, sound like it.
Home radio, homer it up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great touchdown, man. Jamar Chase was in his bag.
How about this one, though, from Jacksonville? Trevor Lawrence feeling the wind in his hair as he's running for a touchdown.
2 left, 2 right. Etienne back in there. Dropping his Trevor. It's a quarterback draw. To the 5. He's going to walk into the end zone. What a play call. Trevor Lawrence runs it in from 6 yards away. His second rushing touchdown of the game. And Jacksonville has taken the lead.
There we go, Jags Radio with the call.
Yeah,
I love
Frangie,
this.
I believe.
Yeah, Frank Frangie, no doubt, friend of the program there on the pregame show.
He likes us, yeah.
He does.
Yeah, doesn't send us letters like the Bears guys.
Bears guy.
See what happened when Bears send nice letters. Bears getting playoffs.
Bears have a good season. There's no question about it.
Yeah.
I love this right now. Khaki, you catching this with Broadus teeing up these calls? This is fantastic. We got to start doing this more.
Yeah.
Move over Wolchuk.
No.
Or move over me.
No,
Make a place for Brian B.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. Cleveland. Oh, my gosh. Shedeur Sanders. All they needed was 1 touchdown. That's really all they needed to go ahead and take down the Steelers. Harold Fannin Jr., the rookie, getting in on the TD action.
Out of the shotgun, Shedeur to throw. Looking right, past the ball. Lofting right. He's got Fannin, who catches at the 2 and rolls in. Touchdown! Oh, what a catch! Harold Fannin looked up, bounded in the rain, landed on his back, and rolled
Browns radio with the call. That was another impressive one right there. He catches the ball. He's flat on his back right around the goal line, and he just rolls on in.
Yeah.
There's a touchdown.
Touchdown.
Something the Steelers couldn't pull off in that game.
Yeah, nothing the Steelers. Yeah. How about that? That was surprising, though, the Steelers go that game without any. Well, I know Cleveland's good on defense, but, man, it's a little surprising.
Yeah.
Couldn't get anything done on that.
Very conservative.
Well, hear about this one, Chief. One of my favorite players in the college draft from Ohio State was a young man named Chase Young. He's able to run down Cam Ward.
As Tennessee's back on their side of the field from their own 44. Pressure coming for Cam Ward, and then he goes down. No, Chase Young has the football. Chase Young, 30, far side. Chase Young, 20, 10. Chase Young, see you later. Bye. Touchdown, Chase Young. Came from the backside and literally just took the ball away from Cam Ward and said, touchdown, Saints.
Fantastic play from Chase Young. Big man TD. We're here for it. Saints Radio Network with the call. Saints getting it done, man.
Yeah.
Old Tyler Shuck spinning it. They're winning some football games.
I never would have believed that Tyler Shuck was going to win an NFL game.
Me neither, man. Me neither. He's old. He's broken, but he is. He's found some life there. In the Bayou. All right, let's get you to the Giants Death Life Stadium. Kickoff return. The Raiders, man, all three phases. They suck to high heaven. Here goes Deontay Banks to pay dirt.
Kick comes to the near side. Banks fields it at the 5. He's to the 20. He's to the 30. There goes Banks along the left. He's across midfield. It's a foot race. Deontay Banks to the 20. 10, 5. Touchdown, Giants.
How about that? There you go, Deontay Banks and the Giants Radio Network. We'll see if the Cowboys coverage unit can be a little bit more buttoned up on Sunday and don't let Banks go scorch on you. Unless, of course, you're going for the tank.
Unless you're going for the tank. Let him have them all, right?
We know Nick Sorensen. He'll give you some. He'll give you some. Special teams coordinator for the Cowboys.
How about this one, though? Old man Phillip Rivers to Mo Alley Cox for the touchdown.
Second down and goal at the 5. Rivers throws in zone and lobs it upfield, and it is a catch. A one-handed grab by Mo Alley Cox. Are you kidding me? The first touchdown of the season for Mo Alley Cox, and he made it with one hand. He brings it in for the touchdown. Touchdown, I-N-D-Y. Colts back on top.
There it is, Colts Radio Network with the call. Mo Alley Cox. He was a fantasy monster last year, and this year that was his first touchdown. It was a hell of a touchdown. Yeah. A lot of impressive ones this week. A lot of TDs that you will not forget after you lay eyes on them. Now we take you to Patriots and Jets. I have some very sad stats about the New York Jets that we will get to. Drake May, is he the MVP? Here he goes for what, his 4th or 5th touchdown of the day.
A check with me at the line. May points to the helmet, motions, digs left to right. It's a second down, less than 2. Shotgun snap back to Drake. He looks to the middle. He moves up. He throws it left. Easy pitch and catch. Uncontested. Touchdown, Hunter Henry. Utter mismatch.
Man, Patriots Radio with the call. Drake May, all-time Motorboat Sunday. It was just every time you turned around, he was dealing.
Wait, we sure that was Patriots Radio? They're usually like my man Scott Zolak. It's usually like completely talking over.
I'm sure in the first few touchdowns, but once it got to like 35-3,
Scott was munching on some press box food or something like that.
He was snacking, and he was just ready to get back on that flight home.
Well, how about this one, though? Let's go with Caleb Williams and the Chicago Bears. He's going to paint this one. Colston Loveland with the touchdown.
Forms a 3-man alignment right. Offsides. Free play for Caleb. Back to throw. Caleb now moving to his right. Caleb sets to throw for Loveland. End zone. Touchdown. Touchdown Bears. We'll check the flag to be sure, but that's a free play. Got him offsides. Caleb to Loveland.
Gosh, what a barn burner game that was.
Yeah.
Loveland, he goes off script there a little bit. Caleb Williams rolls to his right. He's all right, I'll take it back right. He was pretty wide open.
A lot of people kind of crawfishing some stuff about Caleb Williams, right? About him as a player.
Yeah, probably a little bit for sure.
Probably like, I kind of felt like this was the guy that,
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think there's still some questions about him, but like just the general talent that he is and some of the throws that he's able to make. I mean, very few guys can make the throws that Caleb Williams can make, and he was dealing on Sunday night. It was a back and forth affair, but here it is, Brock Purdy, and everybody's getting wasted in San Fran.
Purdy's in the shotgun with Robinson beside him. They're at the Bears' 38-yard line, second down. Purdy drops back. Purdy steps up. Purdy throws middle. There's Jennings. He's got it. Inside the 20, the 10. He's gone! Touchdown! 49ers back in front.
There it is.
49ers using a lot of different announcers here, right? We don't have the same guy every week.
No, they've had like a rotating cast of characters.
Yeah.
I don't know what's happened with the it's a Papa, right?
Yeah.
It's not Bob Papa,
It's
but
Greg.
It's Greg Papa. Yeah, I don't know what happened to him this year.
I think he's dealing with an illness
He's got a health issue, maybe. Yeah, so they're just doing a rotating cast of characters calling those games.
We see my man Black and Gold B's in the chat right now.
Yeah, he's asking about the St. Tyler. We gave him the Chase Young.
Chase Young. Where were you for the Chase Young? I was reading that.
Yeah, brought us set the table for it.
Jeez, come on, Black and Gold. Be in the ball games here. I'll give you one right here. How about this one? Matthew Stafford got a little fooled. Jesse Bate, the culprit.
Here's Stafford out of the gun, looking left, still looking left, checks it back across the middle, and intercepted on the backside. Jesse Bates, 20,
Jesse.
15, 10, 5, house call, touchdown Atlanta.
There it is with the Falcons Radio Network Monday Night Football with the Rams fumble fart that thing away. Matthew Stafford throwing all the interceptions. That's where it started. But then just a few moments later there in the second quarter, your guy Bijan Robinson, a.k.a. Barry Sanders, 93 yards to pay dirt.
141 is what they put on the clock, and here goes Bijan Robinson, 30, 35, 40, midfield. It's a foot race. Robinson 30. 15, 10, 5, house call. Are you serious? Oh, my goodness. He just went 93.
Yes, he did. Falcons Radio once again with the call. Monday Night Football brought a lot of highlights, didn't they, Broadus?
They did.
We got one more for you.
One more highlight here, my man, Jared Verse. Everything defensive end. What's he going to do on special teams?
Final minute of the third quarter. Right-footed boot is rejected. Picked up. Scoots. Going the other way. Rams have it. Jared Verse with a caravan. He takes it back.
Wow.
V8 strikes and the Rams have life.
V8 strikes and the Rams have life. That's awesome. Matt Money Smith. Is that Matt Money?
No.
That's
JB Long.
Yeah, JB Long. Good call right there.
Matt Money is he's the Chargers.
With the Chargers. That's right.
Yeah.
Our good buddy as well. All right, there it is. TD Tuesday in the books. There we go. Brian brought us back-to-back weeks.
Yeah.
Absolutely freaking on fire.
Thank you, man.
TD Tuesday now in the books. But let's talk some more football. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schler at the Stink joins us next year on The Fan.
You just returned from holiday vacation, and there it is, a letter from the IRS. You don't even want to open it. I'm local tax
Fan Fest.
G-Bag Nation is also brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, it's time to welcome in our Odyssey NFL insider, host of the Stinkin' Truth podcast. He's our buddy Mark Schlereth here on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Mark, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
Doing well. Can't believe the season is now down to its final week. I mean, a lot of just football fans in general are thinking the season has gone maybe a little bit too long. The idea of an 18th game, is that insane to you?
Yeah, 17 games is insane to me. I mean, I didn't think you needed any more. And it's eventually it'll happen, right? Eventually it'll get to 18 games. And we love it. We love football. There's no question about that. But it does feel like more is not always better. And I look at the NBA, I look at the National Hockey Association, the NHL. I like 82. Do we really need 82 games? I don't know. I am one of those guys that's a little bit more of a purist type of guy. I thought 16 games was more than enough, but it's all about revenue, and now it's all about putting it on streaming events, and I'll give more streamers, more of these companies, more opportunity for the NFL, to make more money elsewhere. So I understand how it works, but do I think we need a 17th game? No, not really.
Hey, Mark, you were part of a lot of teams that went on to playoffs and Super Bowls and all that, but what about the guys, though? How do you handle these end-of-the-season games? And I know you're going to tell me I'm a professional, I get paid and all that, but not everybody kind of shares your attitude about that. How is it when you have to deal with teammates that might not have the same attitude when it comes to these final games?
Yeah, I mean, they're hard. It's hard when you don't necessarily have anything to play for, and you got to find something, that intrinsically motivates you. Knocking other people out of the playoffs, that type of thing. I mean, the bottom line is you're putting it on film. You're putting together a resume. So I get it. It is hard. I will give you that, and not everybody has the exact same attitude. But I always felt like the other thing is if you go out there and you kind of half-ass it, you're going to get hurt. So you get paid to play a game. I know all those things are cliche, but that's just the fact of the matter. And I tell you, the other thing that's interesting, and I always talk about this when it comes to scouting players and really evaluating players. Put on the fourth quarter of a game that's out of reach, whether you're winning or losing. And watch how a dude plays. And there's some dudes that just play with passion. And, the bottom line for me is you got to make tough decisions as a football organization. And this is something, that I think is important when we talk about the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
You got to understand that I don't care how good the punch is, if you put a turd in the punch bowl, it's going to taste like crap. And there are certain guys that you can't have as part of your franchise. And games like this help you to evaluate what is right and what is wrong. Like everybody will play when they're front runners. Everybody will play when things are good. Everybody will play, that's just a given. But when it's tough and when there's nothing on the line, how do dudes play? And it's a great evaluator for you as a franchise, an organization. And sometimes you have to let really talented people leave because they're not what's best for your organization. And the crappy organizations, you know what the crappy organizations tell themselves? We're going to fix this guy.
Sure.
We're going to polish this turd. And eventually, he's going to be great for us. No, he won't. He won't. Because that's who he is. And it's really easy to sit here on the phone and talk to you guys about it. Really hard to do as an organization.
Mm-hmm.
And those are the things that have to happen. You want to rectify an organization quickly. I mean, I had this conversation with Sean Payton this summer, and he said, we made a lot of decisions, and we let go of some really good football players, but they weren't the right dudes for our football team.
Yeah.
And look at them now. They go from, winning 5 games with Russell Wilson and spending all that money, and people were pearl clutching like you wouldn't believe in Denver when, oh my gosh, Sean Payton was mean to Russell on the sideline, and oh my gosh, now you're going to have an $80 million cap hit and you'll never be able to field a team. The cap is such garbage. Yeah. That is such a garbage excuse because you can manipulate it any way you want to manipulate it. They let go of several dudes that just weren't going to fit from the standpoint of the way they work, the way that the effort they give, the people that they are, and they're hard decisions to make because you got to eat money. But the bottom line is, look at what happened. In 2 years, they went from a 5-win team to a 10-win team and a playoff team with a rookie quarterback to winning the AFC West. Yeah. Tough decisions. They're hard, but they pay dividends. You have the right guys, and you will win a lot of football games.
Talking with Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider Calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. Mark, the Cowboys released Trayvon Diggs today. Apparently there was an issue with there was a bunch of issues for sure, but maybe the last straw was him requesting to stay in Washington after the Christmas Day game versus the Commanders. Wanted to stay around his family there, and Schottenheimer was like, no, we're not doing that, and Diggs just went ahead and decided to stay anyways. How often do you see that in terms of players wanting to stay in a particular area, holiday season, whatever, and the idea that the Cowboys refuse to let him do that? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some of those things in the past, with certain teams. I think part of it too is like there's a certain privilege from the standpoint of, hey, we're winning games and we're playing really well, and hey, man, I want to be with my family for a day, and then I'll be back in town. I don't see a problem necessarily with that. But then again, you've got to establish the rules, and Trayvon Diggs is a guy that I know he's had some injury issues. Certainly he's had a lot of issues from a coverage standpoint, and hasn't played very well. And so, there's also part of me is like, man, that's ballsy. When you haven't played well and you've given up touchdowns like it's your job, and then to say, hey, man, I'm going to stick around after this game. I don't know. I don't know what the rules are there, but sometimes you got to read the room. And so the bottom line is this just was an excuse because he hasn't played very well, and so it's time to move on. And like I said, organizations have to be willing to make tough decisions, and I think he made that one easy for them.
Hey, Stink, I know we could talk about the Cowboys and it won't make any difference here, but I know you've seen Carolina play quite a bit. I'm curious about what you think the outcome of the Tampa-Carolina game is going to be. I kind of feel bad for Tampa in a way that their season has gone just as poorly as it has here in the second half. But how do you handicap that game for the NFC South?
Yeah, really. I mean, it's really interesting. I called that matchup a couple weeks ago where Carolina came back and won that game. And, there's two kind of pivotal plays. Like Bryce Young last week had 54 yards passing against Seattle.
Yeah.
I mean, there's another guy that a nice kid, works hard, knows what he's looking at. Would I pay him? Absolutely not. Yeah. Then not a chance that I think that guy's going to be a franchise quarterback in this league. And I could be wrong, but that's my impression. And so I looked at that game, or as I was calling that game, they get down to a situation, 12 seconds left in the second quarter, and Todd Bowles brings an all-out zero blitz.
Right.
And one thing that Bryce Young has, man, he knows what he's looking at. He's a smart kid. He knows what he's looking at. He knows he got the one-on-one to Tedero McMillan, throws a touchdown for about 40, 50 yards. And then in the fourth quarter, final drive, a game is tied. Bring blitz again, one-on-one, Jalen Coker down the sideline, 40-plus yards to set him up for a field goal. And my thought is, make that kid play quarterback. And I've talked to a bunch of defensive coordinators like, hey, man, got to make him play quarterback. That's how we're going to win this football game. And ultimately, Todd Bowles that's in his DNA. He and I played together in Washington. He wants to bring pressure. Like if Todd Bowles just sits back, plays zone, and makes Bryce Young beat them, I think they fare well. I think they can win that game. And then ultimately, even if they win that game, If Atlanta beats New Orleans, and that's the game I'm calling in New Orleans, it's not going to matter because Carolina is going to win it at 8-9 and win the division. So it is that NFC South, which it feels like nobody wants to win.
Mark, you think Pete Carroll keeps his job?
No, I don't. And ultimately, I think a lot of the decisions. I think he got hired understanding that a lot of the decisions aren't going to be your decisions. That's why I think Patrick Graham stayed there. I think that's why Chip Kelly was hired there, even though he has been since fired. I think he wanted to put his band back together with Bevel and all those guys that he had in Seattle, and he wanted to put that system in. And I think the powers that be, weren't going to let him. And so ultimately, I think they're going to let him go and start over from scratch and put the people in that they wanted to put in the first place.
Mark, you're the man. Can't thank you enough for the time. As always, man, enjoy the week, and we'll catch up with you again next Tuesday.
Sounds good. Take care.
There he goes, Mark Schlereth, our Odyssey NFL Insider. Insider calls brought to you by Nationwide for your insurance and financial needs. Nationwide is on your side. All right, so it's supposed to be football's finest.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm comfortable with that. But we've gotten some requests for a Tolos on the telephone, Fatty style, Ask Broadus. Okay, so this is a choose your own destiny.
Okay.
If the phone lines light up, we will take your calls. You can ask Broadus anything you want, okay? From draft to football, Cowboys, cooking, fishing, whatever it is. 877-881-1053. If we get the phone lines lit up, we'll do it. Otherwise, football's finest next year in the nation.
G&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
All right, the Tolos have delivered. How about that? We tee up a little Ask Broadus here at 877-881-1053, and every line is lit up.
Jeez.
That's beautiful, man.
You folks, don't you got jobs?
Hey, this is work. They're putting that work in right now. They're going right to the source, and they're getting the information that they need, whatever it is.
They absolutely
Football, Cowboys, draft, auto racing, fishing.
Yeah.
Chef.
Somebody asked me a question, would you go fishing with Lucius? Absolutely you go fishing with Lucius. You have a chance to go fishing with him?
Oh, that would be incredible.
That'd be a blast.
Yeah, you guys would have to vlog that, get some content out of it.
I'm sure Lucius would Lucius would be Lucius is just fun to hang out with. So, yeah,
It'd be a 10 out of 10 experience.
Yeah, I feel bad about the whole situation with his house, but, maybe.
Hey, he gets new floors out of it.
Yeah,
so when it's all said and done.
It sounded like Dawson had a big problem with that. Remember he was dealing with that kind of thing,
Yeah,
too?
he had a wonky construction crew. So hopefully Lucius has that thing dialed, stayed home to monitor the situation.
Yeah, you need to.
That was a good play by him. All right, we're rocking and rolling here. We got the G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, commercial free in the Expressway coming up in about 15 minutes. But to the phone lines we go. Ask Broadus. Now, please keep it concise. Get in with your question. Do what you got to do. A lot of people want to know maybe about the teabag thing and how much of a romancer you are, Broadus. I mean, who knows what kind of questions we're about to get. We start with line one. We have Hopper on the horn. Hopper in Dallas. You're in the G-Bag Nation.
Hey, I got a date coming up in Dallas downtown. I'm looking for a restaurant. Just any advice?
Kick-ass, Hopper. That is a tone setter. That is taking a call 101 right there. Great job by Hopper. You're in, you're out, boom.
You got your downtown restaurants though?
Downtown Dallas. Okay. Yeah. Now, I mean, maybe he's open to moving things around a little bit because I know you're a restaurant connoisseur.
See, I usually hang out. This is not a brag or anything, but I live over in the Preston Hollow area though. And I'm kind of like in that area where I've got my Italian place up. But let me tell you, if you want to, it's not really downtown, but I do love Bob's over off Lemon is where I would go. And, because I kind of feel like, though, that, and I know Bob's is a steakhouse, but I think its service is excellent. The ambiance is excellent. I've talked to, like, chefs that have said, hey, listen, fine dining is great and meals great, but where you're sitting and all the things around you is really more important. But I kind of feel like you can get a little bit of different things. You could get your fish, you could get your steak. Like I say, the service is really good. The appetizers they have are excellent. The bar is top shelf stuff all along. I think it's towards downtown, not in the middle of downtown or anything like that. So I'm a big fan of going to Bob's over off Lemon if you're into that kind of stuff.
Hopper, text in right now at 877-881-1053 because I have the D Magazine Best of Big D 2025.
Which one do they list?
And they got a million different restaurants and things for whatever type of food you're trying to get.
Yeah.
So I will text you back the link to this so you can figure out, hey, what are we in the mood for kind of deal? And talk like all the best restaurants in every different type of category in terms of the type of food. I will text that to you. So Hopper, leave your name on the text and I'll send you the link right now.
See,
because D Magazine has it dialed.
There's people saying that Bob's too expensive for a first date. It
depends. There's really nothing too expensive for a first date if you got what it takes.
If you're trying to impress somebody,
but you set the bar high. If you can't consistently come through with a Bob's level, now all of a sudden she goes to Bob's first time. Next thing you know, you're taking her down to another lower standard for the rest of time.
But you kind of get to know her at Bob's. Like, is she going to always be a high-end guy or a gal? Excuse me, high-end gal. I don't know. I mean, I'm just, places that when you start talking, people are talking about Kenny's Wood Fire Grill.
Fire.
Kenny is excellent.
Top tier.
Trulux is very good. They're talking about that one. Dakota Steakhouse, it's like an underground place. They saw it. Like, it's like Vin Diesel they're talking about. Albernays, again, I like Albernays too. I mean, I'm a fan of that. But he was saying downtown, right?
Yeah, I'm seeing Best Steakhouse right now. D Magazine is Nuri Steakhouse. Okay, so I'm not sure exactly where that's at, but go ahead, Hopper. Make sure you text in, leave your name. I will respond back to you with this link here.
See, there's a Bob's in the downtown in the Omni. I didn't know about that one, but I do remember because we did some shows over there at the Omni.
Yeah,
and there's a Bob's there. So like I said, you asked me. People were talking about Nick and Sam's, Albernays, all good places. I'm just talking about the one I would go to.
Okay, Hopper, I'm sending it to you right now. I just saw your text. All right, let's go to line 2. We got Craig in Midlothian. Craig, what you got, brother?
Hey, I'd send Hopper over to Hurtado Barbecue there, that downtown location. That'd be great.
Good pull.
And speaking with the food team here, Broadus, have you ever tried in your crawfish boil mushrooms?
Yeah, David Hellman used to make me do that, and he's the only person that I do it for. Because everybody else, I'm more of a traditionalist, and I see people put artichokes in there, asparagus, all kinds of stuff. That's not me. I'm like andouille sausage. I'm about the corn. I'm about the potatoes. But when David Hellman and I do crawfish boils together, he always asks me, please put like button mushrooms in, and I do it every time just for him. But I don't do anything else.
Tim in Carthage. Let's go, big boy. Tim, what you got?
Okay, I got a couple of things, Brian, and I just want you to know I'm so glad the way you took over the responsibility of sharing some of the job duties with Eric today, because Lord knows he needs help from time.
Thank you, sir.
Good call.
But I do want you to go ahead, and there's a couple of things here. Number one, I want you to tell Blake he's on notice. Right now the clock is ticking.
Okay.
Because Blake made a comment and made me sound like I was losing my mind when I said Miami was going to beat A&M and they will go to the national championship. The clock's ticking, Blake, because you're going to hear I got my receipt. Number two, Brian, I got to ask you this one question. What is the one thing that I, as a Cowboy fan, can be motivated about and happy, look forward to another season? Is it Cosby? Is it Jeremiah Love? Is it an edge? Or is it a new workable quarterback, for the future?
Yeah.
One thing that's going to motivate me as a fan to get ready for next year, give it to me full throttle, Broadus.
I think that your owner, because of his advanced age, is actually going to play in free agency this year.
I hope you're right.
I think he is going to play in free agency, and I'm not just talking about tag or sign George Pickens and stuff like that. I think they're honestly going to set themselves up to give them some flexibility with the 2 picks they have in the first round. Because if you just go and say, okay, we're going to bottom fish and tag Pickens and that's all we're going to do, then I can't sell you any hope. I mean, I can sell you a couple of good players at 14 and 28 when those picks are made.
We need about 10 of them.
Yeah, but you need a situation where they legitimately go out and win free agency when it comes to going out and being aggressive and identifying players and getting the best talent here, which I think the owner really is on board. I don't think this is lip service. I could come back this time next year and say, you know what were you completely wrong about? I don't think I'm wrong about this one. I think Jerry Jones is going to take the bull by the horns on this one. I think they're going to be aggressive. They got to set themselves up to be open for the college draft.
I love it. Thanks for the call, Rat. All right, here we go. John in Louisville. You're in the G-Bag Nation.
Hey, Broadus, got a question for you football-wise.
Yeah.
It's not ever seems to be brought up at all. As awesome as Aubrey is, why isn't there a focus 2 or 3 times, maybe 4 this year? He kicks the ball out of bounds right after a score.
Yeah.
And now the other team's at the 40.
Right.
Plays, you're in field goal position. I mean, it seems obvious don't kick it out of bounds, but what's the focus? What's the fix? Can anger kick off?
No, that's they're just trying to
Thanks, John.
Yeah, John, that's a good question. I think they're really trying to be very they know with Aubrey they've got a really good athlete and they got somebody that's pretty good with ball placement and stuff. I think they're being a little cute here. I think they're being a little cute to try and put it along the sideline, maybe make somebody make a mistake over there. But yeah, he's hooked a couple of balls that have gone out of bounds. I know the one he kicked off out of bounds after a penalty, that was because of a field position thing, the way that it worked out because of where you kicked it off from. You gave up field position, or you weren't going to give up field position, so kicking out of bounds was the best thing to do. But I think there's times where they try and get a little cute and pin guys in the corner, and that's where I think he has some of the problems. But he's really accurate. It's almost like he's hitting soccer shots, and that's his background. But he's kind of got that ability to kind of step up, pop it, and be where it needs to be. But you can get a little cute and hurt yourself that way, like you've mentioned.
Ask Broadus here in the G-Bag Nation. We got Weston in Midlothian. Weston, you're in the nation.
So how y'all doing?
Excellent.
Good. All right. So I want to say I'm a big fan of the show.
Thank you.
I work for Amazon, so I listen to y'all quite a bit.
Great.
I'm a big Rangers fan, big Mavs fan, but I'm not a Cowboys fan. I'm a Saints fan.
Saints fan. Okay, go ahead. What do you got?
But my question for you is, I guess a lot of mock drafts have us taking Makai Lemon. What could you tell me about him?
Yeah, I'll tell you what. That is a hell of a football
Thanks,
player.
Weston.
Yeah, that's a great. And I saw some people talking about the safety as well. Makai Lemon, though, 5'11", he's 195 pounds. USC is the school. He might have the best hands in the draft when you watch these receivers. He's a strong-handed guy. I feel like he's got the perfect height and weight for the position at 5'11", 195. He's kind of has that running back build, but he plays that way with ball in hand. He's a nightmare for defenders to have to deal with when he catches the ball. He can take simple pass plays, make them huge gains. Master of catching the ball underneath and then ripping off big chunks of yards.
Yak machine.
Yeah, you could play him in the slot. You could play him outside. He's tough. He's got that spatial awareness about him. He breaks tackles. It's impressive when he does that. Clutch, work the middle of the field, no regard for his body, fearless. I mean, this guy is like a big-time football player. He kind of builds up speed as he runs. So, like, the further he goes, the faster he goes. But his toughness, his ability to snatch the ball, super impressive. You think about some other USC receivers when you talk about Jordan Addison, Amon St. Brown, those kinds of guys. The run after catch guys. This guy kind of fits in that same mold coming out of USC.
I love it. All right, let's go to Michael in Dallas. Michael, what you got?
Hey, Broadus, man. I was just going to ask a college football question. I know your son's over here at Texas.
Yes.
I'm an alumni in 09, but we just hired Muschamp, and obviously he was working with Georgia, so I can kind of see that. Texas, we got big money, so we like to do easy things like that. But I really think that Sark is on the hot seat. So if nothing happens this next year, do you also see him out?
Well, I don't know, man. I tell you what.
Thanks, Michael.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's funny. My LSU team went through all that. The coaching problem and Brian Kelly and all. And I kind of feel like with Sark, there's a lot on the line at Texas because of the alumni base, the amount that's put into it every year. The key for all these big time programs are their coaches' ability to go out and handle. I don't think it's so much the recruiting stuff anymore. I think the transfer portal stuff. And really, Sark's kind of tied himself to Arch Manning. Arch Manning coming back. You know what? Arch Manning got better as the season went along. So if Sark is on the hot seat, it will be because, they didn't get in the playoffs, but I kind of have a feeling they're going to beat Michigan in this game on Wednesday, and then they'll get back, and we'll see how the portal and all works for them. But, man, it's going to be about they lost a bunch of running backs. I was talking to my son about that. Got a new running backs coach in from Florida, and supposedly that Florida back is coming over with him. So how that all plays out, I don't think Sark's on the hot seat right now as we speak. But, man, that thing could get very, very hot because of all the resources and stuff that the Texas alums and the school put into it.
Expectations are so high.
Very high.
Yes,
very high.
I could see that happening if they miss the college football playoff or something next year for sure.
Yeah.
Thomas in Arlington, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you got, Thomas?
Hey, what's up, folks?
How we doing,
Brian,
sir? Yeah.
Good, man. I want to take you back to Louisiana.
Okay.
I want to know what you think about Tyler Shuck.
It's funny. I didn't like him coming out.
Thanks,
I really didn't. It was not one of those
old and injured.
Yeah, I was worried about a knee and all that. And give Kellen Moore and those guys down there, a lot of credit. Nussmeier coaching these guys. Yeah, they've done a lot better with him than I thought they were going to do. I was not a fan of the player at all. And I know that in college he showed some really good things. He bounced around a little bit. But ultimately, though, he's found ways to make some plays, and you got to give him some credit for that. Saints playing some better football because of it.
Yeah, and defensively too, they're playing some really good football as well. So Kellen Moore, kudos to him. That was another guy I doubted. All right, here we go. Joel in Dallas. What you got, Joel?
What's going on, fellas? Now that Diggs is off the team, can we expect Ravel or Stewart to compete for that Diggs position, or can we even see a Josh Butler? I know we haven't seen a lot of him, but do you guys think he could make that jump and replace Diggs for us?
Thanks, Joel.
I think they're going to draft. I think that I mentioned, like, I've looked at 5 cornerbacks already. All of them can play. I would not be surprised with that second first-round pick that you have. If you trade back, maybe a situation, heck, they might even pick one with the first pick. I think this is a team, when you thought, well, maybe I think there's only one position on the defensive side that they won't look at, and that's defensive tackle. I think everything else is up for debate. I think you're looking at linebackers, you're looking at ends, and you're surely looking at corners. I don't think we'll see what they do with safety, and I hope they don't bottom fish this thing. But, like I said, they're open to all position. I think that Ravel's going to be back.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Bland's going to be back. Hopefully both of those guys are healthy. I think with Ravel, it means a lot that he got to play this year. And everybody over there loves him. So let him get through this game. Let him have an off season where they can take that brace off. He can now, instead of rehab and worry about just getting ready, he physically looks the part. But I would not be surprised at all if they look at a cornerback maybe in one of the top 3 needs.
Clay in Waxahachie, you're in the G-Bag Nation. What you got, Clay?
Okay, I was wondering how much y'all actually look at players' stats when they are coming up for the draft and actually use those in y'all's evaluation. I know the main evaluation y'all use is actually looking at the film.
Yeah.
But how much do y'all use the stats? And the second thing is specifically on Davison Igbinosun from Ohio State, the cornerback from there. And then the last thing was going to be, has Brian ever made tomatillo salsa, the roasted tomatillo?
Yeah, I have. I've actually,
thanks, Clay.
Yeah, the green sauce. I stole the recipe from Javier's in here over in Dallas, and that's another place, by the way, close to downtown. If you're into that Mexican, it's a little bit different. It's not like your Tex-Mex, kind of some high-end dining there. But yeah, the tomatillo, the green sauce is excellent. I love using them. Sometimes they're hard to find in these grocery stores. But yeah, the Ohio State corner I have not looked at yet. And then the first part of the question was, he was asking me about
how often, like the numbers,
stats,
the stats.
I look at stats when I try and figure out, like, if they're playing like the best games. Like if somebody's a wide receiver and they have 7 catches against Indiana and maybe they have 2 against Ohio State, where I try and find games where the guys have production so you can see them play. And then if you're really, really interesting, circle back to the games that they got their ass kicked. The games where they got shut down, and try and kind of figure out. That's where you use stats to be able to say, okay, look at this game, and this game, and then maybe if you have time, circle back and then look for a game that maybe they weren't so good at.
Yeah, I think that's kind of my role throughout draft season here. I know you and Wolchuk and now Dawson are all going to be watching the tape. I'll be seeing all the different advanced metrics on these guys and just throwing them out to them and seeing, hey, does the tape match it? I have a lot of fun doing that. The RAS scores, how athletic are these dudes?
Right.
Helps you project out a little bit. So I do love that particular aspect of it, and let these big dogs handle the film work. All right, we'll close it down with Derek in Waxahachie. Derek, you're in the G-Bag Nation. Oh, Derek.
All right, somebody wanted on the text. Okay, I'm going to do some of the text real quick. Somebody asked me to read R. Mason Thomas. That's a report from Oklahoma. I actually have him done. So if somebody, if I is it okay if I do that?
Yeah, hit it.
If I can get my
R. Mason Thomas. His name's literally R. Mason.
R. Mason Thomas. Yeah, he's an edge rusher. He's 6'2". He's 249 pounds from Oklahoma. Impressive first step quickness. He can cover some ground really quickly. Impressive get off. He attacks blockers. Some natural bend. This is what I think you're looking for from the Cowboys. You're looking for a guy that can bend. This guy's got closing speed. He can accelerate. He's one of those guys that doesn't stop as a rusher. He has a feel for the depth of as a pass rusher. So you'll see him get upfield, and then the quarterback's right there. He'll go back to the quarterback. He doesn't go past the quarterback. So you kind of see him being able able to find that quarterback in the pocket. He's got really deceptive play strength for the position at 6'2", 249. He can anchor down when he's asked to play the run. He could squeeze running lanes. He's got a little bit of a smaller frame, as I mentioned, but man, he could lower those pads to gain some leverage for an advantage. I think he does a really good job going from speed to power. I don't think a lot of scouts will not likely like his frame or the shorter arms, but he is one of these guys that is relentless going to the football. You watch the Texas game, you watch the Michigan game, this guy will get your attention. R. Mason Thomas. He's an edge rusher, 6'2", 249 from Oklahoma. He could bend the corner for you.
Outstanding, Brian Broaddus. You are a legend. Great calls from the Tolos. A impromptu Ask Broaddus Anything here on the call line, D&M Leasing Hotline. Appreciate you guys. We have some more text to read. We entered the Expressway commercial-free G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, all coming up next here in the nation.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid
KRL-fm.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
The Expressway on G-Bag is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Nice work, Khaki Kev. In for Lucius today. We got the G-Bag of the day coming up here in just a couple of minutes. LA live, and then Ari Temkin live from the Orange Bowl in Miami, getting you set for Texas Tech and Oregon at 6 o'clock. Absolutely loaded, man. We just went a little Ask Broadus on the phones there. That was a great segment. Broadus had to catch his breath a little bit. You need an IV after that segment?
I was having, my head was spinning from all the stuff I was thinking about so much. But yeah, but thanks to everybody that tried to call in, and thanks for people that texted in as well. We appreciate you guys.
I have a feeling, and this would totally tap you out. You'd be like the Popeyes worker at the end of the shift, just like hunched over, needing a cigarette and some Gatorade. We could probably do 5 hours of that. I bet we could keep the phone lines lit for 5 hours.
You think
people,
so?
You just
be like a marathon?
Just asking you questions. The most random. It's so funny. You go from date night spots to draft prospects to fixing the Cowboys.
There's a lot of places to eat. I just know which one I like downtown. That's what and I know people are thinking high, but folks were texting in some great places, and I mentioned Javier's because of the tomatillos, the sauce I stole from them.
Yeah,
I make that. That's one of my favorite things that I make for people. Like they're saying, I have friends that like, hey, make this sauce for me for Christmas. So I'll bring it over. I'm coming over for a party, and like I never show up empty-handed. I'll either bring a charcuterie board or some type of dip or something like that I
ice
make.
Machine.
Man, I'll tell you what, we're a struggling team right now without this ice machine.
We are.
Because I love, that's the one thing about, and I love where we're working right now. I love working here. I hate the fact we don't have an ice machine. I'm sorry, I don't mean to complain. I know people are out there driving around. Our bosses are listening right now. But, man, I love green tea, iced tea. I just love it. And I love to drink it while I'm doing the show.
Chew on it a little bit. Are you an ice chewer?
No, I don't because it's bad for your teeth.
You just like anything on the rocks.
Yeah, but if there's really, really great ice machines, like a Sonic ice machine would be great,
Top tier.
But we don't have one. So now I have to put the iced tea, I put it in a cup and put it in the freezer, and then I have to wait 30 minutes for it to like cool off. I just love to have,
Why don't you read that last text?
How about some, what? That's really 817, that's so uncalled for. That's the reason why I don't like read texts.
Because people want to know about celebrities' chesticles and your scouting report.
Yeah, exactly. I don't. That's. Come on, man. It's unnecessary right there. It's unnecessary.
But
no opinion.
No opinion.
No opinion.
No, sorry about that.
Why do you want to get everybody in trouble? Do you have an opinion?
No.
Would you like to? I've heard you. I've heard you do this one before. I have heard you do this before.
I made that mistake once, and I don't make it again.
And it ruined a day for you there in New Orleans.
Couple of days.
It did.
Might still be ruining days.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, Rick Bayless on YouTube has a great recipe for that salsa. Yeah. So if you're looking for
Rick
that.
Bayless is really good into Southwest cooking, and that, by the way, is Skip Bayless's brother.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he was a top tier chefsman.
Yeah, and matter of fact, they do not even talk. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. Why not buy a bag of ice on your way to work and leave it in the freezer, being a few,
Okay. So everybody puts their hands in it.
Yeah, there you go. You know what? They're what's that? 425 or 254? You're right. I should buy a bag of ice. You're absolutely right. Should buy a bag of ice instead of complaining about not having ice. You're absolutely right. Please text in. Where do you work? Do you bring the ice every day to work when you go? Just curious.
We're having such a good time in the ice room offsides. There we go. All right, Khaki, it's your time to shine into the Pimco.
Wait a minute, is this guy saying don't be a P, bro? What's he talking about?
He wants you to answer the T's question.
Oh,
that's why. But we don't do that.
Go to hell, bro.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, Khaki, let's do this. angry Broadus is maybe my favorite Broadus. I love him when he's happy and he's just doing his thing. But when he gets upset, man, I don't know if there's anything better.
I just want to know how many people bring their own ice to work other than like in a Yeti cup or some BS like that.
Right.
Fine. I mean, tell me, do you have an ice machine at work that how do you get your ice? Seriously.
Broadus, if it makes you feel any bit better, I brought my girlfriend up here on the weekend just to check out the new place, right?
Yeah.
And she was in love with the coffee maker, thought the studio was great, much nicer area. She was like, you have a Starbucks machine, but no ice maker.
Yeah, there you go.
Wow, okay.
There you go.
So you're not the only one.
Guy says you're rich, just buy an ice maker. I tried to buy an ice maker up here. I don't know if we have the water hookup. I'm rich. You're right. I'm absolutely rich.
Make it rain, baby.
I've got millions of dollars. I'm going to buy an ice machine for this place. Watch me. If I could get water. If you're a plumber out there, come and hook us up. Hook us up with some water so I can use my millions to buy an ice machine. I got companies, man, coming out my ass.
Crown Global Media Zone, Brian Broadus, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
He doesn't have Twitter, but he's got everything else on lock.
Yeah. No, hey, don't worry about it. I'll buy my own ice machine. You don't have to buy me one. Thank you, though. Appreciate you.
I appreciate you, Broadus. You're incredible.
How about this? You know what? The ice trays. How about this? You put ice trays in this fridge, watch the people take your ice.
Yeah, that ice ain't yours. That's community ice.
That's community ice. Yeah.
That's my ice now.
Yeah.
All right.
I wish I could just pull that right now and submit that.
That's a G-Bag of the Day nominee guaranteed. Okay, so mark it
tomorrow. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
That'll go 5 times.
Yeah.
All right, well, he's going to have to rival our champion 2 times, going for 3. A little bit of an issue in the drive-thru.
With hash browns, and what did you say you want to drink?
Just 2 hash browns.
I want a Sprite. So what you want? You want Sprite?
Yes.
Okay. So one of the hills with a hash brown and bacon. I'm sorry. With spanking.
Please, bro.
Ain't nobody better equipped to take this order.
I don't even know what you're saying.
That honestly gets better every time I hear it. That's one of those. It's aging very, very well here.
One, yeah.
2-time champ. All right, who's the contestants?
All right, let's see here. We got 4 contestants for today's champ. Let's start with, you said it earlier, G-Fellow. Let's start with the GOAT.
I went with Peyton Manning. This was like 2010. Okay. And I was like, listen, I've been in the league 10 years. I called Peyton. It was off season. I was like, listen, let's me and you get together. I've learned from all the other quarterback coaches. Why don't me and you sit down and talk football for 3 days? He's like, let's do it. Come to my place in Tennessee. I fly down to Tennessee. Peyton and I spent like all the time. We work out together. We play golf together. We ride jet skis together at his house. And we, of course, were eating meals. So he sits down for breakfast, and I'm like, hey, so-and-so, Mr. Brady, they come into this old cabin. Mr. Brady, what do you want to eat? And I'm like, I'll take, oatmeal and, two scrambled eggs, and that's it. And they're like, Peyton, what do you want? He's like, I want biscuits, gravy, 3 pancakes, six bacons. I want 3 sausages. And I'm like, you eat all that And I was like the Southern boy with all the good helping for the comfort food. And I was like a totally different. I didn't even know what the hell he was doing. Was there any part of you that wanted to try that in your 3 days with him? No, that's the thing. I don't have to. I'm like, nah, I don't want him the way I feel after that.
Oh man, that's no surprise. That epitomizes the two.
I'll tell you a breakfast order that changed my life is when you can order an omelet and put the biscuits and gravy inside the omelet.
Oh my gosh,
that sounds heavenly.
You got a spot around here that does that, right, dude?
Yeah. There's a place over by the Star that does that.
Gosh.
Exquisitely Egg is what does that. I had never had a big old omelet with biscuits and gravy inside the omelet. It's seriously life-changing.
Yeah, that sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
Sausage gravy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You really can't beat that.
No.
I think I could put the sausage gravy on damn near anything.
Yeah.
I'd dip chips in it. Super Bowl
Why
dip,
not?
sausage gravy. I might do that this year. I like that idea.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom Brady and Peyton Manning, for the suggestion.
That's a good one, though.
All right, our next one. Let's go around the room. How do we feel about Rick Carlisle?
He's my buddy, man. Rick
right.
Carlisle and our buddy. I got his phone number on my phone. I call him. That was a butt crack. He didn't get fired, did he? He didn't get fired.
From the Mavs?
No, from the Pacers.
Oh, no.
Yeah, somebody put it out there. Rick got fired. I was like, call him.
It was just in the finals. That would have been hilarious if you called him for sorry about that. And he's like, what the F are you talking about?
He and I text quite a bit. I haven't caught him this season. I know they're off to a bad start. So I didn't want to.
Well, I mean, the injury situation.
Yeah.
I mean, they were doomed. They were doomed from the start. But last year was incredible.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got some audio here. We got Steven Adams talking about his draft visit with Carlisle.
I mean, I had a pretty buns college career, bro. Like, it was real rough. In pre-draft workout, Rick Carlisle actually said this in my workout. He was like, "Why are you coming out of college? You averaged 6 and 6." And I was like, "I don't know, bro. Just giving it a crack. See what happens." He's like, "All right." Like, it was bad, dude. Like, it wasn't great. Like, it was just like, eh. But yeah, it was probably like, my college career was pretty dumb, but then, like, you know, I work hard and whatnot. Like, I like to work out. It's probably when I got to the league, that's when I was like, oh, okay, like, I could probably do something.
Wow. This dude's saying I was pretty buns in college.
Pretty buns, yeah.
Everything with the accent is better. I do love him. He's one of the best personalities in all of basketball.
Yeah.
Rick Carlisle being brutally honest, like, what the F are you even doing right now?
You know, it's so funny how people, when they interview Rick, they were so intimidated by him.
Yes, I was. We had him on the air one time when I was filling in for somebody, and I was genuinely nervous.
You know, it's funny. I remember going in, like, him and I were talking, and we were with Tim McMahon, and McMahon asked him a question, and Rick gave him some BS answer, and then, like, he called McMahon into his office, and he's telling McMahon, he's like, I can't answer that question. And he goes, why not? Why can't I used to see him and McMahon, like, kind of go at it.
McMahon don't back down, bro.
But Rick really respected McMahon.
Right.
They were buddies. They are buddies when it comes. So, yeah, don't be intimidated by Rick. He wants to he's got that Bill Parcells thing in him where he kind of likes to see how far he can take you.
Yeah.
And then inside, he's kind of like, man, I'm just kidding with you.
Having a good time.
I'm having a good time.
That's good. Carlisle versus McMahon. That's a hell. That's good. Courtside for that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. All right, our last nominee here is Brian Hoyer.
Oh.
A little bit of a Christmas story.
Yeah.
We had to decide, we're going to come into work, right? Like, you got to come into work. And Bill kind of gave the spiel and said, look, it's a wonderful holiday. It's great. And I love Christmas. But with all due respect, Christmas. We got to come in here and work. It may have been 2018 on the road to a Super Bowl win. I think he basically said the best Christmas gift we can give to ourselves and our families and our friends is a win this Sunday. That was an all-timer. That was an all-timer.
Listen, man, I love Christmas, but with all due respect, that's Christmas. My gosh, Bill Belichick is a savage. That's pretty good. That's pretty good right there. Okay, so nothing else in there. Nothing else in there, Khaki. That's interesting. Are you playing scared right now?
Definitely not scared. Definitely not scared.
Tell me what's going on. I see Theo Vaughn. Caller asks if it's gay to sleep in a t-shirt and nothing else. Are you scared?
Oh no, I'm not scared. I'll play that.
Let's see.
Is it gay to sleep with a shirt but nothing below the waist?
It's gay to sleep with a dude. That's the real litmus test, I think.
The litmus test. Oh, man.
I can't believe we didn't get one of those callers asking Broadus that question right there. That's a Theo Vaughn call-in on his podcast. Seriously, though, Khaki, walk me through the decision there, because clearly you were punting on that. You're not gonna get in trouble for that, okay? First of all, I take the blame. I uploaded that, okay? So that's on me. But I think we're fine.
Okay, honestly, didn't see the clip. Completely passed it.
Oh, are you serious?
Did not even see the clip. Completely passed it. Was not scared.
Why'd you call him out for that?
That's G-Bag the Day worthy.
The guy wasn't even sure about it.
Well, I mean, just from my vantage point, I didn't know that he just didn't see it. Okay, so that's all that was.
That's all. Hey, that's 100% honesty. Didn't see it.
I believe you. I believe you 100%.
Yeah.
I thought that was a worthy G-Bag of the Day nominee. It's pretty dang funny.
I'm glad you called me out and made me play it. I'm better for it.
That's a candidate?
That's a candidate
All
right there. Theo Vaughn answering all the questions.
All
okay.
Right. You guys ready to vote on that one so Lucius has to play it tomorrow?
Yeah, I know. I'm ready to do that. That's my vote. I mean, those are all great. I mean, nice work, Khaki, putting that thing together. I'm going to go with Theo Vaughn, though. Give me Theo Vaughn. Khaki.
Which one did you like the best?
I have to say that's probably the Theo Vaughn clip. It's just too funny.
So that's
pretty good, isn't
so
it?
that thing's right now 2-0, right?
But I will say, if I could put in an early nomination, pulling Broadus for tomorrow, that's my early nomination.
Oh, that's going to take the cake tomorrow.
Well, just pull it for Lucius then tomorrow. That'll be good. That was me talking about have companies coming in my ass. Is that what it's saying?
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm going to vote. Yeah, I'm going to vote for that one because I want to hear Lucius play that one and wonder why. And he's going to ask us. And Eric's not even going to be around to No,
I'll be here for it when he replays it at 2:20 tomorrow, and I'm going to blame Khaki. Easy money. All right. Unanimously, your new G-Bag of the Day champion, it is Theo Vaughn being asked all the important questions. All right, now it is time to stick in the Pimp Cup for a Tuesday edition. Toxic Tuesday.
Toxic Tuesday.
LA Live.
All right, you squares.
Time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Trayvon Diggs, you got to be a sorry motherfucker to get fired on your day off, big boy. What did Jerry Jones? Jerry, you ain't did all year, but you finally done something right today. This Jerry Jones with that pen, you know he always shaking. Trayvon, that's you? That's us. We got to let you go. And damn it, they let you go. You ain't make it to the last game of the season. They had enough of your sorry ass. Didn't I do mean sorry, Mr. Giving up 60 and 70-yard touchdown? Your ass is trash. And guess what? We ain't done either. Your brother, Stephon, come here. Come here, big boy. It's a Diggs day around the league, ain't it?
LA Live, Toxic Tuesday edition, December 30th, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's greystone-roofing.com, the best in the Metroplex.
Absolutely. 214 says, Eric, that's why your mom doesn't love you.
I beg to differ. I've given her many other reasons not to love me, and somehow she still does.
Still does.
Nothing like a mother's love.
By the way, is she listening right now, maybe?
I would say probably not.
Okay, well, please thank her for the holiday, for the
stuffed bread.
Stuffed bread. That didn't last too long.
No, I'm gonna go see my parents and my Uncle Lou.
Yeah.
In from Miami, ready for the Cotton Bowl. I'll see him tonight.
Is Uncle Lou kind of the crazy one? Who's the crazy uncle?
The crazy uncle.
The guy that was hanging out with Mercury Morris.
Yeah, well, that's my grandpa.
Oh, that's your grandpa.
Did you see the picture of him that I posted for Christmas Day? Christmas Day. We haven't even really begun the proceedings, and he's out sitting on the diving board at my parents' house with his coffee and a heater, just prepping his body for a bunch of grandkids to show up and just run amok for a Christmas morning extravaganza.
So give me the scouting report on the uncle that's the Canes fan.
Uncle, he's just diehard sports guy. Now he's classic Italian. I mean, he's got plenty of, he's rocking the jewelry. He's always, if he's not working, he's rocking Canes gear or rocking Dolphins gear. I mean, a true diehard. So him and his old college buddies, you'll respect this, every year pick a game or two to go to a couple of games.
So they go to an ACC trip somewhere?
Yeah, a little ACC trip and soak in some Canes. So when I called him on Christmas morning,
you told me you had him?
And said I had tickets, he lost it. He goes, he goes, I'm hanging up the phone right now. I'm checking flights. I'll call you right back.
Okay.
Within 30 minutes, he had the itinerary. This is when I'm coming in. This is when I'm leaving. Let's do this thing.
I'd love to see an upset there.
That would be fun.
That'd be so cool to have all you guys there and have an upset like that.
It'd be great, man.
Where do we go from there? What's the next game? Where would the next The next, who do we have to play?
It would be Georgia, Georgia or Ole Miss, but
yeah,
probably Georgia.
So what bowl game we talking about? Moving on from there.
Yeah, let me pull up the bracket here real quick.
I should know these things, being I'm doing radio.
Well, I mean, it's tough to piece it all together. I mean, you have all these sponsors for
going to the Fiesta Bowl.
Okay, it'd be the Fiesta Bowl.
Tempe?
Yeah, that would be the Verbo Fiesta Bowl. That would be in Tempe, and then you have the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl, and that will either be Oregon, Texas Tech, or the winner of Bama and Indiana. So that'll be
that just not now. Maybe they're trying to not give everything to Georgia, but that just doesn't make any sense. Making your fan base have to travel all the way, halfway across the country to go play in a game when you could potentially be playing at that, the Peach Bowl and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a good call. I mean, I wonder how much, because don't the top seeds, like Indiana, the ones he got to choose that they wanted to play in the Rose Bowl,
right?
So then that immediately puts them to the Peach Bowl if they win.
Right.
They could have chosen the Sugar Bowl or the Cotton Bowl and then done the Fiesta Bowl, but either way, they would have done some traveling.
Indiana is that's a traditional Big Ten team, and that's the goal of every Big Ten team is to play in the Rose Bowl. That goes back.
Oh, okay.
That
so
goes back. That's just a history.
Ohio State would have chosen the same thing.
Well, Ohio State had been to the Rose Bowl so much.
It's such a beautiful aesthetic, man.
But they had a great game in the Cotton Bowl last year against Texas. So they're down here, recruiting good. So yeah, it makes sense. It's a simple trip. I mean, sending all those Ohio State fans would travel to the Rose Bowl, but they've done that quite a bit.
Yeah.
So it makes sense for them to try and hit this Cotton Bowl up a couple times.
Okay, Broadus 321 asking, you could get a free punch to any host on the station, not get in trouble. Who you punching? I could see you squaring up Bob. Just a good punch on the arm.
No. You know what? Who would I punch? That's a really good question.
It's a great question.
Do you have somebody in mind? Would you punch me?
If I'm punching... No, I wouldn't punch anybody that I'm doing a show with.
Choppy? Yeah, Choppy deserves a punch.
He probably does.
Yeah, he's
and
kind
his toxic masculinity. He would eat it, then he'd just talk smack to you about how it didn't hurt.
It didn't hurt in his arm. He's on the ground now on one knee.
Didn't even feel that.
Didn't even feel that.
I'm gonna go back inside though. You guys have fun.
I think it'd be funny to get a punch from Sean because of his tiny hands. It wouldn't hurt very much.
That one actually wouldn't hurt. Unless you got him in a rage.
Yeah.
If you got angry Sean.
What are you talking about?
Throwing some tiny haymakers.
Yeah. Everybody's people. Why do people not like Bobby? Why do people not like Bobby?
Well, here's the thing. Bobby is polarizing in a way where there are some big time Bobby stans.
And
I am one of those. I love Bobby to
Bobby's
to
a
death.
smart dude.
He's incredible.
Yeah,
yes.
he is. I mean,
I guess he's brash, and so some people are just like. And he's very pro Dak. I think there's a lot of if you like Dak, you like Bobby. If you don't like Dak, you don't like Bobby.
Who's the nicest guy at this station? Is it Wolchuk?
I would say Wolchuk in general, but then he had that moment on the beach. But I guess you could say that was nice because he was defending us.
Yeah, he was. I don't know.
Yeah, Wolchuk really is a sweetheart,
and he's one of the nicest guys. Like Blake. Blake's a nice guy too. Michelle,
Blake wouldn't chase down the guy stealing the old lady's purse, though.
Yeah, but he's a nice guy.
He is.
Yeah.
I mean, we got a lot of nice dudes.
See, I
think Fred is about as nice as it gets as well. He's a foxhole guy, team player.
Oh, Freddie's a lovable guy. The people are saying one of our teammates. They're not too happy with one of our teammates.
Oh, they want to punch Dawson?
Yeah.
Well, Dawson will rile you up, man.
I'm surprised somebody didn't want to punch me in real life. Really.
Yeah, no text about punching.
Yeah. Bobby, people said Bobby's made the morning show 1,000,000 times better.
He's not wrong.
I listen to them every morning at 6:00 when I'm driving over, and I'm kind of like I like their show. I do.
I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean Bobby is definitely taking that show into a different stratosphere. They got a great thing going.
People
really
saying punch Bobby to shrink his forehead.
Well, he might have to shave his head. Did you hear that?
Well, okay, what's the bet? What's the bet?
Well, he had said like a one-off comment. Okay, and so shout out. I don't know exactly who the Tolo was.
People are saying you're the nicest human being. You are friendly.
Oh,
man.
that's because I'm the shout out guy.
You are like, we'll be like, well, hey, we're interviewing here, Matt Money Smith, Matt the second. Hey, Tolo man, yeah, with you, brother, with you, Tolo man. Yeah, you are the.
I do appreciate the Tolos.
You do. You're like overly like we're on remote. You will go out of your way to like hang out with people. I appreciate you doing that.
Okay, here we go. We'll read some more text, but here's Khaki.
Sean.
Khaki's coming in strong with the clip. Okay, so Atolo marked this months ago, I think before the season.
Okay.
Bobby put his hair on the line. Everybody forgot except for this Tolo. Here's the clip.
Barring injury, okay? Because obviously the injury can factor into all of this. But barring injury, if Ezeraku doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, minimum. That's like the very baseline. That would be, all right, he kind of met expectations to me.
Oh, no.
If he doesn't pick up a minimum of 6 sacks as a rookie, I'm going to shave my head bald.
Oh, no.
And then they got his wife on the show today, and she was not happy about it.
They got him for that one. By the way, the 214, if you're going to punch me, learn how to spell my last name. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know, if you're gonna go after me, please, Brian, Bryan, last name Broaddus. Nothing worse.
It's the double D, man. You can't forget that on a TD
worse,
Tuesday.
Man. Nothing worse. If you're gonna go after somebody, make sure you spell their name right, please.
All right, we got I love Bobby. I'd punch Sean.
Mm-hmm.
Says I am the nicest. That's why I read this.
No,
text.
you are the nicest.
Walchuk close second. That's our buddy Walt in Waco.
Yeah, your show was like the nicest show. You two working at nights were super nice.
Yeah, we just we want to keep it light and have a good time.
Yeah, having fun. Yeah,
that's what this is about. Every once in a while, we'll get in a little fight, and then we kiss and we make up, and we get back to the nice, fun stuff.
Okay, the 817 saying one time you shook a guy's hand, walked away, then came back and shook it again.
Is that right? The old double shake, huh?
What are you doing? You freak.
I like to put her there. You know what I'm saying? I like to get a good man-on-man handshake.
Did you forget you met the guy?
It depends. Were we having a Mardi Gras Broadus style remote show? Because that could have happened. Yeah. I could see that. Yeah. But other times, the Tolos are just so fantastic, you got to double up. I'll give you a big hug. Yeah. Attaboy butt slap. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, you and your attaboy butt slaps.
You got to get some of those, man. That's camaraderie. Yeah. Okay, that builds a bit of a bond and a chemistry, and you feel like okay, now we can go win games together.
See, Weston put his name on. I appreciate that, Weston. By you punching me, I would surely punch you back.
There you go, 682. I'd punch Brian Walrus. He says.
That's what I'm saying. I would drop Weston. Watch this old man do it.
Oh, this has been a lot of fun. I mean, I did 903. I would punch Eric dead in his ass.
Either Gavin or RJ, I would punch.
It's a great segment, man.
Yeah.
We didn't even need to get to the content. It's a Toxic Tuesday. We're talking about punching each other. This worked out beautifully.
Yeah.
Khaki, who you punching?
Oh, I was not expecting this.
Sorry to throw you off.
Yeah.
Sorry to be part of the show.
Probably Blake, right?
No, I would not. I would not punch Blake or Fred. I
think Fred would kill you.
Oh, yeah. Nobody's punching Fred.
Fred would laugh and you hit him. He would just laugh.
And then he'd crush you.
Yeah.
Well, see, here's the deal. If I punched Fred, it probably wouldn't hurt. It'd be like one of those things where you, like, if you ever, like, hit your dad and you just feel bad. Probably one of those kinds of deals. Who would I punch? Probably one of the producers.
Oh, there you go.
Let's see here.
Just say Carter. He's not even here anymore.
I probably would not punch Carter, actually. I'd probably punch Jacob, just because he's my friend. And hope he'd punch me back, and then we'd be good.
Just a friendly punch-off.
Yeah.
Oh, wait. The guy said, I've received a double handshake from Chief at the hot tub place.
Oh, at the Southern Leisure Spas. That's probably when I did the raw dog or the straw dog with the hot dog and the beer. I was definitely a little bit woozy that day.
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. All right, well, this has been a lot of fun. Yeah. LA Live here on a Toxic Tuesday. Keep the text flowing in. Let's talk a little college football. Ladies and gentlemen, our good buddy Ari Temkin, the identity of Texas Tech, the identity of Oregon, live from the Orange Bowl in Miami. Ari Temkin joins us next.
A deep Cowboys dive on Love of the Star.
800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, here we go. It's the G-Bag Nation Power Hour here on a TD Tuesday. Great to have you in. Eric Chiafalo, Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. We got Khaki Kevin in for Lucius today. Fred Davis stepping up out of the bullpen. One of the greatest teammates of all time.
Rock chalk.
Total foxhole guy.
That's it, man. You guys asked. I'm here.
He knew that we had the fellow Jayhawk fella.
Another rock chalker.
That's it.
Ari Temkin, our good buddy from Big 12 Radio on TuneIn and Big 12 Studios, Big 12 Conference. Stan, he's a Jayhawk. He's a monster. He's in Miami getting you set for Red Raiders and Ducks for the Orange Bowl. Ari, we appreciate the time, brother. How you doing?
What's going on, Eric? Broaddus, Fred, Rock Chalk. What's going on, guys?
Rock Chalk.
Yeah, man, we're having a good time. We're ready for this college football slate here, getting cranked up starting tomorrow. Ohio State, Miami here at AT&T Stadium. But how's Miami treating you, Ari? I'm curious.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It worked out really well because my parents are down in Delray Beach, which is like 40 miles away from Miami, and then my in-laws actually recently moved from Dallas to Naples, so we took a drive across Alligator Alley here for a few days to visit the west coast of Florida. So we're getting a full-on Florida experience. We're going back to the East Coast tomorrow, and then obviously Thursday morning heading down to the Orange Bowl. So great trip. It's actually kind of like Dallas, was really nice and has gotten a lot colder.
Oh, really? That is kind of surprising. South Florida this time of year, usually the place to be. Try to get out of that cold weather. Have you had some cafecito? Have you done any of the Cuban food?
Yes, absolutely. What did you just say? I want whatever you've got with that, Eric. But yeah, I mean, I had a Cuban sandwich.
Hey,
What's a cafecito?
yeah,
Right?
cafecito is like the strongest
Coffee, right?
Yeah, it's like espresso on steroids,
Yeah.
and I like the Miami Hurricanes here locally now for the Cotton Bowl. I mean, they shipped in a ton of it. Like their coaches, their play. I mean, it's all cafecitos, all the rage. So, got to get a sip on that there, Ari. When you're down in Miami, are you expecting quite a Texas Tech Red Raider turnout? Like, what are we thinking? Because I mean, Oregon having to travel that far, I'm wondering how many Oregon fans are even going to be there.
Yeah, and look, I mean, I think this leads to a larger discussion about whether or not these games, the quarterfinal, should be played on campus. You know, especially given the top four seeds didn't get to host a game, and you know, some of these teams, Oregon and Miami, have been able to be with on-campus games. So, you know, I think I saw most recently like the get-in price right now is like $45. Imagine if Texas Tech were playing in the Cotton Bowl. I can't imagine what the numbers would be like. And it's crazy to think, guys. I actually watched the Big Ten championship game at Cosm, and I was out there following the Big 12 championship game with a bunch of Texas Tech fans, and everybody was cheering for Indiana. And I turned around at some point, I'm like, you guys realize if Indiana wins, you're going to the Orange Bowl. And if they lose, you're going to the Cotton Bowl. And they're like, well, we'll see. I was like, yeah, you'll see. So it just goes to show, I mean, pretty amazing to think that if Ohio State just wins the Big Ten championship, it's Texas Tech playing tomorrow night in Dallas for the Cotton Bowl, which would be, you know, a home game for them. And now, as it turns out, I mean, they get in price like $45 for the 300 level, and it shows you just the difficulty that fans go through. I mean, you think about it, if you're a Tech fan living in the DFW area, you know, you're going to shell out money to go to the Big 12 championship game. And then are you waiting for a semifinal? Because next week, if you win, you go to the Peach Bowl. So I think there's a lot of arithmetic, a lot of these Tech fans and fans, college football fans in general, have to make now, you know, in terms of what games they're going to go to, what they're going to prioritize. It's extremely expensive. And again, just going back to like the first part of this, on-campus games, I mean, we're talking about the best part of the sport when you're talking about on-campus, you know, in these college towns, the pomp and circumstance, the bands, everything that goes into it. It's just, you know, and look, I think AT&T is as good as it gets for a college football game that's not on campus, but a lot of these games are just in these bad locations. They're not college towns. They don't have great environments. You know, again, I think AT&T Stadium is good, and I've been to a lot of college football games there, and I think it does a good job, but nothing comes close to the level of what we see on campus. And, I expect the Orange Bowl won't be as good of an environment as it would be if it were in Lubbock.
Hey, Ari, let me hit you on something. I know you'll probably know this question, but is Romello Height a better player than David Bailey?
It's a great question, and I love the scout and you looking into this already. I think Bailey is the better player. Now, with that being said, Height might be the better pass rusher.
Yeah.
What I've seen from Bailey is his ability to be dual threat. He's not just a third down pass rushing specialist. Bailey is a legit 4-down defensive end that is as good against the run. And he's, we talk all the time about Jacob Rodriguez and how good he is.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, his ability to get off blocks and play the run for Bailey is as good as anybody at that position. And it's surprising to me because, I thought here's a pass rushing specialist. Here's an athletic freak that, will be able to win one-on-one a ton on the outside. And yet, as it turns out, he's just so multifaceted. Height is more of a pass rushing specialist. And so I'd probably give him the nod that way. But, yeah, we're talking about two guys that are, David Bailey to me is a top 10 pick, and Height, I think, is a first-round pick. So, to me, that's probably the most underrated aspect of Tech's defense is, it's not like, well, they haven't played anybody, so how do you gauge their defense? Like, they have a bunch of NFL players on that defense, and it starts up front with those two guys.
Ari, Fred Davis here, man. Appreciate you jumping on board with us. All right, so we know Texas Tech hasn't played in, a month now. Kind of what are you hearing as far as, talking to the coaches, talking to the players, and just kind of the vibes for, you got one team in Oregon who's, played a week ago, so obviously they're fresh, relatively speaking, versus this Texas Tech team. Is rust a concern, and kind of what's the mood around this Texas Tech team right now? Yeah,
great question, Fred. So they haven't played in 3.5 weeks, as you just alluded to, and we were able to visit with Joey McGuire today. And, look, this isn't a surprise to them. This is quote unquote by design. They wanted to win the Big 12 championship so that they could get Christmas at home, and many of their leaders and players in the locker room wanted that, and so that's what they got. And they took the Christmas week off and took it easy and have gotten back into a game week. And, they did a really good job, Joey said, of self-scouting kind of the week that they were off, and then have turned their attention this week entirely to Oregon. And, so, yeah, I think it's a very legitimate question. It's going to be the major subplot to this game on Thursday morning. And, for me, they were prepared for it. They knew exactly what it was going to be like when, going into that Big 12 championship game, and that's how it came out. And so their players looked at it as the motivational tactic to be able to get them to go home for Christmas and take some time off and spend time with their families, which they were able to do. And, yeah, 3.5 weeks is a long time to be off, and Oregon has some momentum, having just played and won. So we'll see how much it affects them. But from internally, they view that as a major advantage by having that time off, winning the game and getting to play, getting Christmas off, and then, the self-scouting they did for a week before turning their attention this week to Oregon.
Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio on TuneIn with us here in the G-Bag Nation, getting you set for Texas Tech and Oregon in the Orange Bowl. So when you look at the matchup here, where do you see Texas Tech having some advantages?
These teams are very similar. The one aspect, though, is, I don't see Oregon's offense being as elite as Oregon's defense is, and Texas Tech's defense is as good as anybody in the country. In fact, I think if you were to rank, the 4 units in this game, Oregon's offense, Oregon's defense, Tech's offense, and Tech's defense, Tech's defense is so far and away the best unit, it's not even close. That's how elite they are. We just talked about having 2 NFL-type pass rushers. They've got Jacob Rodriguez in the middle, and then, Bryce Pollock in the back end of their defense is as good as it gets. So, this is an extremely motivated, multifaceted defense, and that's where I think is the huge advantage is, even though Oregon has a very explosive offense, they haven't seen a defense quite like Tech's. They did see Indiana. They lost to Indiana. Indiana's got a very good defense, so I think, that's the comp. But, for me, when I look at them, Oregon has been able to win so consistently by being able to have to force teams to bring more inside into the box on early downs to protect against the run. Well, Texas Tech doesn't have to do that. They have the best front 6 in the country. And so, their ability, I think, to stop the run on early downs sets up opportunities, for them to tee up their pass rush. That's one of their keys to winning, as Joey McGuire talks about, is, their ability to win to basically Joey says it is, you got to earn the right to pass rush on third down. And so to me, that's the game within the game is Tech's ability on early downs to win, put them in longer situations because Oregon's just uncomfortable being in those situations. The other part of this game that I think is really interesting is, Texas Tech has a very explosive offense too. It just doesn't stand out as much as Oregon's does because their defense is so good. But Texas Tech has one of the highest explosive play rates in the country, and most of that is through what they do on the ground. They've got a really explosive ground game. And so, it's so simple, and I hate to make it so simple, but he who runs the football in this game is going to win it.
Ari, I'm already starting to watch the college tape, for the draft, and I did watch a tight end, Kenyon Sadiq from Oregon, and I was kind of curious because 6'3", 245 pounds. This guy plays with a lot of fluidity, moves well for the size. This guy doesn't labor. You kind of talked about the back end for Texas Tech, and I just was curious, though. Sadiq looks like a part of this Oregon offense, the wing, the movement, the slot, all those things. How does Tech handle a guy with that kind of size and athletic ability?
Yeah, I love him. I mean, he just pops. And you think about, Dan Lanning and all the weapons that they have.
Yeah.
I mean, Evan Stewart's one of the top receivers in the country, and he hasn't played much at all this year. And you think about all the weapons that they have. I mean, it's unbelievable. Like, they just got Corian Barnes back, some of their other wideouts that have been out most of the year. It's incredible. They just it doesn't matter who's out, who's injured. Like, they just have so many weapons, so many ways to beat you. I do think, Broadus, to your point, like, I'm not sure that they've got in coverage the ability to match up with him.
Yeah.
The one, I think Ben Roberts is sort of the guy that most people forget about because Jacob Rodriguez takes all the headlines. And, from a linebacker and coverage standpoint, I think he's decent. But, yeah, I'm just not sure, like most teams, you've got somebody that you could really line up consistently against him and feel good about it. And I think that's just part of what makes Oregon so good is they've got so many NFL players, especially, from a skill position standpoint. So, I do think that that's going to be a linebacker matchup for them. And I wonder if they'll be able to cover him. And I think it does come down to those third down situations where he's an outlet and it's like, all right, do you have somebody that can play with him? That's going to be a huge part within this game too, Broadus. And he's a big time player, and he's a tough cover for anybody.
Yeah, and because I watched Rodriguez play on tape, and there's a lot of these linebackers that we call just the spot drop linebackers. They just go to an area and they sit and they kind of look around.
Yeah,
Rodriguez is different. I've seen him drop, turn, drop again, turn, and like the awareness that he plays with. So as much as they move Sadiq around. And Rodriguez is not the biggest guy, but what he does is he's super competitive and he's very instinctual the way that he plays. And I wonder if we're going to see him kind of maybe shadow that way and maybe, I don't know how much one-on-one you want to do with Sadiq, but to me, Rodriguez does seem like the guy that's got a feel for how to play this type of game.
No, that's a great point. I would say if you're Oregon, how much do you want to run play action on early downs? Because Jacob Rodriguez is so important in the run game. And so if you freeze him a little bit, now you might get some of those fortuitous opportunities. So that's a great point about Rodriguez. If they get him thinking more and not being as instinctual as he is, especially on early downs where they're expecting Oregon to run, and now you hit him with some play action, I think there could be some opportunities there. So that's a great point. And I'm curious to hear your thoughts on Jacob Rodriguez as an NFL player, so it's good to hear you break it down like that.
Yeah.
Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio on TuneIn with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How are we feeling about Baron Morton, the Texas Tech quarterback? How healthy is he right now? What's your confidence meter in him being able to get it done?
Yeah, look, I mean, he's had a broken foot all year, and so he's managed to play with it. And, is he as effective as he could be without it? No, but he's going to be as healthy right now as he's ever been because he broke his foot the first week of the season and has been playing with it ever since. So, and look, he's been okay. He's made some plays. The problem is they haven't been in a ton of close games to where it's like, he's got to make plays for them to win. And this is going to be a game, and certainly multiple games now, where he's going to have to make plays. There's going to be opportunities here on third down where he's going to have to make plays. And he's going to have to do it with his arm because, again, he's been limited with the foot injury and with the broken foot. And I don't know that 3.5 weeks after playing in it all year is enough time to make him whole. So To me, such a huge part of Tech's success in this game is, they've been so effective running the football, but when you go to the Oregon defense, again, I think Oregon's defense is better than their offense, so they're going to force you out of running situations at times. You have to make plays with Caleb Douglas. They've got the weapons. You talk about tight ends, NFL tight ends. I think Tech's got an NFL tight end too in terms of Carter. He is a stud. He's basically a linebacker playing tight end. So I do think Baron Morton is going to have to play a crucial role for them to win this game. Like, they've won so many games this year just based on their ability to run away from people and block up front. This is not going to be one of those games. And I think you're talking about multiple weeks now where this is not going to be the situation where they're going to have to win, with the arm of Baron Morton. But yeah, he's had the broken foot all year. Certainly he's healthier now than he's ever been, but just not enough that you have enough time off to really fully heal that broken foot.
Ari, is just a real quick two-part question. Number one, I think it's pretty safe to say that Texas Tech hasn't seen a quarterback as good as Dante Moore all year long. How much of a problem is that? Could that potentially be for this defense, considering they haven't seen that? And then two-part, this is more just for you and I. Are we going to hire some new coordinators, or is this another season of us watching Leipold stare blankly into space while we forfeit another fourth-quarter lead?
Yeah, it's a great question, Fred. I know there were some rumblings about Andy Kolnicki potentially coming back, and it's a weird situation because you just elevated Dombrowski last year after Kolnicki left, and you made the mistake with Grimes. But the bottom line with Kansas football is they've got to win next year because they're moving into the brand new stadium in 2027, as you know. And you just can't. You've got to sell tickets, and we know that Kansas basketball sells tickets. Kansas football needs to do a lot more to sell tickets, and they can't be playing in an empty stadium that's brand new in 2027. So
we lost Darian Williams to NC State because we're giving money to football. Darren Peterson's got quad injury allegedly. So come on, man. Let's go back to our bread and butter. Don't get me started.
Don't get me started on Darren Peterson, man. At this point, I'd shut him down and tell him to take his $3 million and go home. It's a joke what he's doing, treating Kansas like he's got no commitment whatsoever to that university. Fine, didn't have to pay him $3 million. That's on Kansas and Bill Self, quite frankly, and it's a horrible decision. And he should have sat out this year and got ready for the NBA draft. This is the way that he's handling the basketball season. To your question about, I think the first
one was Dante Moore and him being the best quarterback that Texas Tech's faced all year.
And Joey McGuire said that. He told us that today. This is the best quarterback they've played all year. They did lose to Sam Leavitt and Arizona State, but that was without, with Will Hammond starting a quarterback without Baron Morton. And that's the guy that he compared Dante Moore to, was Sam Leavitt. And I see the comparisons. And I think, when you look at it, it's tough to gauge because they've just dominated defensively so many teams. And I think, people expect that Oregon's offense, it's nothing that Tech's seen before. And while there's some truth to that, I think with Moore, that's certainly true. Nobody's been able to run the football on them in any capacity. And the Big 12, we could talk and nitpick how good their quarterbacks are, but these were really explosive running games. When you look at the teams that were there at the end, Utah has as good of a running game as anybody in the country.
Those two offensive tackles, that helps.
Yeah, they've got a top 10 pick in Spencer Fano at left tackle. They've got a first-round pick at right tackle.
Yeah, they sure do.
So, that's the thing is, it's people want to poo-poo who they played all year, and I get it, but they Utah. They went into Utah and completely dominated a Utah team that was the number one rushing team in the Big 12 and has two NFL offensive linemen bookending their tackles. So, I think Moore will cause more problems than they've seen all year, but I don't see Oregon's ability to run the football on them because nobody has, and especially against a Utah front, an offensive front that has two NFL players at left and right tackle.
All right, real quick, and Texas Tech inside at offensive line, because I've looked at Washington, the defensive tackle that plays for their Maui Washington. And this is a 6'3", 330-pound guy that I was super, super impressed with when you start to talk about the movement for the size and all that. And, man, he was against Indiana, Penn State, kind of controlling the middle. How is Tech match up inside with, say, some of the bigger defensive tackles that they faced?
Well, look, the strength of Tech's, team is their defensive front. And I would say maybe the biggest weakness, which it's not a huge weakness, but it's a weakness, would be their offensive front. It probably hasn't been as good as we expected it to be. Now, I think the interior is good. I've had some question marks about their tackles. But, yeah, I mean, when we talk about Tech's ability, and that's where I think this is going to be a low-scoring game because I think these are two explosive, elite defenses. And I do wonder what they're going to do, up front to manage that Oregon front, because I don't think they've played a defensive front on this level. I mean, again, Utah's got a good defensive front, but I take Utah's offensive front way ahead of their defensive front. BYU's got a good defensive front too, but not as good as Oregon. So, yeah, I think that's a great point about how they handle it. And again, while it's not a weakness, it's certainly the weakest link of the most important units in this game for me is the Texas Tech offensive line. And look, I mean, Dickey and Jacoby Williams, their two running backs have been very good, but a big part of that is their ability to create separation from their offensive line. So I do think this is a low-scoring game. I think these are two dominant defenses that will dominate in this game, and especially, as you pointed out, with Williams up front for Oregon.
Ari, you're incredible, brother. It's so great to catch up with you. Thank you very much for the time, and hopefully Texas Tech gets that dub, and we'll catch up with you again next week.
You guys have a happy New Year. Take care, and great talk with you.
Thank you, man.
Likewise, homie. Happy New Year. Ari Temkin, Big 12 Radio on TuneIn with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Looking forward to some college football over the course of the next few days. We got Fred Davis live in studio. We got some questions for Fred. We sure do. Who would he punch here at the station? 877-881-1053. We'll give you that answer.
You didn't ask me that question last week.
So much more. That'll be next in the Nation Batolos. It's time.
sports to Bitcoin, the Oscars, and even politics. If it matters, you can trade on it. Use code Odyssey for $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI.com. Trading involves risk. Kalshi.
It's also brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to for car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Thank you, Khaki Kevin. Here it is in the G-Bag Nation, and we got Fred Davis.
It does make sense.
Live in studio, just talking about Trayvon Diggs and the release. Were you shocked?
I'm going to miss those outfits. Pause.
A lot of leather.
Tell you what, that guy loves leather and knows how. I mean, tassels. Silver leather with, kind of a glossy look going on. He had a fur coat on, kind of like a fur bomber jacket style on last time. I mean, say what you want about his exploits and antics off the field.
He's a fashion plate.
All pro wardrobe.
He's a fashionista.
He is a fashionista. Tell you what, can you imagine what Thanksgiving at the Diggs family must be like?
Yeah.
Just don't be the person cooking the food.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Holy mackerel.
Stefan's in a little bit of trouble right now. A little bit of hot water with some allegations getting after the personal chef.
How could you not take care of the chef?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I don't
Somebody's
get it.
cooking for you, and you can't take care of him?
Least you could do.
You see, there's like allegedly screenshots of texts between him and her.
I love that.
He's
anything incriminating.
He's just such an a-hole. He really is. Okay, we do have some football to get into.
Do you think Trayvon cooks his own meals?
I think.
Look, he hangs his own TV poles. The least he can do is cook his own food.
He's a very, very handy man.
He's an industrious dude.
Yeah. He is.
I think we understand that.
He's going to have a David Njoku burning situation on his face before long.
I'm going to guess no.
No.
I'm going to guess no.
Probably not. Probably not. Well,
if he picks out his clothes, good for him.
That's
you'd say in the locker room. I've never seen him though. He's a very, very stylish guy.
Oh, he by far the most stylish person in the Dallas Cowboys locker room.
Him and his brother. They're
Hands
both
down.
They're both all over the fashion stuff.
Yeah.
Are they go to overseas
fashion
to those? Yeah, the fashion
places.
week.
Yeah, fashion week. Now that part, look, don't get me the line.
Stefan did. Not Trayvon.
Okay, yeah, no, Trayvon.
I can see Trayvon doing some catwalking.
He was busy rehabilitating.
That's true.
Okay,
that's true.
So
he was grinding.
He didn't,
We all saw the YouTube documentary.
Yeah,
that's right. Hey, keep that 500 gur, okay? I got things to do.
Wow,
yeah, seriously,
it's amazing that you could just walk away from that.
I mean,
it's the easiest flex. It's the easiest thing that Adam over there at the Cowboys can do is give you money like that, and you just don't even want it.
That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we think it gets? I know. I heard you guys talking about your gang of seven. Any update on? You said you had one guy say maybe.
Yeah, nothing. Nobody else.
Said no.
Nobody else got back. But the two teams I talked to, both are significant playoff teams. One said they would think about it. The other one said not today.
If New England does, if Stefan doesn't get a reign today, do we think that maybe they would have been in play? Because look, having one Diggs is one thing, but two Diggs.
Yeah, two Diggs is a little crazy.
Two Diggs.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to say that
I could leave it open. If Stefan didn't get in his hot water.
You think maybe two Diggs, one Booth?
I'm going to say. I'm going to say New England would be a no. I'm going to say New England would be a no.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean Vrabel's probably not trying to tolerate too much.
No. Having one on each side of the ball.
And it's not even like you have at least Stefan is still good.
Still getting after it.
Like Trayvon, there's really no upside because you're not, hey, we'll tolerate all the crap because he's still getting picks left and right.
No.
You're not getting any of that. And Mike Vrabel, he wants everybody tackling. He wants his assistant coaches being ready to tackle on the sideline, right?
Trayvon
Diggs ain't doing none of that.
Part of that.
Okay, so we do have the Hall of Fame finalists. Want to get y'all's thoughts on that here in a second, but a lot of love for Fred here on the text as always.
I was asked by a Hall of Fame voter. This is a brag.
Okay.
I was asked by a
bigger brag than I got millions and I got companies coming out of my ass.
I've got millions and companies coming out of my ass for sure. No, I had a Hall of Fame voter ask me. He sent me his ballot and he goes, "Every year you help me with this. Could you help me again?" And so, I did my.
Woody on there?
Yeah, he put Woody on there.
Woody's one of my favorite players. I'll tell you who I voted. I told him who I voted for. Let's see if I can pull it up.
How many? You get 5?
Yeah, I got. He asked for 5.
And there's 15 finalists right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember who I put Drew Brees on there.
Yes.
I put Witten on there.
You did?
I did. I put Witten on there. I put Woody on there.
Yep.
And I put Larry Fitzgerald on there.
Yep.
Okay.
Who else did I miss? Who else I got? Give me the other ones.
You got Willie Anderson, Jari Evans, Frank Gore, Torrey Holt, Luke Kuechly.
Luke Kuechly was my fifth one.
Kuechly. I know you loved Luke Kuechly.
Luke Kuechly is the best college football player I've ever scouted.
Wow.
How about that?
Really? Regardless of position, huh?
Regardless of position. So, Kuechly, Fitzgerald, Woodson, Witten, and Brees were my five that I voted for.
What's your biggest gripe on that, Fred?
You know what? I don't really have one. I really, really don't.
You got Witten in over Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne.
Well, okay. Let me rephrase. I think I'd probably have Terrell Suggs over Jason Witten.
T-Sizzle.
And then I would probably go with Reggie Wayne over.
I did that Witten thing because we drafted him.
Oh, yeah, that's just good for the resume.
I respect that.
Yeah.
I do too.
I respect that.
Anytime you could say, well, we drafted a Hall of Fame player.
You drafted a Hall of Famer.
I think
not a lot of people can say that.
But Jason Witten, though, is the all-time. Am I right about
all-time
him?
all-time yards?
Yeah, well,
no, not touchdowns. Antonio Gates smoked him in touchdowns. It's probably catches.
Cowboys.
Oh, for the Cowboys?
Cowboys, yeah. Number of catches. That's a third-round pick right there, boys.
Oh, it's a great pick.
Yeah, I mean, that guy played what? How many years? I know the last couple of years, the year at the Raiders and all that was a waste. But, man, there was one time where I remember Bill Belichick. Mike Lombardi told me this when he was working in New England. When they played against Witten, Bill Belichick wasn't worried about Des Bryant and all those. He was worried about Witten.
17 years in the league.
Yeah.
That's insane. And even, you know what? And to your point, even the last year when he was with the Raiders, he still suited up for all 16 games.
Yeah.
He didn't miss games.
Don't look at the production.
Oh, I mean, look.
It's like 4 yards a catch. I get it.
I mean, very, very Ferguson-ish.
How many touchdowns did he have in his career, by the way, there, Fred?
Great question. 74.
74 touchdowns. How many catches?
Tutties. He had 1,228 catches.
That's up there with ask those wide receivers that are in this Hall of Fame thing. These votes.
Yeah.
Does he have just as much as some of these other cats?
I mean, he's a compiler, is what it is.
Compiler, all right.
Why do you hate Jason Witten so much?
I don't hate him. I do think he's a Hall of Fame player. He's just not a first ballot. Look at Reggie Wayne.
Not?
Just watch this. Watch this from Reggie Wayne. I got Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne. Their numbers will freaking blow you away.
Oh no, I understand. I mean, Marvin Harrison to me was a better player than Reggie Wayne.
I'm with you on that, and Marvin's in for good reason.
Yeah,
Reggie Wayne.
So is Bob Greasy and Lynn Dawson and everybody else.
I want to say Marvin Harrison has more bodies than Reggie Wayne too.
Whoa, bro, you got to be careful, man. I think there's people.
Yeah, well, you got to be careful.
Be careful.
All right,
easy.
Reggie Wayne, watch this: 1,200 yards, 12 touchdowns; 1,000 yards, 5 touchdowns; 1,300 yards, 9 touchdowns; 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns; 1,100 yards, 6 touchdowns; 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns; 1,300 yards, 6 touchdowns; 1,300 yards, 5 touchdowns. I mean, what? Bro, that is nasty style. Then you got Torrey Holt, 1,600 yards, 6 touchdowns, 1,300 yards, 7 touchdowns, 1,300 yards, 4 touchdowns, 1,700 yards, 12 touchdowns, 1,300 yards, 10 touchdowns, 1,300 yards, 9 touchdowns, 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns, 1,200 yards, 7 touchdowns. Like, wow, bro. Those two, right? That is a Hall of Fame resume, dude.
Why is he not in?
I don't know why he's not in. I guess it's because of the wide receivers. We saw it with Chris Carter.
Yeah.
You see it with a lot of these guys. Like the wide receiver is just I guess it's a tougher.
Why not? I mean, he's now part. He didn't play in an era like in 1970 when I was going to the games.
Yeah.
He played in an era where you should know him if you're a voter, right?
Agreed. He's one of the more underrated dudes. I mean, he's not super flashy like Torrey Holt.
On the other side of him, Bruce.
Yeah, Isaac Bruce.
Isaac Bruce, yeah.
And he's
Isaac
in.
Bruce.
Yeah.
Isn't Isaac Bruce in?
Yeah.
So I don't know why those guys would be struggling to get in because those numbers are.
Okay, here's my question for you because I've heard this too, though. I've heard if you have a crappy presenter.
Oh, it makes you're not wrong.
I've heard that if
you're not wrong,
a crappy
you got to have a guy that's hyping you and selling you.
Or lady,
that's your hype man. Yeah,
Shereen Williams stands up there. I'll tell you this: there's guys like Bob Hayes and Rayfield Wright.
Yeah.
Rick Goslin, who used to write for the Dallas Morning News, very highly respected journalist and stuff like that, from Detroit, Michigan. Nobody has done more for Cowboy players from the era before the Joneses owned the team than Rick Gosselin when he stands up there and makes presentations on guys.
Yeah.
Nobody's done more. Like, he needs to get up there and stand up for Darren Woodson is what he needs to go and do, because
seriously,
he's highly. I don't know. Shireen's done it. I think Shireen's done it. She's probably listening, Shireen. I mean, I love you. I hope the best, but we need to get Darren Woodson. I've said this personally myself. I've been with, as far as guys that I've been with, Brian Dawkins as a player when I was in Philadelphia.
Hall of Famer.
I was with Leroy Butler in Green Bay, Hall of Famer as a player.
Yeah.
Darren Woodson is better than both those guys.
Yeah.
Both of them.
They were both really great players.
I get it. Troy Polamalu. I get, Ed Reed. I get those. But now when you start to talk about guys that are ahead of Darren Woodson, like the two guys I just named, and Brian Dawkins is a hell of a player. You're right. Leroy Butler, hell of a player. Not as good as Darren Woodson. Not as good. And I was there. I've watched all three of them. I was on teams where they were on. Saw them every day.
Won a damn Super Bowl with Leroy.
There you go. I'm telling you, it's
how can
weird.
you be a 5-time Pro Bowler, 3-time All-Pro, 3-time Super Bowl champ, member of the 90s All-Decade team,
leading tackler in your franchise history,
a lead tackler of that franchise, and not be in the Hall of Fame? And I want to say, because when Blake and I got a chance to meet Darren at an event over.
At the Star. You guys, that was so cool.
Was that the Miller Lite thing?
It was the Whataburger thing.
It was a Whataburger deal.
Okay.
First of all, and I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know, Darren Woodson couldn't be a nicer human being, number one. This genuinely just a grade A dude. Answered every question we had and talked about being in the Hall of Fame or not being in the Hall of Fame. I want to say, and don't quote me on this, but it's somewhere along, one of 5 defensive backs in the history of the National Football League to have these 3 accolades.
Yeah.
Okay? Only guy that's not in the Hall of Fame. So out of the entire National Football League, the history of it.
Best player when you talk about, and I've been with the Reggie Whites.
Yeah.
And the Brett Favres and Jimmy Smith, the Jacksonville
wide receiver.
I've been with Tony Boselli, all these guys that I've been a part of teams with. Darren Woodson is the best player I've ever been. I've ever, and people are getting, but mark this, brought us being with players. No, mark this though.
Not sexual at all.
The best damn player. That's what I'm saying. People are idiots.
They'll get you.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when you watch, like, from a team standpoint of what that player means to your team.
Yeah.
Darren Woodson, Reggie White, Brett Favre, seen them all. Darren Woodson deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. It's a crime that he's not in the Hall of Fame.
What was the line? Was it from Jimmy Johnson or something? It's like, we don't have a scheme. We have Darren Woodson.
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah. I know Nate Newton was. I heard him talking about it on the Crosstalk show.
Tell you all you need to know.
Yeah, seriously.
I mean, if you were the best defensive player on a team that won 3 Super Bowls, it's a dynasty in the history of the NFL. Like, shouldn't
you ought to see? It's hilarious. We were in Arizona coming back from the Super Bowl, and he was on the plane. Him and his wife.
Yeah,
and his wife and I were standing in the middle of the gate there at Southwest Airlines, just MF, and we were losing our minds. But Darren looked at us and it's like, guys, why are you getting so mad?
Yeah.
Why are you so mad? And I looked at him, I said, because you're one of the best MF players I've ever, And he's like, Brian, it's good.
Yeah.
We're okay here.
I do love that about him.
Seriously. He is so much like, hey, if it's my time, it's my time.
Yeah.
And I'm losing my S over it, is what I'm doing.
I think this is the year.
Yeah.
I really do, because when you look, seriously, if you look at this group, not to say these aren't all deserving people, but I mean, who's got? I mean, I don't know. Is there anybody on this group that's got 3 Super Bowls? I mean, there's nobody in this group right now when we look at it. Frank Gore didn't win 3. Fitzgerald didn't.
No.
Drew didn't.
Larry Fitzgerald's welcome. Lucky they won 3 games. You're talking about a guy.
But a hell of a playoff run when they did go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, no, absolutely. And that was with Kurt Warner.
Yeah.
Playing.
Yeah, I mean, Breeze and Fitzgerald and Kuechly
seem like locks.
Those really do got to be locks. But Woodson needs to be a lock, and then you're kind of coin flipping between Holt and Wayne.
I'll tell you, Luke Kuechly, watching that Boston College tape, holy jeez.
Does our boy Adam Vinatieri sneak in?
I'll tell you what, though, when you start to talk about clutch kickers, no matter what conditions.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean
for sure.
that kick that he made in the Tuck Rule game,
The AFC Championship game against the Raiders,
crazy,
insane.
Crazy.
No, that was a divisional game.
It was a divisional game. Yeah,
when
crazy.
They moved I tell you what, I was in Boston for that. Chaos.
Rules are rules.
Mama, give me some of those leopard chickens. Hungry for the crimson tide. Okay.
All right, we limped in with that one. Broadus, you have been so incredible today. Like MVP Hall of Fame finalists for today. This is Marconi dominance. What he has done today, putting the show and the team and the Metroplex on his freaking back.
This is the first time in 6 years of being a full-time employee that I ever looked at the text the whole day.
It's been amazing.
Yeah,
It's been
I
amazing,
have not, in
dude.
6 years of working here.
Is that why you're so fired up today?
And I'm going back tomorrow being not looking at it.
It was a good run.
It was.
It was a great
Been
5
real.
hours. Let's put a bow on it with Fan After Dark next year in the Nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ, what was the DFW sports quote of the year? We also have the
Back to 105.3 The Fan. The G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibu's, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
It was getting cray-cray.
Man, it's been a fun day. Really fun day. Thank you, Khaki Kevin. Thank you, Degenerate Jake. Holding down the fort for Lucius. Hopefully he will be back with brand new floors tomorrow. Fred Davis, pinch hitting like a freaking animal all week long.
I'm just coming in to help out, guys. Like
you
I
are.
said, anytime Chiafalo says, hey, can you come on in? And boom, here I am.
Well, it's
So,
perfect, especially for the Hall of Fame finalists. Like, it's good to have that back and forth. You know, a little Hall of Fame banter. I don't know how many of these guys. Blake, who did Marshall Yanda play for?
Ooh, Ravens.
Oh!
Guard, right? Come on.
Who did Jari Evans play for?
Sounds like the Jets or Saints.
The
Saints.
The Jets or the Saints?
You got it.
Yeah,
Give me another one. Give me another one.
Those colors are. I mean, I could see where you might get confused between the Jets and the Saints.
Give me another
I
one.
could see that.
Give me another one.
Let's
Holt.
see.
Demaryius Thomas.
Torrey Holt.
The Rams.
Okay.
Willie Anderson.
Close. You want to go Will Anderson, Texans. You want to go there. You want to go Will Anderson, Texans. Willie Anderson.
The lineman?
Cincinnati.
I was going to say
It's
Bengals,
feeling
right?
Cincinnati-esque. Shout out to Broadus.
I was about to say, bro, Blake is cheating.
Shout out to Broadus.
Somehow he's finding a way to cheat.
Give me another one.
Luke Kuechly.
Come on, Panthers.
Kevin Williams.
Ooh. It sounds running back-ish.
Well, there's your first mistake.
Yeah.
Kevin Williams. This one's a shot in the dark. We're going to go Browns.
Defensive tackle
Okay.
for the Minnesota Vikings.
You can
He
give
was
me-
a large
You're going to give me
man.
5 guesses. I was not
Large
getting
man.
that.
Very large man.
Well, him and Pat Williams.
I was going to say, you just took the word right about because didn't one of them play for the Bills, too? Or they played together for a little bit, so there you go.
Is there any other
Pat
hard
Williams
ones?
is a good player, too.
Or all the rest kind of layups?
I mean, Terrell Suggs.
Okay, come on.
Reggie Wayne.
Obviously the Cowboys.
Reggie Wayne.
Right, fun fact, that was the first team I ever liked. The old Colts. Reggie Wayne, Marvin Harrison, and Peyton. That was the first
go.
team I ever liked.
Dallas Clark?
I was going to say Dallas Clark.
That's what made me like football.
Bob
That's-
Sanders.
Bob
Yep.
Sanders.
Bob Sanders,
What
yeah.
a dog. What a dog.
Antoine
Bob
Bethea.
Sanders.
Nick Harper.
Was our boy Robert Mathis, the DN. Dwight Freeney rocking them J's.
Dwight Freeney, yeah.
Gary
That was the
Brackett.
team. That was the team that said I like
That was a
football.
Tony Dungy team, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep,
Correct.
yep.
Brandon Stokely. Any love? White boy wasted.
Yeah, he was. What was the other white boy? Austin Collie.
Yep.
Yeah, Austin
That was a little
Collie
bit later.
got up
Yeah, a
in
little bit
there
later.
a little bit later.
Yeah.
You had who were the? I mean, obviously Edgerrin James, but Joe Adai.
Yep.
Joe
LSU's
Adai
own. That
at
was
running
Jeff
back.
Saturday at center.
Jeff Saturday at center.
Yeah.
Who was the big tackle? They had a tackle number 78. Big, massive. I put up my computer.
Son of a gun.
There's
going to tick me off,
There's a
bro.
left tackle they had. Has anybody got a computer in front of them?
I got a phone.
Yeah, I guess
It's like a handheld computer.
It's like they had a massive tackle. I can't remember. Number 78 was.
Tackles from the Colts.
Yeah, in that era.
All right, I'm going to take a look here.
It's not Hunter Smith. Hunter Smith, they're saying.
see.
Edgerrin James was on that team. This is a good
Tariq
thing.
Glenn.
Stokely. Tariq Glenn.
Yep.
Tariq Glenn. Yeah,
Come on.
there you go. There you
Come
go. That guy was a massive tackle.
Dominic Rhodes also as a running back.
He was a decent return man too. Dominic Rhodes.
Yeah.
He had a couple
Kelvin
he had
Hayden.
a couple tutties back in the
They're
day.
throwing the Yancey Thigpen on us there. Is Yancey Thigpen?
I thought he was a Steeler.
I thought he was too.
Yeah. Unless he had like a cup of coffee with the Colts for a year or something like that.
They got the Dallas Clark one. They got that one right.
Yancey.
I think the best thing to reminisce over is old tight ends like Jeremy Shockey, Dallas Clark, and
Keith Cash.
Vernon Davis. Those are
Billy
Jonathan
Joe
Hayes.
Dupree.
Who'd you say?
Jonathan Hayes.
Jonathan Hayes.
Chiefs, I'm guessing now.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You may know him from his UFL coaching days as well.
Yes.
I think that's how you can show a real ball knower, like the second and third string tight end from years ago. Like
Mark
we would
Bavaro.
Mark Bavaro. Yeah. No, he was first team tight end for the
Mark
Giants.
Bavaro
Yeah.
was legit back in the
like,
day.
do we think
Yeah.
anybody in the NFL outside of media members and Cowboys fans? know
Ron
Brian?
Heller. Ron Heller was a Philadelphia backup tight end in the day. Yeah.
You think anybody can name Rivaldo Fairweather that doesn't cover the team?
You better watch out. He might be playing this week.
No, I'm saying I
hope he does.
Ferguson is Ferguson.
out?
No, Ferguson. They're going to practice him Wednesday, Thursday, and kind of determine. But I've heard he has a chance to play.
I don't know why.
Fairweather does?
No. Ferguson.
Why would Ferguson play? Who already is kind of injured? You got nothing. You got a stacked tight end room. Let all them boys eat this week.
I want to see Scooney. I said maybe the most crazy. I said probably one of the craziest things I've ever said on these airwaves.
I heard you say it.
Yeah, you heard it, didn't you? Tell me Scooney might. To me, and again, I'm just saying, I think Scooney's the most athletic guy in the tight end room.
His RAS score would say you're right.
Now, does that mean he's a great tight end? No. But
he's a combine tight end.
I kind of felt like he would be playing a lot better.
Right? I'm telling you what, he gives you Mike Mamula vibes.
Is he even the best blocker?
No, you're not. You're right. Philadelphia, Mike Mamula. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Is he even the best blocker on the team, Broadus?
No.
That's what has to save you. When you're the backup.
Span forward.
That's what I'm saying. When you're the backup, okay, at least he's a really good blocker.
Yeah.
Effort.
Yeah.
Like that
Span forward gave up a sack the other day, which kind of surprised me.
Like it didn't happen. It's all good, Spanny. We like Span forward.
Anyways.
Okay, who we punching at the station?
Punching?
Yeah.
That's what we were talking about earlier.
You get to punch somebody.
Get to punch someone at the station.
You could punch me or Eric.
Yeah, you can punch any one of us, man.
What's the reason for the punch?
No reason.
No reason. Just who would you like to punch?
I don't really have a vendetta for anyone.
We said you're like the nicest guy, so we wouldn't punch you.
But he doesn't work here anymore.
Blake's a sweetheart.
Thought it was going to be
You're going to hit Carter in the face.
Commissioner, hands down.
Commissioner Carter.
If
Commissioner Carter.
For each time, he said if Blake could punch him for every time, Carter would come back with, "Yeah, I'll get to it" on a video. There'd be at least a dozen punches.
Blake trying to grow the brand, and Carter's like, "Not today.
Not on my watch.
Not on my watch."
I got it.
You guys, your lights are too dim. Sorry. Try again. Not today.
Yes, that's my answer, Fred.
Probably Reetma.
Oh, there you go.
Probably Reetma. Yeah.
Just because the energy is just so sky high.
He said I'm no good at giving out nicknames. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Nobody wants to punch you, Fred, because they're afraid that you would kill us.
No, I'm a lover, not a fighter. Let's get that straight. I'm a lover, not a fighter. But I'm not afraid to get my ass kicked.
Yeah, that's what I worry. That's what I worry about.
That's the difference.
That is a big difference. If you're not afraid, if you're not afraid to do that, you're a good fighter.
Got a little screw loose.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be the first time. Probably won't be the last. Now I'm also 44 years old.
Yeah.
So
you're as good once as you ever was.
Someone on the 214 said they punched Medford.
I just feel
there's an anti-ginger bias out there for a select group.
Oh, wait, the redheaded one. That could be Carter. Carter. He said, "I'll punch the redheaded one." That could be Medford.
The redheaded one.
I'll tell you what. I don't know. Like Little Red, he's kind of a bowed up dude.
He works out.
I saw the way that he dunked that egg on your dome that one time. The sneak attack.
It hurt.
Explosive.
Yeah. It hurt.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Explosive.
It hurt.
Pound for pound, probably the guy you really don't want to screw with.
Isn't Brennan Baxter's hair red too?
No, I think he's more of a light brown.
Okay.
I don't know if he's going to get him confused for maybe. Well, he doesn't.
Yeah, again, they said they'd punch Medford. I wouldn't punch Medford. I think he could hurt you.
Medford, as much as we make fun of him,
Carter
does
hands
work
down.
Out.
They're saying the 940 Carter.
A lot of Carters. I can see that. I can see that.
Half of them have never even seen Carter.
They just know, man.
Sounds like it.
The twitches.
Actually, his videos are up more than your guys' shows videos.
We know. We're trust us.
Campus connection. Let's get some Carter takes.
Hey, I got to go on a date. It's 7:00.
Yeah, let's roll, man. What's coming up on the show?
We got Brandon Laurie, extra credit because Blake won't be here Thursday, and Fair and Foul. Lots to get to tonight.
Fan After Dark is next.
I got companies, man, coming out.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is The Fan After Dark on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome in, DFW. Glad to have each and every one of you on board on this Tuesday, 2 days away from the beginning of 2026 on New Year's Eve here in the DFW Metroplex. I am Fred Davis, that gentleman to my right. You heard him during Crosstalk. None other than looking rather styling, and profiling today. The world is yours, even though he's never seen Scarface, the one, the only, Mr. Blake Elliott.
You like the fit today?
I do like the fit.
No, this is the jacket that my father got for me, the one that we were discussing on the phone.
Okay. I do like that. I mean, you like I said, you had alluded to it was definitely something.
Like Jaden Hardy. Look like I'm gonna go.
I mean,
warm up for the Mavs.
It's loud, and I mean that in a very complimentary way. I mean, again, I couldn't pull that outfit off. I'm also 18 years older than you, so that's why I couldn't pull it off. But you're pulling it off.
And then the pants from my boy Amar, scripted.
I mean, his clothing brand. I mean, we talked about Trayvon Diggs and his fashion sense. Yeah. I mean, he ain't got nothing.
He ain't got nothing,
my boy.
I just need to get my leather game up.
Oh, you definitely.
And my TV mounting services.
You definitely are going to have to get up your leather game if you're going to get to where Trayvon Diggs is at.
Do we think he was mounting the TV while wearing leather?
I mean, again, I'm going to say he was wearing chaps when he did it.
Just felt a breeze go by.
I think he was wearing. There! It just hit me on the head. I'm guessing he was wearing a leather vest, no shirt.
The leather vest kills me. The fact that I can see him doing that at the house by himself, just a vest. No shirt.
He had a Cowboys visor on backwards, jewelry, probably reeked of patchouli, and some leather chaps. And then maybe like some,
designer house shoes.
Some designer house shoes. Leather, of course. Leather house shoes. So that's what we're thinking of Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon, if you're listening, 877-881-1053. We would love to hear from you. Hell, if you want to stop by the studio, the mic is yours. Let's know. Because, look, you can say whatever you want at this point. You are no longer a member of the Dallas Cowboys organization, so you can come clean on whatever it is happened, whatever went down. Jordan Schultz reported today that our boy wanted to leave, or excuse me, not wanted to leave. After the game Thursday, he wanted to stick around in the D.C. area because he's from that area. And
for the holidays.
Because they had a few days off anyway, but apparently Shotty said no. He asked again. And
well, Shotty asked for everyone to travel back with the team to Dallas, and then you can do whatever you want after that.
Right.
I mean, it's not like you're paying for the flight personally.
Well, I guess he's saying, though, he would have paid for the flight back to D.C., though.
No, and the problem was Diggs wanted to cut out the middleman. He didn't want to fly back to Dallas just to fly back to D.C.
Which
Shotty said everybody is going to fly back home and then do what you want after that.
Right.
And then people went on their different trips, and which is fine. But Diggs was pretty much saying, I want to cut out the middleman. I don't want to travel back with the team. And
which I could understand. Look, I totally get where he's coming from, and I guarantee
you get where he's coming from.
Trayvon.
I get it from a legitimate human standpoint. From a team NFL, I don't get it. I mean, fly back with a team. You're not bigger than the program.
Yeah, but if look, I bet if Dak wanted to stick around in D.C., Dak would have got to stick around in D.C.
But I don't even think he's going to ask that because he knows better. He knows that, hey, we go to and from as a team.
Yeah.
Not, I bend the rules because I'm Dak. Yes, could he get away with it? I do agree. Do you think Dak would ever pull something like that? Hey, I know everyone else on the team is flying back, but I
don't think anybody would have a problem with it because I guess I'm looking at it from the standpoint.
I don't think any of the players would. None of the players care. It's just it's a coaching culture thing, which I don't mind. Like, hey, we're going to the game together. We're leaving we're coming back as a team. And if you want to go to the Bahamas the same night, who cares? That's your prerogative. But we're flying back as a team, and our business trip has been concluded, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, look, on one hand,
of course, it's Diggs, the one guy who doesn't have any kind of leash.
Well, no, that's the bottom line is that
you're not Dak.
You're not Dak.
You're not CD.
You're not CD.
Not even Tyler Smith.
You're not Osa. You're not Tyler Smith. Hell, you're not Quentin Williams.
So
So you're already on borrowed time, all
Yeah.
right? Like you're already, and maybe that's why he thought, hey, the hell with it. Why wouldn't you say yes?
Yeah.
So I can see both sides of it, but I can also
not mad at him
understand
for
too.
thinking
I'm not
it.
mad at him for asking. Should he have probably been a little more proactive about it? You also wonder, okay, what did he wait until the very last
Did
moment?
he just not care?
And my guess is probably not. I mean, if
it's a win-win for him.
I'll tell you what, if his process for asking was anything like his play on the field's been this year, then it was probably very flippant and nondescript, and hey, do you mind if I don't come back? And they said no, and that's going to be the end of that. So
bad day for the Diggs.
All right, hold on, show me, because I went back.
I just want to give you for the breakdown of the money for everything.
Okay, so Trayvon Diggs, who again is no longer a Dallas Cowboy. Now they're hoping that he does get picked up, because I guess there's like
less
less than $500,000,
than half a mil,
or
something
like that.
it's $500,000 would be the only
crazy.
difference.
My man's getting paid.
I think it's that first one, the $530 or whatever.
So he's got $531,000 remaining left. And then, of course, all of his money remaining is non-guaranteed. 2026, he's got $15.5 million non. 2027, $20.5, and then, of course, 2028, $21.
You would have been paying that.
And then, of course, if he clears waivers, which my gut tells me he will. Now, if you listen to G-Bag, we know a lot of you guys do. Our boy Brian Broaddus said his group of 7 guys reached out to him. Two of them responded back to him. They're a part of playoff teams. One guy said he could see him getting picked up or claimed by waivers. Another one of the guys said no, it's probably unlikely. So, again, TBD, have to wait and see. But assuming he does clear waivers, Dallas will be on the hook for dead cap hits of $12 million in 2025 and then $5.88 million, which means this team will save roughly $12.5 million against the cap in 2026. So again, we knew
getting ahead of the post June 1 cut.
We knew this was going to happen. It was a question of not if but when Trayvon Diggs was going to get cut. I don't know that anybody expected it to happen on a Tuesday, 2 days before the New Year's started, or the Tuesday of the last week of the NFL season, but. And look, before everybody started, well, this is the new culture that Shotty's putting together. Maybe in some light regard, yes. Maybe in previous Cowboy regimes, you would have let I don't want to call him a malcontent necessarily, but a guy that, obviously had clear disagreements with the direction and the front office.
It's the same thing that happened with Zeke 2 years ago now. Where they bring him in, think he's going to be this big culture guy from 1 year out of the Patriots, and he's getting in trouble all off the field.
Well, I think Jerry was the only one that thought.
Yeah, I agree.
Zeke was
but I mean, that thing.
Nobody
do we not remember Cowboys fans? That thing never took off. I mean, he was bad the entire.
No, he was terrible the entire year.
And he was a locker room issue.
And then he was a locker room issue, and then of course,
cut him at the same time this year.
Well, and then of course we really knew that he was, that things were going awry when they deactivated him for the Atlanta game. Yeah. And when that happened,
then he didn't get on the plane.
Oh, okay, but but the whole thing with Zeke was just
the Chargers.
Yeah. Yeah, Chargers did pick him up. No, I don't think he ever did.
I don't think they made the playoffs.
No, they did. Remember they got housed by the Texans.
Okay, was
remember
that?
Our boy Herbert threw like 4 picks that game or whatever it was, but. No, he got put on their practice squad because there was a feeling that maybe he might get activated for their playoff roster, but that didn't happen.
Really bad day in general for the Diggs family, though, because the Trayvon news was the second news we heard about the Diggs. The first one, if you guys missed it, Stephon, his brother for the Patriots, who Blake, candidly, openly, big fan of his work ethic, but this is not great for him, what I'm about to read to you guys. Stephon Diggs' former personal chef alleges that he, Stephon, slapped her and attempted to choke her during a salary dispute. The accuser, the chef, alleges that on December 2nd, so not even that long ago, this year, a couple weeks ago, Stephon Diggs entered her unlocked room during a discussion about money owed. She claims Stephon Diggs slapped her across the face. She then attempted to push him away. According to court documents, Stephon Diggs allegedly tried to choke her by placing his elbow around her neck. The report states that the victim described experiencing the effects of strangulation, fear that she could have blacked out, and said she was afraid of her safety. The woman also claims that Stephon Diggs demanded she sign an NDA after the alleged assault as a condition for receiving further payment. The complainant notes that she later received a phone call from Stephon Diggs' girlfriend. Would that be Cardi B? Wouldn't that be Stephon?
Yeah, I think that's his girlfriend, right?
Stephon Diggs' girlfriend. So I guess Cardi B called her. He is now facing, Stephon, felony strangulation or suffocation charges along with misdemeanor assault and battery. Stephon Diggs has denied all the allegations. there is then a screenshot of their text messages between each other. Stefan says, I mean, this is unless this is AI generated. This is what the text message says. But this is the chef talking first. You will be paying me out for the season, and the money you said you would give me for my business wasted my blanking time being here because you got a blanking circus going on. I'm out of your life! ! Stefan then replies,
I'll tell you what, just let's stop you right there. That
please.
sounds accurate. I mean, that sounds wholly accurate right there.
Stefan replies with, allegedly in this screenshot, I won't be paying you blank. Blank I look like paying you and paying for another chef. Is you high, cat? Who's got to give you money for your business? I don't got to do a MF thing. And you can get whoever you want. You got my address. Tell them to come take the money. Then blank you talking about. Show me I'm a cat.
So clearly there's a disagreement between these two as to how this money is going to be paid or whether.
Why do we? This is not the first athlete. Now, I don't want not necessarily the assault part. I'm just saying a dispute with the chef.
Yeah.
We hear this more often than not, and it's kind of surprising because I don't think I'm alone on this. I think you'd be here. If we had a bunch of money, wouldn't one of the first things you do get like a chef and have someone cook for you? I feel like that's a nice luxury that you have when you're a pro athlete. You have someone to cook for you.
Absolutely.
You don't have to worry about it. You get to tell them what you like, what you don't like, how many calories, and boom.
Yeah.
Right in front of you. And you would think you'd have that kind of respect. So it always baffles me that there's the chef's asking for, I don't know, 10K, 15K, 100K, and you're like, oh, I ain't going to pay it. For the food you're eating right in front of you. If it's other stuff, I can get that stuff that's not maybe right in front of you.
Yeah.
But like the food that's right in front of you, you probably build some kind of relationship.
Well, was Antonio Brown? Wasn't he another one that had an issue with the chef?
AB, there's a bunch though. I mean, AB and Stefan are not the only.
Well, but right, but I mean, those are the two names that when you think of Antonio Brown and Stefan Diggs, the idea that either of those two would have issues with anybody outside of football, like that's not that far fetched. Right, and again, wide receivers, a little bit diva-ish, right? I mean, wide receivers are just, you got to be a different kind of cat to be a wide receiver.
Yeah.
You know, they're just a different breed of human being, and you know, especially when they're really, really good. Bad ones, whatever, you can take it or leave it. But
do we think Tolbert's got an issue, an anger issue, a little bit of an attitude?
No, he's probably got
for sure.
No problem.
I'll pay you extra.
What are some of the dishes you can get? He probably has like the. I had a joke in my head.
Joke?
Never mind. It sounded good in my head, and then I couldn't think of it. Never mind.